пока слышь меня из ЭЦО. Из мимо. Была, никак не привезла. Куда нет? Запаску ВСГ-2.
Принимаем.
Отлично. Дим, я в МИМ-2. Так, на пол включен. БНП. 360.
Хорошо, 360. Текущее давление в МИМе-2 какое, Олег, по мануфактуру?
Так, посмотрим. 757.
5-7 принято. Хорошо. Ну и доделаем, Олег, с тобой фрагмент 1 до конца.
Хорошо, КВД не горят, они открыты. Включаю скафандр 1-2. Включил 1, включил 2. Давление 757 доложил. Защитный чехол с выходного люка сняли, перенесли. Выключаю В1, В2.
Принято, хорошо.
В1, В2 выключен.
Принято.
И отключаю МИМ-2. ИМПО отключен.
Хорошо. И, Олег, я правильно понимаю, что Коля тоже с тобой? И в целом мы можем начинать работать по фрагменту 2. Хорошо. И будем с вами входить в скафандры. Сориентируйте, кто первый будет, кто второй.
Николай первый, я второй. Так, мы открываем фрагмент 2.1, правильно?
Да, ну мы открываем фрагмент 2.1, и там мы сейчас начнем включать микро-ВМ скафандра в работу. Берем фрагмент 0 на 2 листах и по нему идем.
Фрагмент 0. Так.
Такой отдельно соединенный, там фрагмент 0 первый лист и фрагмент 0 второй лист.
В стороне летает. Так. Электрофалы, по-моему, мы не отстыковывали. Электрофалы подстыкованы. Колодки также подстыкованы. Питание у нас борт стоит. Питание борт. Пульс включен, скафандры включены. Утечка в меню звук. Войти в главное меню. Так, входим в главное меню, Дим.
Входим круглой кнопкой на пульте спереди в главное меню, выбираем с помощью «да», «нет» процедуры, говорим «да» и выбираем начать шлюзование, говорим «да». И у нас с вами начнется автоматический контроль.
Процедуры.
Так, проверка исходного состояния.
Начать шлюзование. Да.
У нас сейчас исходное состояние перебирает параметры, и в конце должно появиться исходное состояние в норме, и дальше вопрос, контрольный опрос провести, говорим «нет».
Получил в норме.
Далее. Коль, как у тебя?
Провести.
Нет. Ответил нет.
Хорошо, оба ответили нет. Принято, Коль, у тебя войти. Олег, и у тебя тоже такой же экран, войти в СК, да?
Да.
Так, ВСС перевожу.
Здорово.
ВКД, правильно?
По команде пока не надо, чуть попозже.
Хорошо.
Так, смотрите, теперь нам с вами нужно обоим включить
Both of you
рибу на
have
скафандр.
to deactivate RIBA on the suit and then check activation of ERCA and HECA with momentary flip of the switch. Then you turn off the cameras and leave the RIBA on. Okay, RIBA on EV1.
Так.
Две камеры включаются, зеленый лампа.
Okay, both cameras are on, two green LEDs. Okay, good.
Здорово, теперь
Excellent.
Коль, начинаешь.
Now, Nikolai, start ingressing the spacesuit.
Посмотрите, что на пульте абонента МИН-2
Before doing that, check that on MRM2 COM panel you have the correct config. All the keys are pressed. Okay, I have channel 2 on, speaker off, and transmitter is on, pressed. Copy. Good. Now, Nikolai, let's start ingressing. First of all, make sure that the KVO and the COM cap are donned without folds or kinks. Inaudible. Okay, move the cap back. Okay, I have the cap on. Copy. Okay. Lace loops on the feet and the hands are on the toes and fingers. Confirm. Copy. Now our next step is mating the cooling garment to the suit and make sure connections are mated nominally. Okay, one connector is mated. Second is mated. Full test. Good. Okay, now let's connecting biomed. Then secure both connectors in the chest pocket on the inner liner. Inward.
Еще раз посмотри, пожалуйста, правильно понимаешь, что на обоих скафандрах чехлы с ботинок сняты, да?
Make sure that covers, spacesuit covers are off on both Orlans. Affirmative. Although it would be nice to have some extra warmth.
Когда разъемы в кармашек уложишь...
Okay, connectors are stowed in the pocket.
Посмотри, микрофоны у тебя хорошо стоят, в принципе, слышно тебя хорошо, помнишь, да?
Okay, please check COM cap microphones. I do hear you well, but it wouldn't hurt to check. Okay, mic's in good position. All right. On PO5, activate main pump and main light and backup pump. Okay, backup pump off, fan on.
Принято.
Copy.
Ребят, кому удобнее на POV МИМ-2 нажать режим ТОУ включить?
And guys, whoever is able to do that, please, on the EVA support panel MRM2, press the TOW button.
Тут пока холодно. Сразу холод пошел.
We feel the cool air right away.
По телеметрии медицинская.
As for the medical data, telemetry from the spacesuit, is everything fine? So far, so good. We did not hear any comments from the medical personnel. Okay, that's fine then.
Да, включили.
Did you activate tow heat exchanger mode? Yes, we did. Nikolai, you will go to
Уже практически.
Don the spacesuit to enter the spacesuit. I'm practically inside.
Какие?
Затрос на крючок.
Okay, so the hooks a little bit forward,
Поверхности герметизации были чистые.
so that all the surfaces, should be checked that they are clean and no foreign objects on them, and also that all the pipes are there. Yes, actually you can seal
И потом герметизируем скафандр ручкой и ручку на штырь.
Right, so you will do the final sealing of the spacesuit with the use of the handle.
Выполняем.
Please locate the handle. Yes, it's in work.
Трос на крючке.
So the cable is on a hook. It is locked now.
И закрываем, герметизируем скафандр.
And seal the spacesuit. Yes, it is sealed.
Ребят, и вот на БСС надо сейчас
And on
поставить
the
два открытого КД. Кому удобнее?
interface unit, the O2 open EVA should be set. So who is more, for whom it is more convenient? Okay. Are you feeling fine? Yes, I think the cooling is fine. Nikolai, I hope you saw what I did for you, and you will have to do it for me as well. All right. So could you please enter the setting O2 open EVA? Okay. And adjust it. Nikolai, so the backup pump and the prime fan is on. Yes, and the prime transmitter is pressed. No, nothing is pressed there. Okay, you should activate the prime transmitter. Okay. Now it is pressed. Copy, so EVA2 is in the spacesuit, and now Oleg, it is your turn. Yes, I am already entering, donning. Don't forget to remove unintelligible. Yes, it has already been removed. Yes, and the Parus hardware has green LED on. Yes, and I connected the medical panels. Okay, so the it should be in the pocket. Yes, and also could you please check all the connectors?
Возможен небольшой перерыв связи.
We might have a small short LOS. So if there is LOS, we can continue working. You can continue working with the spacesuit. Don't forget to activate prime pump, prime fan, and also the prime transmitter. And okay, so a prime fan and prime pump are on. Okay, Kostya, please check the push to talk button. Yes, it is. The prime transmitter is on. All right, sounds good. So I am entering the spacesuit. Okay, now I will have to mind my shoulders. So when Oleg is in the suit, could you please adjust the LCG strips on his shoulders, and before you seal the spacesuit, make sure that all the sealing interfaces of the Orlan are clean, no foreign objects there. Okay, will do. Yes, now you can do the adjustment on the shoulders. What about the pipes? Are they fine, do you think, Oleg?
И после того, как расправим все, трубки
After you
закрываем ранец за трос. Трос на крючок.
align everything, you can close the backpack and then seal the spacesuit with the help of the handle. Okay, it is normal. What about arms? How are they? Yes, fine. Now you can close it. Yes, so use the hook to close it.
Трос на крючок.
Yes. Now tighten it up.
Герметизируем ручкой.
And now seal the spacesuit with the help of the handle. Okay, close the handle.
Захватил ролик?
Okay, what about the roller? Did it fit in?
Так, вошел.
Yes. Okay, so this spacesuit is filled and closed. Okay. Could you please make sure that it is tied with the rail?
Вот здесь, да, где-то рука.
Она касается, еще одна плоскость, она касается.
Да, все, хорошо.
Okay, yes, I couldn't see it from my position. I think it is nominal.
Так, Кость, потом нас придешь, поднимешь.
Kostya, you will have to raise us up later on. Okay?
И правильно понимаю, что, Коль, у вас вид дисплея в верхней строчке O2 открыто ВКД.
Okay, so in the upper line of the display you have O2 open EVA. Is it correct? And also, what about the BSS readings? 1500 atmospheres is the reading.
Счетчики у обоих слева есть, да?
And you have sensors.
Не поднимемся из-за мини-напора. То есть Костя сейчас нас переведет.
You know, we won't be able to raise ourselves. So, Kostya, you will have to help us. Okay?
БСС, как вы планировали работать на шлюзование. И еще, Кость, посмотри, пожалуйста.
Also, Kostya, could you please double check that EV1 handle is secured?
Да, я помню.
Yes, I remember to make sure that the handle is secured.
Да, я зафиксировал.
Yes, I secured it.
Принято.
Copy. Sounds good.
Олег, тогда размещайтесь аккуратненько.
Okay, Oleg and Nikolai, so make yourself comfortable. And when you are ready, we can start the deep breath. Okay, Kostya, could you please place us in parallel towards each other? Okay. And Nikolai, your legs. Well, you know, I have to go a little bit downwards. Could you please check that electrical umbilical is fine? Nikolai, also the adjustable tether. No. Okay, so adjustable tether should be on unintelligible. Swap them places, okay? Is it fine like that? So I'm not pushing onto anything, Kostya? No. No, actually there is a lightning fixture here. But, okay, Nikolai is ready. Okay, and so please make sure that I do not break anything here.
Я вот не знаю, слушайте.
Okay, both of you have the legs pressed against the structure. Now you need to reach the handles. Kostya, what is pushing me towards V2? It keeps pulling me towards EV hatch 2. I think it's the umbilical connector harness that's pulling you.
Не знаю, нет, она как бы в стороне. Но она разгибается, да, под.
Well, it is kind of straightens up and pushes me up here. Okay, so yes, it makes you turn a little bit. Now I think I'm ready. Okay, so good luck to you guys. Thank you, Kostya.
Так, ну что, нормально стоите?
Okay, so you are now comfortable. Dima, can I activate the light?
Скафандровый.
I mean this spacesuit light. Yes, you have a go.
Включился.
Okay, so my light is on, and I can see the FZ pressure gauge. All right, now let's open Q card number 3. Okay, guys, again, good luck to you. Kostya, don't go far away, because we will need to do first the preliminary leak check, so don't go far away. Okay, I am here, I am close by. All right, so Q card 3 is open. Okay, so it is step 3, Orlan BSS control checkout. Okay, so O2 open, EVA, LED is on. So the power is off from on board, and prime fan and prime pump are on, and the push button is pressed. Okay, so the Aster is deactivated and warm hold is in the mid position, and the tank okay, so the regulator prime, copy. Okay, so the tank should be transitioned to the backup one. Now, what about mirrors here? Okay, the tank. On my spacesuit, tank is prime, and the same is for me. And the regulator is also prime. Copy. Now, TO is deactivated. The warm code candle is on position 6. Well, we did not activate heat exchanger yet, so it is not illuminated. Well, you know, it's very important that the LED is illuminated. I didn't send this command for TO. What about TO LED? Is it on? No, it is not. Oh, now the power of TO is on, illuminated. Koля, once you feel the cooling flow starts, you can turn the warm cold candle into comfortable position. I'm ready for step 4. Okay, copy. Nikolai, so the repress is still 0.12, and then we'll have a preliminary lift check. Okay? The repress started. Okay? Okay, 0.06. 0.006. 0.1, and it is 0.4 on the display. Okay, so please monitor the display. Okay, 0.10, 0.11. Okay, close it. Now, all right. So you will have to do the stabilization, and the counter should be set for 1 minute. All right. Now you will see the option on the screen. Press yes. And there will be also the session for 30 seconds, the check for 30 seconds, and please make sure that it is not more than 2 marks. Delta. Okay, copy. It is kind of more inertial, right? It starts very slow,
почувствую получше. Не то, что он инертный, это станционный.
You know, it's not inertial. Actually, this is more powerful. You know, I mean the flow. All right.
Хорошо. По окончанию, если у нас с вами за 30 секунд...
If in 30 seconds there will be less than half increment, then please press yes option on the screen. I have just one increment, one mark, and it is kind of moving very slowly, like crawling. Okay, for myself it is 1.5 increment. All right, so choose the yes option on the screen. Okay, yes, it is done. So, Oleg, could you please let Kostya go to PHO to do the closure operations, okay? And we can start working step 4.4. It is PHO assumerum to hatch closure. Okay, got it? All right, starting activity on hatch closure. Step 4.4. Okay, I wiped the interface surfaces with the towel. Okay, so the black is on top and the yellow is underneath. Okay, now I will set it in the middle.
Николай.
Nikolai, yes, go ahead.
Давай поставь кран тепло-холод.
Okay, could you please install warm cold switch to position 6 and we will monitor how the telemetry will react. If you feel the cooling, please report it. Actually, I am already in position number 6. Of course, we put it into 6 right away, and I felt the cooling and I put it in 3 on my spacesuit. Okay, I can feel cooling, but it's kind of gradual. Oleg, how do you feel? So, in what position is your switch? It is number 3 now. Okay, copy, Oleg.
Николай, как тебя там?
Nikolai,
Изменение, охлаждение.
what is the feeling regarding the change in cooling? You know, I feel that it is becoming cooler. You know, I feel it is there. It is different from the kind of one that I'm used to.
Ну, по телеметрии у нас как бы реагирует.
On the telemetry, we can see here on the ground that it changes, that it is decreasing.
Просто я подумал, вдруг там случайно разъем.
I thought that maybe the connector decimated accidentally, but in that case, we would have received different data. Yeah, I actually double-checked all the connectors. They all are tight.
Ладно, хорошо. Давай
посмотрим.
Да.
Okay.
Тихоньку падает.
Sounds good. Yes, it is dropping, but very slowly.
Перебивать не хочу, люк.
Okay. Vehicle 2 hatch is closed. This is Konstantin. Copy, Kostya. Thank you so much. And make sure that the cover is closed. Yes, it is closed.
Закрыто, видим.
Yeah, we can see that.
Так, Кость. Дим, готовы по шагу 5?
Kostya and Dima, we are ready to perform step 5. Okay. Alright, so it is cue card number 3, step 5, Orlan and MRF2 basis final. Let's check. So it will have to press up to point 42 and monitor the display. Okay, in work.
0,1.
Point 1.
Я 0,2 по дисплею.
Point 2 on my display. Point 2.4 on my display.
Ну да, он отстает.
Yes, this one is lagging behind my display. I mean, 0.3, and on that one it is 0.26. Alex, your display is lagging behind a little bit, but please do everything as per the display. Okay. Point 4. 0.42, we are closing it. So the leg check is complete. Also the OPG weight you have there on the display. Yes, that's correct. Of standby. So after 1 minute of stabilization, press yes. And the delta should be not more than 4 increments of marks over 1 minute. Okay, so we are actually ahead of the time schedule for 13 minutes. Okay, good. All right, it tells me to press yes, and I press yes. Okay, so this screen OPG standby should be, and now you have to monitor that the delta is not more than 4 increments. So for EV1 it is just 1 increment, and for EV2, could you please come again? EV1, just 1 increment.
15
It was 1.5 increment in 15 seconds. Okay? 2 increments. Copy. Well, actually the norm is up to 4, so we are fine. Okay, it is 2 increments for me. Олег, do you have 2 as well? Yes, that's correct, I confirm. Copy, so you choose yes on the display for PPG norm. Copy, will do. It is done. And now proceed to step 5.4. You will have to equalize the pressure, 0.4. Okay. So I am performing this step. The pressure is 0.2. Sounds good. 0.1.
так и сбросить оставляем.
Газ броси и
So, yes,
дальше пойдем работать по моей команде.
now acknowledge it and then proceed on my go.
004.
Point 004.
Сбросили, Дим.
Yes, we acknowledge it, Dima.
Это Олег, ну,
Олег.
быстро остается сброс СК и готовим пока фрагмент.
Now please prepare the cue card.
Хотел,
5.
фрагмент 4.
Oh no, my apologies, cue card number 4.
Да.
MRM
До 550.
depress
И
to
начнем по моей команде,
550
хорошо?
millimeters and please start this depress on my go. Okay?
Держу. Дим, я ощущаю охлаждение.
Dima, now I feel the cooling and I think it is fine.
И это хорошо.
Temperature is comfortable. Okay, Koля, it's good that you have
Разбираемся и двинемся дальше.
cooling right now, so we can proceed.
Так, вот здесь вот попробую воткнуть. Я подержу на позицию.
Yes, I will hold it. All right, thank you.
Олег, ну что, продолжаем работу.
Олег, now let's continue working cue card 4, MRM2 depress to 550. Okay, so what is MRM2 pressure on pressure gauge now?
Давление 763.
763 millimeters. Okay, copy. Sounds good. Now please perform step 6. Then you will have SO2 fetch. So the pressure should go to 550 and then you will close the valve manually. Okay, in work.
Так, КСДС открыт.
The SO valve is open. The depress valve SO is open. Copy.
Давление 700.
The pressure is 700.
Принято.
Copy.
550 там, да? 550.
So the
Давление 600.
destination is 550. Yes, that's correct. So now it is 650. Copy.
Давление 600.
600.
3550 закрыть. И 670.
570, 560.
560 закрываю. Закрыто.
Closing at 560. КСД closed. The pressure is 550. Okay, start 10-minute timer for MRM2 stabilization.
Окончание стабилизации. Хорошо.
And standing by for the stabilization to run out after 10 minutes. Copy.
По кольцу. Я все-таки снизу.
Use the ring.
Я за ручку, да, полезу за ручкой. Открывается, я за миллиметрами ставил. Давай.
We're going to use the handle and you to step this way. Okay.
Ты пока откроешь,
In the meantime,
я же тоже снизу люк закрыть.
you will open that, and this will enable us to close the rest of the hatch assembly. Okay, let's do it the way that is most convenient.
В течение 10 минут где-то увеличится давление в Мими-2 около 30 миллиметров.
At the end of the 10-minute interval, the pressure will go up by about 30 millimeters in MRM2.
Хорошо.
3 minutes have elapsed. Copy. 10 minutes elapsed. Negative. 7 minutes elapsed. 3 minutes left.
Минут.
10 minutes elapsed.
Текущее давление в МИМИ-2 какое у нас сейчас?
What is the current pressure in MRM2?
572.
572.
Это 572.
Copy,
Мы начинаем
572.
работу по шагу 7.
Go for
Проверка
step 7.
герметичности люка ПХО
ПХО hatch leak check in MRM2.
На контроль герметичности.
Start another 5-minute timer for leak check. Please note the initial and the resulting pressure on the mana vacuum meter.
Тех 3 минуты контроля прошло, текущее давление в МИМИ-2. Скажи, пожалуйста.
Okay, the timer has elapsed. What is the current pressure, please?
572.
572.
Хорошо, 572. Мы ожидаем окончания 5 минут.
Copy.
Ребята, с вами пока можем готовить фрагмент 5, лист 1, шаг 8, продувка скафандра, начало диспирации.
We can wait until the 5-minute timer runs out, and following that, we can proceed with step 8, purge, start of pre-breathe. Q card 5, sheet 1. Copy.
Четыре минуты.
4 minutes. 45 seconds left. Five minutes.
Ребят, 5 минут прошло, текущее давление.
Okay, please report the pressure.
572 принято.
572.
Миллиметров на контроле.
Copy 572. Inaudible. Inaudible. Inaudible.
Идет помеха, ребят, вас плохо слышу.
I can barely hear you.
С вами работать по
Purge is in progress. Inaudible. Inaudible.
Можно ставить продувку.
You are go to place the control in purge mode. Copy. Inaudible.
И 5 минут.
Purge in progress. Purge timer started. How do you copy now?
Понял, что вы поставили в продувку.
Okay, I copy that you initiated purge.
И счетчик, убывающий с 5 минут до нуля.
Now,
И по окончании
please
счетчика у нас
watch
дельта
the
БСС-2 должно быть не меньше 200.
counter
Ребята,
run
я
down
вам
to
напоминаю,
zero.
на фоне продувочки будет, коль хорошо, если вы
At the end
аккуратненько в скафандре подвигаете
of
ручкой немножко,
5-minute
воздух,
period,
и
the
застойный
pressure,
зон противник заменить на
the level on the BSSO2 should be less than 250. And as these 5 minutes are counting down, please do some movements inside the spacesuit in order to inaudible. gotta be very, very careful here.
Абсолютно аккуратненько, там не надо слишком больших движений.
Yes,
Немножко,
please
чтобы
move
падать
carefully,
и,
no sudden
двигались внутри
movements, just some easy, smooth motion should be fine.
Минуты осталось, 165 атмосфер.
3 minutes remaining. BSS showing 165 atmospheres.
Коля, Олег, а в каком положении кран теплоход у вас просто нам для...
Oleg, Nikolai, what is the position of your hot-cold handle? Mine's on 3.
Это хорошо.
Copy.
Ребят, сколько в строчке ПО2 БСС? Сколько показывает? Дельта П БСС-2.
Okay, what is the level in BSS? Oh no, 2. I'm showing 248. 1 minute 45 seconds remaining.
Счетчика.
Okay,
И когда будут нули,
once
сколько в нижней строчке,
the timer runs to zeros, report
готовить фрагмент 5 лист 2.
the resulting value. Following that,
Будем переводить дистрацию.
prepare to execute Q-card 5.
Еще минута, Дельта БСС 300 атмосфер.
1 minute remaining. Delta BSS is 300 ATM. Copy.
Закончилась продукция.
Purge is complete. Resulting value 357.
Принято, подтверждаю, хорошо. Переводим в БСС положение дистрация сброса отсека.
Copy, confirm.
Счетчик.
BSS, please place BSS to the relief position.
Хорошо.
Work.
И, ребят, скажите, если есть возможность, аккуратненько, не спеша,
And guys,
в пульте абонента МИМ-2 нужно кнопочку передачи отжать.
if you are able to, please unpress the transmit button on the COM panel.
Можно
In MRM.
сделать, у нас 30 минут еще.
Inaudible. Complete.
Кнопочка передачи отжата, спасибо.
So,
Сейчас находимся на
transmit
этапе десатурации.
push button is unpressed. We are now in desat.
Давление в скафандре будет, если
The counter is
будет меньше, чем
decreasing.
0,2, то можно подпуться до 0,06.
Once it gets to
Вымываем азот.
less than 0.2, we'll wait until it drops to around 0.06.
Там по счетчику сколько осталось до окончания 10 раз?
Okay, what do we see on the counter until pre-breathe and 21 minutes 45 seconds.
Принято. Хорошо.
Copy.
I'm holding it. Station Moscow, space to ground 1 for Konstantin. Regarding Soj, life support system. Station Moscow, space to ground 1 for Konstantin.
Коля, скажите, пожалуйста, какое
Nikolai,
время до окончания дистракции?
what is the current time before the end of pre-brief? 9:20. Can you copy? 9:20. Okay, copy.
Мы сейчас с вами давайте проведем проверку.
Let's run the checkout of the pressure from the panel in MRM2. You mean the bottles?
Переключателю давление низкое, да.
No, because the low pressure transducer, and then move the switch to the RO position and read the reading, take the readings from the scale. Current reading. On the current scale, it should be 740. I believe it's 780. So RO 780, correct? No, probably 760. It's very poor visibility, and the scale is very small. Okay, move the switch to PHO position, and PHO reading is exactly the same.
Хорошо.
Okay?
Переводим с тобой переключатель в положение
Move the switch to ISO. SO. Okay, it's done.
It's 600, правильно?
Is it 600? Is that correct? Affirmative.
Переводим с вами в положение БОТК.
Then move to BOTK position. BOTK 500.
Принято. И ставим в такое положение отключено опять.
And now back to off OFF position. Done.
Принято, хорошо.
Copy, very good.
Костя, для Дмитрия пошлю за Ваню.
Now, Kostya, regarding deep press, please check PHO pressure on the PO panel. I'm ready.
Принято, Костя.
It's a difficult stage. Okay.
Проверим, что
Kostya, let's check
ПХО включен.
that PHO panel is on and LED is illuminated. Is that correct? Let me take a look.
Если готов, можем галетный переключатель.
Now prepare a lower pressure switch to move it to RO and look at the lower scale, see the reading that will come up. Alright, the panel is on. Looking at the lower pressure switch. Pressure. In RO 8, unintelligible. Would you please bring the mic closer to your mouth because we can barely copy you. Now, is it better now? Okay, the panel is on, the pressure is in RO position, the pressure switch. What is the reading for the lower scale? 780.
780. Ну, смотри,
780.
40 миллиметров.
There are two divisions. Should be 40. The division is 40 millimeters. Okay. The regulator is prime. Fan is prime. Pump is prime. Now move switch to PHO and monitor the pressure. We're waiting for the reading. 760. Unintelligible.
Положение ISO.
Move it to SO position.
Будем работать по окончании дистракции. По моей команде.
And we'll be working this Q card after the end of pre-brief. Okay, change the switch position. It's also 760. Copy. Now to BOTK. Please repeat.
Осталось еще поставить в БОТК.
The last position we need is BOTK and repeat, report the pressure. Yes, BOTK 600 even.
Тогда дальше
Thank you.
позовем тебя чуть позже.
All right, then we'll call you a little bit later to work your card 6.
На дисплее до окончания регистрации сколько осталось?
All right. How long do we have left before the end of pre-brief?
Олег, Коль, скажите,
Олег,
пожалуйста,
Николай.
текущее показание по счетчику по окончании регистрации. Сколько
What is
осталось?
the current timer reading? How long do we have left? 3:53.
Хорошо, я правильно понимаю, что вы
Окей.
проработали по программе 1?
Speaking simultaneously. Okay, copy.
Ну тогда по шагу 9.2 по моей команде.
All right, then we'll proceed with step 9.2 on my command. Okay?
Ну вы еще в десатурацию сброс отсека или он стоит у нас?
We still have pre-brief and the compartment defrost. It's still there.
минутки осталось.
3 minutes left. Okay.
17:50 открытие люка.
17:50 hatch closure. I believe we could do it earlier. Well, I hope so. Hatch opening.
Правильно понимаю, что вы
Do I understand correctly that you prepared your card 6?
перед глазами и с шага 9
You-
потом по моей команде
It's in front of you, and on my go, you'll be ready to proceed with the step. Yes,
Хорошо.
very good. 2 minutes, 30 seconds left.
Минута.
1 minute.
Да?
Okay.
Хорошо, с опережением графика.
Okay, we're going ahead of schedule by about 8 minutes.
30 секунд осталось.
30 seconds left.
Закончил
Pre-brief complete.
давление в
Pressure in the bottles 1033.
Хорошо. Тогда время в прямой отсчет пошло, да?
So we're doing the direct count, yes. We go for 9.2. How about the injector position? Yes.
Положение инжектор.
Yes, flow selected to injector. The injector timer is running.
Так, инжекторы включены.
Injectors are on.
Кинуть счетчик
No,
появился, да?
scratch that. Scratch that.
Да.
Okay,
Хорошо, и можно
counter
открывать
working, yes.
КСО вручную.
And you
Включаем
can
просто, далее,
open
шагом 30-40
КСД
миллиметров захвата
manually.
в отсеке скафандрах.
and report on the pressure in the suit compartment. It should be in the range of 0.35 to 0.4 because the SO is open, LED open is illuminated. Very good.
Скафандре 0,25.
0.25 in Orlan 2. Good reading. Pressure 500 in SO. Copy. Good reading. $450.
Принято.
Okay.
Скафандрах.
What about suits?
Скафандрах 38.
0.38 in both Orlans.
Ну, это хороший прогноз.
This is a very good prognosis. That's a nominal positive pressure. So when we'll pass 300 millimeters, you can open KZ2 300 millimeters. Unintelligible.
Открываю КСД-2.
Open in KSD2. Okay, I can see it.
КСД-2 открыт.
KSD2 is open.
Это хорошо. Сколько еще инжекторов работать?
How long before injector stops working? 3 minutes.
Это вот счетчик справа на дисплее.
Okay. Pressure is 320.
Принято.
Copy. 350.
Прошли 300.
We crossed 300 millimeters. Copy. Our next step is when the timer, 5-minute timer stops. When you see 0, you'll be able to open the air valve from the injector position to the off position. You mean close position?
Нет, я имею в виду, по окончанию счетчиков по работе инжектора.
When the injector timer will expire, you can turn the injector off. Okay. We crossed 250 millimeters. Very good. What's the positive pressure in Orlans? 0.38.
Хорошо.
Good.
Прошли 200.
Past 200. Copy.
Инжектор минуту.
Injector has 1 minute 40 seconds left. Copy.
Прошли 150.
Past 150.
Там сколько будет? 20 миллиметров закрываю?
Unintelligible.
Пневмокраны.
When do I need to close it? At 20 millimeters. We will close it upon the expiration of the timer time. Okay. And next step, when we'll have 20 millimeters on the pressure gauge, we'll have to receive the message that you will need to change the position to EVA, and when we'll receive that message, we'll be moving O2 to EVA. So, monitor injector timer. Okay, 20 seconds left.
Хорошо.
Завершено время, инжектор отключаем.
All right, the time elapsed, and we're turning off the injector. Okay. The valve to regulator to off, and the LED is now not illuminated. Is that correct? Yes. Very good. Proceed with the decay. Current pressure is 90 millimeters.
Текущая в скафандре по УДСК какой сейчас?
What's the current pressure in our lungs? 0.38. 0.38.
Это хорошо.
Copy, very good.
И опускаем потихонечку, сбрасываем отсек.
And keep decaying.
Получил, Коль, сообщение.
All right. O2 open to EVA. What's the current pressure on the pressure gauge? The current pressure is 68.
Хорошо. И вот такой же, еще рано, пока будем под
No. Still wait. So we'll be molded into EVA at 20 millimeters. Is that correct? Yes.
Тоже пришло такое же сообщение.
And Oleg, we're waiting for you to receive the same message. Which message?
Написано при давлении
So,
20 ВКД поставь.
to EVA, open EVA at 20 millimeters. Okay, understood. I thought there should be some other message right now. You should receive it before you reach 20. Pressure is 50. Copy.
Minutes. 40 millimeters. Copy.
Пришло сообщение при ТШО 20 миллиметров, ВСС 2.
I received the message at 20 millimeters. The BSS should be in O2 open EVA position. Okay, sounds good. 35 millimeters.
Хорошо.
Good.
И дальше, Олег, при давлении по мануактиву 20 можно будет БС
When the
20 ВКД.
pressure reaches 20 millimeters, could you please enter the setting O2 open EVA? Okay.
Millimeters.
30 millimeters, 30.
You are looking live at Russian modules on the space-facing side, on the Earth-facing side of the International Space Station, in which 2 Roscosmos cosmonauts are suited up, completing their pre-breathe procedures, ready to venture outside for a planned 7-hour spacewalk to reconfigure a leaked radiator on the nearby Naoka Multipurpose Laboratory module and to install and deploy scientific payloads. Good day from Mission Control in Houston and the International Space Station Flight Control Room. At this hour, Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub are all set for an ambitious outing in the void of space, set to exit the Poisk airlock about 20 or so minutes from now in a revised spacewalk that will see them isolate the external radiator on Naoka that developed a coolant leak October 9th, and to conduct a thorough inspection of the leak site on that radiator. We'll talk more about that work in a moment. The two cosmonauts also plan to install a mini radar system with a synthetic aperture on Naoka and install a payload deployment mechanism from which a nanosatellite called Parus, the Russian word for sail, will be spring ejected to test solar sail technology. This will be the 268th spacewalk in support of International Space Station assembly maintenance and upgrades, the 11th spacewalk out of the International Space Station this year, the first for Expedition 70 crew members. Today's spacewalk will be the 6th for Kononenko and the first for that veteran cosmonaut in 4.5 years. His 5 previous excursions have totaled 32 hours and 13 minutes of spacewalking time. For Chub, who launched to the station last month, this will be his first spacewalk. Kononenko will wear the Orlan spacesuit bearing the red stripes as extravehicular crew member number 1. Chub will wear the Orlan suit with the blue stripes. He is extravehicular crew member 2. Both, as usual, will be equipped with helmet cameras to provide up-close and personal views of their work around the Russian segment modules. Kononenko's helmet camera will show the number 16 in the lower right-hand corner of your screen when we have those views. Chub's helmet camera carries the number 20.
The current pressure is
The radiator in question and an experiment airlock, and there's a great view of the Naoka module. That bulbous section at the top is the node module, Prishal, a multi-hatched docking port. Just below it is an experiment airlock, and just below that is the extended radiator that is the subject of interest for today's major activities that will occupy about the first 3+ hours of this planned 7-hour spacewalk. The radiator and the airlock were launched on the Rassvet module on the STS-132 mission of the Space Shuttle Atlantis in May of 2010. The radiator was removed from Rassvet and attached to Naoka during a spacewalk by Sergei Prokopiev and Dmitry Petelin back on May 12th. A month later, the radiator was filled with coolant from the fluid service reservoir that provides the 2 coolant loops that are the object of interest for today's activities. The coolant loops...
25.
The coolant loop number 2 is the active loop that is still functioning normally to provide regular coolant for the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module. The thermal loop that leaked the coolant back on October 9th is thermal loop number 1. Now, during the spacewalk, Kononenko and Chub will configure a series of valves both at the point where the external radiator attaches to Naoka and also at the coolant fluid servicer reservoir further nadir, or just below that, on the Naoka module. Both thermal loop number 1, the loop that leaked out, and thermal loop number 2, which is the current active loop functioning normally, will be isolated from the deployed radiator. Naoka has body-mounted radiators that flew attached that both loops will be using. Naoka has sufficient heat rejection to only use the body-mounted radiators. That external radiator is specifically designed to provide additional cooling, basically backup cooling, for payloads that will be in the Naoka module in the years to come, scientific payloads that will require additional heating. Right now, both external loops flow through both the body-mounted and deployed radiators. Only loop 2, the current active loop, will remain active until additional coolant is flown to refill the leaked loop, loop number 1, at a future date. Also, as part of the valve reconfiguration that will occupy the first section of today's spacewalk, the section of the active loop 2 in the deployed radiator will be connected to that fluid servicer reservoir to provide needed pressure compliance for changes in temperature and pressure over time, since that coolant in the loop will not be vented.
Yeah, I will call you in maybe 5 minutes.
There's a good view in the right-hand portion of your screen of the deployed radiator. Once the 2 cosmonauts, Kononenko and Chub, make their way outside of the Poisk airlock, in which they're completing the depressurization of at the moment, they will set up shop, get all of their tools and all of their other equipment. They will move first down to the Naoka module from Poisk and set up shop there for the inspection of the leaked radiator area And for a variety of valve reconfigurations, there are a number of valves involved, basically closing 4 valves to that coolant fluid servicer for the external radiator and opening an additional series of valves that will ultimately isolate the external radiator from the rest of Neoka's cooling system.
Yeah, so it's not much space here. You know, I think it's fine.
To play it safe and with an abundance of caution, as a result of detailed analysis of the contamination risk after that coolant loop leak occurred on that backup radiator, the external deployed radiator on Neoka, NASA and Roscosmos teams worked diligently and agreed to implement procedures at the end of today's spacewalk to reduce any traces of coolant from entering the International Space Station. Through analysis, imagery review, and other testing, it was concluded that the quantities of contaminant entering the space station and any risk to station systems is negligible, expected to be extremely low, but mitigations were agreed to keep the risk as low as possible for the protection of the hardware inside the space station. So at the end of today's spacewalk, before re-entering the Poisk airlock, the 2 cosmonauts, as usual, will inspect their Orlan spacesuits and the tools used during the spacewalk to look for any signs of coolant that they may have acquired during the course of their work outside today, and they'll wipe off any coolant as necessary with towels that will be ultimately put in bags. The cosmonauts also will wipe down their suits and tools as usual after the airlock is repressurized to further reduce the introduction of any trace contaminants into the space station environment. And a filtration system will be activated for about 24 hours inside Poisk to remove from the atmosphere in the space station any possibility of any contaminant that they may bring inside that could harm any equipment in the space station. So a number of actions have been agreed to and will be implemented to ensure that there is no risk to any hardware inside the International Space Station at the end of today's spacewalk.
Activate. Okay, so you will have to deactivate your operating pump and fan first.
As we have mentioned before in previous Russian spacewalks, the elapsed time of the spacewalk is measured from hatch open on the Poisk module to hatch close, unlike a US-based spacewalk that is measured from the extravehicular mobility units being placed on internal battery power until the repressurization of the Quest airlock begins. So we'll be monitoring the exact start time, verifying that start time with the Russian shift flight director at the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolyov outside Moscow. You see there in a view from a balcony camera overlooking their space station control room. We'll be waiting for a firm confirmation of the start time of today's spacewalk.
28.8. It's the voltage, okay?
The 2 cosmonauts are running slightly ahead of schedule. The spacewalk was scheduled to begin at 12:55 p.m. Central Time. We expect the hatch to open a few minutes ahead of schedule. The 2 cosmonauts have just transitioned their Orlan spacesuits to autonomous power, basically battery power. So we'll be standing by for the word on hatch opening and the start of today's excursion.
Deactivated. The spacesuit EV2 also deactivated.
Here in Mission Control in Houston, the Orbit 3 team of flight controllers has just completed a handover from the Orbit 2 team that oversaw the first portion of the cruise day. Today's execute team, if you will, for the spacewalk is led by Flight Director Nicole McElroy, who is the second from the right on this screen. She is joined on console by spacecraft communicator David St. Jacques from the Canadian Space Agency, and Diana Trujillo, a new flight director, is also joined McElroy on console. She is at the bottom of the screen for today's spacewalk. Once again, a view of the Neoka multipurpose laboratory module On top is the Prishal node module, a docking port for multiple Russian vehicles arriving and departing from the International Space Station.
So I put the electrical umbilical away. Okay, Dima, the electrical umbilicals are dematted. Copy.
On the right of your screen, a good view of the Soyuz MS-23 spacecraft that was used as the ride to orbit for NASA's Laurel O'Hara, as well as Kononenko and Chub back in September. It is docked to the Rosviet module. That Rosviet module was the module delivered to the station 13.5 years ago. That also included the airlock and the radiator, the external radiator that is the subject of interest in the first portion of today's spacewalk.
Okay, the umbilicals are dematted for EV2. Do understand it correctly that you have the timer on the left reading 0? Yes, and it's the same for the operator number 1. Okay, so VSS should be in O2 closed position now. EV2 is EV2's VSS in the closed position.
As we stand by for the opening of the hatch to the Poisk module and the beginning of today's spacewalk, the International Space Station is flying into an orbital sunset to the south of Africa, about to begin a southwest and northeasterly trajectory in an orbit inclined 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator.
Atmospheres of 4. Okay, actually for me, EV1 it is 403. Now please close the electrical connectors with MLI caps. Yes, we did that. Sounds good. Now, guys, I wish you a very successful EVA, not eventful at all, and Kostya will help you with the hatches, and you will start slowly translating to the EVA hatch. We don't have to hurry because we are ahead of the cyclogram. Okay. Okay, adjust it here a little bit. Okay, Dima Nikolai, good evening. Good evening. Sergey, can you please speak up a little bit? We did not hear you very well. Okay, I will adjust my headset and we'll try to speak up. What did you say?
Once again, Kononenko and Chub were suited up a few hours ago with the assistance of cosmonaut Konstantin Borisov inside the International Space Station. Borisov is monitoring space station activities from inside the Zvezda service module. The two cosmonauts completed a pre-breathe of pure oxygen a short time ago to cleanse nitrogen out of their bloodstreams, preventing any condition known as the benz or decompression sickness from occurring when they step out into the void of space.
Cover, the drive cover, it is in the operating position and it is installed. Nikolai, will it be convenient for you? Yes, it will be comfortable. Once you are ready, rotate it counterclockwise up to the hard stop and make sure that the rollers exit the guiding slots. Okay, yes,
The two cosmonauts are about to begin the procedure to open the hatch to the Poisk module, that is the airlock, also serving as a docking port for Russian vehicles.
Blowing out when the hatch is open. Okay, are you ready? Have you performed the rotation to the hard stop? Not yet. One moment. It's not very convenient. Okay, let me help you, Nikolai. I will turn you around a little bit. Okay, can you see my left arm? Not yet. Okay, now I can see it. Unintelligible. Okay, you can give it to me then.
Once again, a good view of that deployed external radiator at the right-hand portion of your screen from the Naoka Multipurpose Laboratory Module. On the left, that's the Quest airlock, where U.S. spacewalks are staged from.
Yes, I'm ready. On you go.
And we're in a short handover between satellites on our tracking and data relay satellite system. You're looking at a view of the Russian flight control room, the International Space Station flight control room at the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow in the town of Korolyov.
So we had a very short LOS, guys. Sergey, we are trying to turn here so that it is convenient for us to open the hatch. Okay, so I'm giving you the adjustable tether. With your left hand? Yes, with my left hand. Maybe I should turn around. Okay, yeah, let's try to do it. Okay, so did you work with the flap? Yes, I am ready to work with the clamp. Okay, is the hatch open a little bit? So the yes, it is half open. Okay, so when I releasing the handle, it closes again. Could you please hold it in place? When you open the hatch completely, let us know. It will be the final hatch opening time for us. Okay? Well, I'm holding it, but the handle would go back. Maybe you should apply some more effort. Here you go. The hatch is open. Copy. So the time of the EVA start. Maybe I should move upwards. No, I won't be able to do it here. Is it okay, Nikolai? I do not understand what position should I take in order to egress. Okay, of course the camera is preventing me from that. It pushes against something. Well, I will try to acquire a vertical position.
And the hatch to the Poisk module now open. The official start time of today's spacewalk, 12:49 p.m. Central Time, 1:49 p.m. Eastern Time. A few minutes ahead of schedule, Kononenko and Chubb now have begun the 268th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, 12:49 p.m. Central, 1:49 p.m. Eastern Time.
Copy. I will do it. Yes, you're a go to install the protective ring. Copy in work.
The first order of business will be for the two cosmonauts to install a protective ring. This is basically a mechanism that is installed on the circumference of the hatch to prevent any micrometeoroid debris hits to the hatch seals themselves on the Poisk module. Chub will be the first to exit the Poisk module, adapting to space conditions on this, his first spacewalk. The two cosmonauts then will take out of the Poisk airlock two bundles of hardware, including the Parus nanosatellite, as well as the other hardware that they'll be using for the inspection, valve closing, and documentation of the external radiator on the Naoka module as they move into place a short time from now.
All right, so I have installed it already.
Today's spacewalk is expected to last about 7 hours in duration. The first 3 hours or so will be devoted to the work to reconfigure a series of valves to isolate the external radiator that leaked out on October 9th from the prime cooling loops that are servicing the body radiators on the Naoka module itself that are operating just fine.
Yeah, I will try to turn it once again, like that. Standby 1. Where is the joint here? Okay, you are trying to rotate it in the opposite direction. Yes, that's correct. Now let us turn it clockwise a bit. Okay, finished. All right, we have installed protective ring. Copy. Okay, so we have installed the protective ring, and we worked with, there is no more slack, and the hatch is secured. And Nikolai started the egress. Okay, so the adjustable tether should go first, Nikolai. Okay, the short tether should go first, Nikolai. Okay. Yeah, copy that. Of course, that tether was a bit too high. All right. So, Nikolai, you go to egress, to go out of the hatch. Okay, so the fixed length tether is secured. Copy, Nikolai, you go out of the hatch. Okay. I am outside, and now I am securing the adjustable length tether. You are outside? Yes. And
you're hearing the interpretation of conversations between flight controllers at the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow. You're looking at a live view from a balcony camera of their flight control room, talking to Oleg Kononenko, who has begun the 6th spacewalk of his career, and Nikolai Chub, his cosmonaut crewmate, beginning the first spacewalk of his career. The Poisk hatch opened at 12:49 p.m. Central Time, 1:49 p.m. Eastern Time to begin today's planned 7-hour spacewalk.
Can I also have it on screen?
The two cosmonauts will be isolating the external radiator on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module that leaked coolant back on October 9th from the other external thermal loops that are servicing the body radiator on Naoka, which is operating in perfect fashion to provide coolant for the module. They'll also inspect the location, the presumed location of the radiator leak, and document imagery, both still photography. We hope to see something from their helmet cameras as well. They'll be installing a payload adapter on Naoka, upon which a mini radar system with a synthetic aperture will be mounted for scientific investigations. And later on in the spacewalk, they'll deploy a nanosatellite called Parus, the Russian word for sail, as part of a solar sail space experiment.
So if you are ready, guys, you can start taking out the bundles. Alex, Nikolai, if you need the lights on your helmet, you can activate them, you can switch them on. What should we switch on, Gennady? Come again? Your helmet lights. You know, you can start with the Orlan lights first. They are on already. Okay, copy that. So your camera is deactivated. It is installed in place. Okay, are you ready, Nikolai? Yes. So the first bundle is being taken out. All right. So I have one hook in my hand. I'm holding it.
The two cosmonauts making their way outside of the Poisk airlock with all the equipment that they'll bring over to Naoka, the International Space Station, flying 260 miles over the Indian Ocean on a trajectory from southwest to northeast.
Yes. Yes, so we have taken out the bundle. So what exactly were you talking about? I'm talking about Parus hardware. Yes, of course, we activated it before we donned our gear. Yes, yes, we activated it when we were inside. All right, so the first panel is out. Now we are taking out the second panel. Okay, copy. Okay, so number 19 bundle is outside, and now it is the 20 bundle, and I secured it on the gap spanner. Okay, and we are now taking out number 20. So the first hook is on the rail of this bundle. All right, pull it out. It is going in the wrong direction. Slow down, Nikolai. Okay. So the panel number 2 is outside. All right, copy. Okay, the second kit, optical bundle, is outside, and it should be secured with 2 equipment tethers. Have you secured it with 2 equipment tethers, guys? Yes. Different rails according to the rules. Okay, copy. Okay, for your knowledge.
On P3, we have first tether, and the second tether is attached to an SM handrail, but I cannot read the number. Okay, Nikolai, let me take a look. Okay, the small hook isn't going to work. Hand me a large hook. Enter. We are taking out the Parus. Copy. Concur. All right. Okay, let me put this on. Okay, Parus is tethered on my large red. Parus is outside on the hook. Copy. Are you holding it? I'm holding. Okay, crew lock back. Okay, Parus is out. Nikolai, go ahead. It is secured. Okay, can you secure it with the safety tether on the handrail where my hand is? Okay, Paros is secured on the exterior. Nikolai will direct it towards the payload adapter. Copy.
Так, следующий у нас укладка.
Okay. Next one is the crew log back bundle. Okay, we're taking it out. Okay, let me turn around. Okay, I'm holding it. Okay, crew log back will go towards Paros, the same direction. Okay, use the large hook. Okay, let me first put it in place. I had it a little rotated.
Ну так, чтобы я вышел.
Okay, make sure I'm able to egress. Hold on.
Парус на 2 точки зафиксировал.
Okay, Paros is on 2 attachment points. Affirmative. Okay, we need to unhook this one.
Для Олега и Николая, когда...
For Oleg and Nikolai.
Олег, Николай,
Олег, Николай.
Переведите кран тепло-холод.
When possible,
Тумблер, тепло...
place hot cold switch to 0. Verify handle, thermal control handle in middle position, and go to inlet.
Николай.
Наверное, отвалилась. Я хочу с парусом свою сторону.
Олег Дмитриевич, Николай.
I would like to remove the tether from the Paros. We had a small LOS. Sergey, my hot cold is at 0. Tether is on and the handle is in the middle position. Okay, copy.
Мы теперь выводим адаптер полезной нагрузки, правильно?
Okay, taking out the payload adapter. Hold on. Paros is on handrail 6035, secured with 2 tethers in the nominal location. And we are pressing on, taking out the crew log back. Yes, Nikolai, we concur. Okay, I am tethering.
Так. Я вниз еду куда-то. Так, крылок бэк. Сейчас, подождите, я еще не застраховал.
Okay, hold on, I still have to tether the crew log back.
Так, один есть.
Okay, 1 is done.
Нажатие нитка, это путается. Вроде удобно, но неудобно.
Да вот это будет все время так.
Okay, this is not really convenient. Well, better get used to it.
Так, все, на двух.
Okay, got 2 attachment points.
Пошли туда его ставить.
Let's move it over there.
Так, вывели крылок.
Okay, crew log back is outside. Nikolai is going to
Приступим к выводу адаптера. Адаптер весит
place it
один.
in the position, and then we'll start with the adapter. We'll attach. I'm attaching the adapter to the suit on a hook, and then I'll pass the hook to Nikolai once the crew log back is secured.
This is Mission Control Houston. About 16.5 minutes into today's spacewalk by Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub, the 2 cosmonauts outside of the Poisk airlock. spacewalk beginning at 12:49 p.m. Central Time, 1:49 p.m. Eastern Time. The two cosmonauts are moving all the equipment that they will use during today's spacewalk into position so that they can carry all of that gear to the Naoka Multipurpose Laboratory Module on the Earth-facing side of the International Space Station, where they will do most of the work today, not just the work involving the external radiator on the Naoka module, but also the installation and deployment of scientific payloads.
We see your KVO is at 10 degrees. That's pretty low. Well, I'm actually actively working right now, and I'm ready to activate it. Hot cold is at 3. Yeah, your cooling garment is at 10 degrees. That's too low. Okay. Okay. Warm, cold switch is at 0. Oh, this one. Yeah. You put it in this position on purpose? Yes, I'm fixing it now. Ready to take the adapter. Okay, I need to do these additional lights. It's a little dark here. Nikolai, how about I turn on the cameras? Moscow. Go ahead. Sergey. Can I turn on Nikolai's cameras while he's nearby? Oleg, negative. Only once both of you have completely egressed, we will turn on the cameras. Okay. All right. Do it from the bottom. Okay, got it. Well, as long as it does not interfere with my egress. All right, it's on. So
the cosmonauts are in the process of activating helmet cameras on their respective Orlan spacesuits to provide us with an up-close and personal view of their work outside of the International Space Station throughout the course of the day. Just to recap the work that's coming up with the external radiator, the two cosmonauts will configure a series of valves, both at the point where the external radiator attaches to Naoka, and also just below that at the coolant fluid servicer. It's basically a reservoir for coolant that is nadir on the Naoka module itself. Both of Naoka's external thermal loops, loop number 1, which leaked out on October 9th, and loop number 2, which is an active loop, still servicing the body radiators to provide coolant for the module. Both of those two loops will be isolated from the deployed radiator through a series of configuration of valves. Naoka has the body-mounted radiators that flew attached to the module when it launched 13.5 years ago that both loops will be using. Naoka will have sufficient heat rejection to only use the body-mounted radiators, that external radiator that we'll be seeing later on in the views once we regain our view in daytime outside of the International Space Station. That external radiator was attached to Naoka back on May 12th during a spacewalk by Sergei Prokopiev and Dmitry Petelin, and later, about a month later, that radiator was filled with coolant from the fluid servicer reservoir. They'll be doing a detailed inspection of the leak site on the radiator to try to determine what may have happened that caused the coolant to leak out of the radiator, that external deployed radiator, back on October 9th. Right now, both external loops, loop 1 and loop 2, flow through both the body-mounted and the deployed radiators. Only loop 2 will remain active until additional coolant is flown to refill loop 1, the leaked loop, at a future date. As part of the valve reconfiguration that they'll be conducting, the section of the active loop 2 in the deployed radiator will be connected to that reservoir, the fluid servicer, to provide needed pressure to changes in temperature and pressure over time, since the coolant in that loop will not be vented. So the isolation of the deployed radiator from the external thermal loops is first on tap for the two cosmonauts today, following a detailed inspection of the radiator leak location on that external radiator.
To prevent contact with the hatch. No, you can release. There's enough safety tether to control. Okay. All right. So now position the adapter on the Strela. Okay, one adapter is tethered to my safety tether, and I am taking the second adapter tether under the handrail. Okay, now
The cosmonauts in the process of attaching all of their payload hardware to a Strela boom. That's the Russian word for arrow, a telescoping boom that they will use to maneuver themselves from the Poisk module over to the Naoka module, which will be their work site for the bulk of today's activities.
Сзади тебя Луна.
inaudible.
Ух ты.
Неограниченный иллюминатор.
Okay.
О, стрела.
Стрела совсем рядом.
Okay, Strela is right here.
Так. Смотрим. Жарковато.
Getting pretty hot.
Мне нормально.
You're hot? I'm feeling pretty cool.
Луна светит.
I guess it's the moonlight making it warm.
Так.
Alright, are you attaching it? Yes. Okay, one end is attached. Okay, where did you attach it to?
Пока что за подвижное звено на мобильной стреле.
The mobile link on Strela. Copy.
Так. Это, конечно, днем такие вещи делать.
Ну там у тебя...
It's better to do this during the sun orbit.
Слишком обзор маловат.
Oh, you got plenty of lights there. Right, but the field of view is not sufficient.
Так, на мобильном звене адаптер.
Okay, adapter is on the mobile link
С вами.
with two tethers,
Беру.
Растянут, да?
and
Но пока не растяну, пока только зафиксирован.
the slack removed? Not yet. In progress.
Один выбран.
Okay. On one tether, slack has been removed.
Прям растянуть ее, конечно,
Ну, придерживать будем.
хорошо не получится.
I don't think we'll be able to tension it, but we'll be holding it.
Сориентироваться можно.
Страховать.
And this way, we can use safety tethers to secure the adapter. And it's done. Slack is removed. Okay, Nikolai, we copy. Is there a way to attach one tether to the operator post?
Я не вижу пока что расстояние до поста оператора.
I can judge the distance to the
Попробую.
operator post, but I will give it a try.
А ты сориентировал УФА в сторону поста оператора, правильно?
The UFA side is towards the operator post? Affirmative. Okay, copy.
Дальше. Пробую переместиться. Так, наблюдаю. Пост оператора, подошел к нему.
I see the operator post. I'm nearby.
Сейчас один. Немножко подрастил.
Let me see if I can tether to it.
Our first helmet cam reviews of the work being performed by the cosmonauts outside of the International Space Station. Almost 28 minutes into today's planned 7-hour spacewalk, the cosmonauts are setting up their equipment for transfer from the Poisk module to the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module, and the first work associated with today's activities, that being the configuration of valves to isolate the leaked external radiator on Naoka from the rest of the thermal coolant system that is keeping the Naoka module nice and operational and in the proper temperature.
Okay.
Naoka being cooled by the body radiators that it was launched with. The external radiator is essentially a backup radiator to provide additional coolant and cooling for the module for the future use of scientific payloads that will come online in the months and years ahead.
We'll manage those two together. So yeah, you can actually proceed. Yes, it's already in progress. I'm heading there.
The view from Nikolai Chub's helmet camera. He is extravehicular crew member number 2 in the first minutes of the first spacewalk of his career.
Is the heat rejection working for you? Well, I'm working now, so it's actually pretty warm. All right. Then place the manual handle to position 3 for a little bit, and once you've cooled down, put it back to 0. Okay, will do. STR is off. Lever is position 3. Oh, you don't have to turn off the STR. If STR is on, the hot-cold switch should again be in the middle position. Okay, got it. Alright. Okay. We are starting with the mini RSA. Okay, start taking it out. Make sure you mind the thrusters. Okay, first tether attached.
The mini RSA that you heard referred to in that translation communication, you're looking at Chub taking the radar synthetic aperture equipment out of the Poisk airlock and fixing it to a tether that will enable it to be transported over to the Naoka module, upon which it will be attached later on the spacewalk today.
Video from your cameras. Okay, where's the second tether? Okay, I see it. That's pretty bulky. Alright, it's out. Okay, Napor is outside and the electrical engines are intact.
Олег Дмитриевич, мы получаем картинку с ваших камер.
Oleg, we're getting video from your cameras.
Ну там что, будет в напор, что ли, да?
Inaudible.
Так, еще. Вот сейчас можно состыковать снизу.
Okay, now you can connect it.
От меня отведи код двигателя.
Okay, can you move the engine away from me?
Она полностью наружу.
Оль, как будет у тебя возможность, можешь включить камеры на шлемные.
Nikolai, when you have a minute,
Пока возможно.
turn on helmet cameras. I cannot do it right now. Okay, Napor is outside.
Так,
Copy.
ну что, Коль, сдвинь туда, чтобы я прям влево уйду.
Okay, Nikolai, head this way. Okay, let me turn around.
Так, вроде вывели все.
Looks like we got everything we needed out of the airlock.
Cosmonauts reporting that all of their equipment now outside of the Poisk airlock, that they will move over to the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module.
Talking, but
Once again, the prime objective today in this revised spacewalk is the isolation of the leaked external radiator on Naoka that leaked coolant back on October 9th, isolating it from the external thermal loops that are servicing the body radiators on Naoka, providing normal coolant for the multipurpose lab. They will also conduct a detailed inspection of the location presumed to be where the leak occurred back on October 9th.
Alec,
They will install this mini radar system with a synthetic aperture on Naoka later in the spacewalk once the radiator work is completed, and will install a deployment mechanism in which a nanosatellite called Parus, the Russian word for sail, is located. It will be deployed and will unfold two sail type arrays and be basically jettisoned from that deployment mechanism to conduct scientific work on solar sail technology.
yes, it's a lot better to do these large-scale ops in installation, talking at the same time.
Я тогда на пост оператора пойду.
Okay, so I'm heading to the operator post. Affirmative, and I will pass the RSA to you, and once I join you, we will position it and attach it.
The International Space Station is currently orbiting 260 miles over the Bering Sea and soon will enter an orbital sunrise.
Yes, Krolak back and Parus.
We're about 35 minutes into today's excursion by Kononenko and Chub.
Так, адаптер.
All right, adapter, Stella.
Одевать надо будет с той стороны, да, Павел?
Shall we insert from that side? No, from my side. We still have the lock capped. Sergey, first we need to get into position, then we'll deal with the cap on the lock. Copy. Okay, Nikolai, lower your sun visor. Complete. Did the same. Looks like we need to have it above the Strela. Okay, let's try. Let me get on Strela. I don't think you will be able to do it from above. Guys, coming up on 3 minutes of Raticom. Copy. The sun is really bright.
Так.
Так, мобильное звено, да?
Okay, mobile link.
Звонил, закреплюсь.
Let me attach to the mobile link.
Так, Оля.
Yes, Nikolai.
Это адаптер снизу.
So adapter is below.
Сбоку сделаем. Я просто не могу.
Okay, we're going to put it
Давай.
on the side.
Держите? Нет.
I just need to get there.
Перестыкую себя.
The two cosmonauts are in the process of securing tethers to the
I will be there.
base or monoblock, if you will, to the miniature radar synthetic aperture device, so it can be transported over to the Naoka module, upon which it will be installed later in today's spacewalk.
Okay, let me just assume the correct position.
Николай, может быть, вам немножко передохнуть?
Oleg, Nikolai, how about a break? We're not tired. No need for a break. And we'll, once we're near each other, we'll turn on all cameras.
Я включил камеры.
So my cameras are on.
Включили камеру, мы уже с вашей камеры наблюдаем картинку.
Yes, your camera is on, Oleg. We are getting a video from it.
Ну ладно, потом разберемся.
Which one? Okay, we'll sort it out later.
Так. Я одну включу.
Okay, one camera is on.
Хека это справа.
Heka is the one on the left or on the right?
Ладно, одну включу.
Okay, Nikolai, one. Let's
На лбу я включу.
get with the ops. One is enough. Okay, I got the Heka one. Heka camera on.
Давай, я отвел от тебя. Ага. Я держу, я...
Alright, I'm holding it,
Вот теперь смотри.
pushing it to the side.
На мобильное звено, но сверху.
Okay, it's ideal if you put it on the mobile link from above.
Тихо, тихо, тихо.
Hold. Careful, careful.
Да, он зацепился за спутник, сейчас только...
It got caught on the satellite.
Да, все.
Alright, it's clear.
Вытягивается? Все. А, ну хорошо. Вообще красота, я стал как якорь. Да, только вот солнце светит.
Inaudible.
Так. Там, можно я вас не помешает, если я вот вверх...
What about I take it over the top? Is not going to interfere with you?
Вот он вверх.
Alright, so it's
Да, замок.
in the top position. See the lock,
Черная метка.
black mark.
Солнце не вижу. Так, черная метка.
Okay, I see the black marking.
Конечно.
No, actually, I cannot, but I'm removing the cap. Okay.
Пока не снимать респект.
All right. Let's remove it first. I have a trash bag. Give it to me. Say it again. I'm holding trash bag.
Я сниму и вам...
All right, then I will remove it and give it to you. Okay, I secured it with a large red.
Так, снял. Реально, как флаг.
Removed.
Черная метка смотрит вниз.
The black marking
На люк.
is directed down towards the hedge,
На парусе.
and on Varus,
На море она смотрит сейчас на меня.
it is actually facing me.
То есть ее нужно провернуть.
In other words, I need to rotate it relative to this axis. Go ahead and rotate, only in the other direction. Will the tethers allow this rotation? Oh, okay, it fits now. All right, let's rotate.
Хочется меня собираться обратно.
Okay, it doesn't want to come back. Koля, please rotate it back because it's snagged here. It caught the cable.
Так, я держу этот...
I'm holding the adapter.
Так,
Okay,
но ее сейчас не пускает.
but the tether is on the way right now. Let's rotate it then. Will you be able to rehook the tether? the center tether. Can you lower it? Wait a minute. This is the center. Right, and this is the one that wouldn't let me rotate it. Rotate now. Towards me. No, it's still on the way because it's below. Let me re-hook it. Hold on. Let me hook it. Now it's ready. All right, handing it to you. Okay, hooked it here. Something else is stopping it. But actually, I'm in a very advantageous position. But I will need to get close, or I will have to turn around and rotate it in your direction. No, hold on, let me step back. Okay. All right. I disconnected one. Let me bring myself up. A bit more. A bit more. Okay. No. Are you holding it? When you will receive it, I will start rotating. Okay. Which way are we rotating? Towards me. That's how I understand it. Okay. Do you see the marking? Yes. So we need to switch to the gap spanner. Okay, right now the center is hooked to the gap spanner. Well, you know, I wouldn't call the radiator damaged. There are no holes in it, so I think it looks normal. Have you seen anything? No. I am ready. Let me rotate it. Okay. Let me grab it. Okay, let's start rotating. Do you see the marker? Yes, rotate it towards me and down. Kind of push it in my direction. Like this, is that okay? Do I need to rotate more? Yes. By about degrees. Okay. Well, now no more than 3 degrees because it's being stopped now. Okay, it's in there. Hold on, I need to reach it. Let me get closer. No, that's fine. Is it closed? Let me check. Yes, I'm trying to pull it. It's closed. Sergey? Yes. So you closed the lock, right? Yes, the lock is closed, black on black.
45 minutes into the spacewalk by Kononenko and Chub, a view of the mini synthetic aperture radar system that will be installed on the Naoka module later in today's spacewalk, as the two cosmonauts make sure that it is properly affixed with tethers to move it toward Naoka, where it will be temporarily stowed, allowing them the time they need to address the leaked external radiator on that module, the multi-purpose laboratory module, Naoka. That external radiator leaked coolant back on October 9th. It is believed that all of the coolant leaked out at that time. It has not affected the cooling of the Naoka module, which is being cooled by its body radiators through the two thermal loops associated with Naoka.
In such a way
that a deployed external radiator that was launched on the Rassvet module along with an experiment airlock in May of 2010, and which sat idle for the past 13.5 years until it was installed during a spacewalk by Sergei Prokopiev and Dmitry Petelin this past May, and subsequently a month later was filled with coolant. That radiator is mainly designed to supplement the total heat rejection capability for Naoka for scientific payloads that likely will come online in the future. There are very few payloads active in Naoka right now, and the additional heat rejection is not needed. So the multipurpose laboratory module is being cooled just fine through its body radiators. But the desire and the intent of the main objective of today's spacewalk is to isolate that leaked radiator from the rest of the thermal cooling system on the module.
Here it's all secured. Okay, then here what we need to do is, well, I'm holding it anyway, but I need to secure it on my side.
Так, а за что его?
Now, where should we hook it to?
Не за мобильное звено, а за основную балку.
To the main beam, but do not run it under it.
Так, чтобы вот все это эти фалы не попутать.
To make sure that the tethers will not get entangled. Okay, so far I don't see. Well, you are holding at the mobile link. Yes. You see on the side. Slava, do you see it?
Так, застраховал за балку.
All right, I secured it to the beam. Very good. Now we can attach Sputnik to the same point. All right, I'll be holding it.
Так, спутник ты зафиксировал?
Did you secure Sputnik? Yes.
Я закрутил барашек, его нужно через большой.
Yes, where the wing nut is, where I tightened it. We need the large retina for the satellite. Okay, Sergey, the angle between the base and the adapter of the payload is about 150 or 60 degrees. It's not normal, it's not parallel. Yes, absolutely. Yes, the angle should be there. It shouldn't be normal, it shouldn't be parallel. Okay, understood. If you can, let's take care of your cameras. Can you turn both cameras on? One is already on, but right now, with one hand, holding the unit and holding the mobile link with the other hand. Okay. No, Sergey, let's wait. This is very inconvenient. Okay. So, but anyway, one camera is on. I think. But we did not receive any video. Okay, understood.
Николай,
Nikolai,
и когда будет возможность,
when you have a chance,
у тебя 7 градусов.
you have 7 degrees cool it. That's a little bit too cold. Okay. Yes, at least move it to 2. Okay, right now I don't have a free hand. Okay, understand. The sun is so bright. Straight in the eyes, yes. The sun is really brutal. Okay. Oh, I lowered it down. There's so many tethers. Yeah, we need to take care of those towels.
11 палок.
We have 11 tethers,
Считая своих, собственно.
and that's without ours on the suits. Okay. I don't know if it can be installed and aligned.
Его на привод ручной закрепить.
Unintelligible. Sergey, what did you say?
Привод ручной на поручень, привода ручного может.
Okay, maybe you should install it on the handrail of the manual drive. Well, no room. And here, this thing is on the way. Do you see it? I was installing on the square.
This is Mission Control Houston. This view from one of the helmet cameras on the cosmonauts as they work outside of the International Space Station. Some 54 minutes into their spacewalk today. Oleg Kononenko in the 6th spacewalk of his career. This view from Nikolai Chub's helmet camera. Now almost an hour into the first spacewalk of his career. They are in the process of moving equipment and scientific payloads down to the Naoka module, where they will be attached and affixed temporarily, while the two cosmonauts attend to the configuration of valves to isolate a leaked external radiator on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module, isolating it from the other coolant loops that are currently servicing Naoka, providing the proper cooling through its body radiators.
We could try on the side. Okay, I fit it through. Alright, that's quite an impressive bundle. It looks great. Can you hold it for a second? Yes. Let me take care of this one first. What do you want me to hold? Napor.
And peering through the structure of the International Space Station, a view of the two Russian cosmonauts as they continue to secure all of the equipment and the payloads that they're in the process of moving down to the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module.
So did you manage to secure it with a couple of paros? Yes, it's on the adapter. We will be collecting the mobile link, and then we secure it without a slack. What about the cameras? The cameras are not working. Both helmet cameras on both suits are not working. How about we start taking care of it? Okay. Please. You need to cycle it. Turn it off and on. All right, I came closer. I turned one on. I don't see the green LED. Neither do I on your side. Okay. Did you activate Reba? Of course, and I checked it. One more time.
Yeah.
Nope.
How
How about now?
Вот эту я включил и
I turned this one on when I was egressing, and I saw the LED on as well, but not now.
Нету.
Do you see it? No.
Есть? Нету.
And now? No. And this one?
Это загорелось.
This one is illuminated now, so I see one green LED, but I cycled it several times. Let me try one more time. Okay. Now you have two greens. Okay, so I turned it on. Let's try it one more time. No, Nikolai has no LEDs illuminated. How about the lights?
Светильники-то работают.
Yes, the lights are on.
Я ребу не включил, светильники тоже не работают, да?
Alright, because you know, without activating Reba, we wouldn't have had the lights operational. The one that's above your forehead, the LED, it's now green. Yes, it is green. But again, it's blinking. It turned itself off, and now it's illuminated again. Okay.
Так, ну, Серег.
Okay, Sergey, so shall we keep wasting time on it? It doesn't work. I don't know why the LEDs are not getting illuminated. What did you say about the dropout? We had a very short dropout, but we understand, so Oleg has two green LEDs. I only have the one above my forehead, but the HEPA LED does not go green. Alright, let's press on. We are 1 hour into the EVA.
Так, что?
Well,
Сейчас 10 минут только на это потратили.
well, so far we spent about 5 minutes on that. Do we need to secure it? Is it okay? Yes, it's already secured. Very well. Alright, close it.
Так, ну что, пошли с мобильным звеном?
Alright, we're about to start translating with a mobile link.
Да, начинаем с того, что
Yes.
транспортировочный.
Start with the hooking the equipment tether. Okay?
Так, а на мобильном...
Now, on the mobile link.
Пока я вешу.
So far, I'm the one hanging on it. Alright. Yeah, indeed you do.
Должен быть карабин от балки стрелы.
Now, you need to rehook the hook that is currently attached to the Strela beam.
Есть один файл, переменная...
I'm taking the adjustable tether. It's right here, connected to the beam, and the second hook that runs from the magnetic mechanical lock ball joint. It is now attached to the gap spanner. Alright. Now you need to use two adjustable tethers to carry the mobile link. Alright, so I need to remove it from the adapter, yes. Yes, this one has to be secured. Then let me secure it first, and then I will unhook the other one. The more security, the better.
Олег, скажи пару
Oleg,
слов, как у тебя тепловое состояние?
tell me about the temperature. Are you comfortable? So far, I'm comfortable.
Принято.
Copy. Where should we hook it to? I believe to these handrails. You see, we clamp them. We push them together.
This is Mission Control in Houston. 1 hour, 3 minutes into today's spacewalk. Kononenko and Chub now have secured all of the equipment, the scientific payloads that they will be installing on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module later in the spacewalk today. The crew will shortly use the Strela telescoping boom to transport themselves to Naoka from the Poisk module. Kononenko will move to the coolant fluid servicer reservoir on Naoka, while Chub will move toward the interface where the external radiator is attached to the body of Naoka. That's the external radiator that leaked coolant back on October 9th.
Tethers is that they always twist in the area of the lock.
Once they are at their respective positions on either side of that radiator, they will begin to work in tandem to configure a number of valves that will isolate the external radiator from the rest of the thermal coolant system for the multipurpose laboratory module that is being cooled by its body radiator, the radiator on the structure of the module itself that it launched with back in May of 2010.
And to Strela, what about the second one? Holding the second one. All right. I'm holding it. Do not pull it back yet. Any entanglements? No, I'm just loosening it, and as soon as I'll finish loosening, I will hook it to the ring right away. We need to attach our rods to the attachment points. Give me a second. It does not reach all the way to the end. Can you release this hook and attach it to the mobile link? You see that hook, right? So to the mobile link and closer to me. Oh my God, what a beauty. Right here, give it here. Okay? We have an attachment point, right? Let me rehook it. So it looks like. Okay, one. One equipment tether is secured. Sergey, can you hear? Yes, I copy you guys. Secured to the mobile link in the lock area. The other end is connected to the movable ring. No, this the second one is attached to the beam. Yes, it's secured on the beam, correct. Now this one can be unhooked and reattached to the beam, right? Okay. Let me hand it to you here below, and can you hook it to the beam? Yes. All right. Okay, that's the first one. Where's the second? I can see it. This is the second one. It's in front of me, attached to the transportation ring. Well, what now? Shall we start translating? Wait a minute, let me reattach myself to the transportation ring.
Flying just to the west of Peru from northwest to southeast, the International Space Station, supporting the 268th spacewalk for assembly maintenance and upgrades in station history that began almost 25 years ago on the STS-88 mission that mated the Unity module and the Zarya module at the beginning of station assembly.
All right, I'm secured.
1 hour, 9 minutes into today's spacewalk by Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub, they are about to make their way down to the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module. You see a view of Chub wearing the Orlan spacesuit bearing the blue stripes, this from a helmet camera on Kononenko, who is in the 6th spacewalk of his career.
Coming from the clear side, but still you'll be doing it head down, so let's do it the way we initially planned. Okay. So do you suggest to go to your side? No, but I can find support on the module here. My legs are now supported. Okay, when you be positioning yourselves, pay attention at the target on PHO. You need to position yourselves to make sure that this target will not be on your way. Yes, we see. Yes, but there is a small hook connected to the mobile ring. I think we can release it. Yes, so it's in work, and we'll reattach it to Strela.
All right, we have the mobile ring free. Let me move a little bit, translate further. And you will have this mobile ring, and I will hand it over, and we'll start translating. And I'm moving to your side then, is that correct? Yes. And where do you have this mobile ring connected right now? It's connected with a French hook to MLM. Great. Both of them. And the tether that you use to secure STU, what's its status? What tether? The tether that's securing STU. Where is that? It needs to be secured with a tether. So once you get there to MLM, you will need to secure it there as well, and you will need this tether. Copy. Then Nikolai disconnected on at the other side. Okay. On my, is it on my side or on your side? I think it's on my side. Right. Now move forward a little bit so that I have my second transportation tether. And there is nothing in the way or grabbing onto anything, right? On my side, there are no handrails. And this tether, I have actually reattached it to the mobile ring. Is it it? Is it what we need? Well, have you disconnected the mobile ring? Well, I found some markings on the tether, so... Okay, you've got it? I did. I've got it now. And I am rotating. We're on the same side now.
This is Mission Control Houston, 1 hour 13 minutes into the spacewalk. Kononenko and Chub about to make their way to the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module, setting up all of the equipment that they have removed from the Poisk module airlock, attaching it with the appropriate tethers, securing all of that equipment, a mini synthetic radar aperture science payload, and a device that will deploy a nanosatellite called Parus, a solar sail technology satellite, once it is mounted on the body of Naoka a bit later in today's spacewalk.
Alright, I'm pushing the ring.
Once they are at Naoka and have secured the equipment at that point, the two cosmonauts will be preparing to do the work on the external radiator that leaked back on October 9th. Kononenko will move to the coolant fluid servicer, that's a coolant reservoir, at the Naoka module, while Chub positions himself at the interface where the external radiator is mounted on the body of Naoka itself. The external radiator is the one that leaked back on October 9th. The Naoka module still being cooled, however, in normal fashion through its body radiators that it launched with back in May of 2010 on the STS-132 mission. The objective today is to isolate the external radiator from those coolant loops so that the prime radiator, the body radiator on Naoka, can continue to be operated in a normal fashion to provide the coolant and the cooling capability necessary for the multipurpose laboratory module.
Alright, move forward now. Okay. Alright, I'm translating. Everything's nominal. Alright, we need to push it a little bit further, right? Correct. Push it a little bit more. But use your judgment there. Can't see really. Alright, so this tab, try and move it in this position and decide whether you need to do that. And I'm not seeing, and secure it to the handrail. Alright, secure it to the ring. Sergey. Well, the beam itself is floating a little bit.
Today's timeline was revised over the course of the past few days to enable the two cosmonauts to attend to that external radiator, isolating it from the rest of the cooling system on Naoka, ensuring that it can be reserviced at a later date once the leak is identified, the leak location is identified, and repaired at some point in the future.
And Nikolai, where is the talking over each other? Okay, stop. The STU itself? No, that's not it. One is down under my blue one, and you go over. And the radiator? Okay, there it is. Okay, we have STU secured. Copy. To where? To the beam. Okay? To the handrail. Okay, I see. Now, We need to install the mobile ring or link. How do you want me to? Do you want me to push it a little bit further? Because otherwise you'll be walking straight into the radiator. Maybe a little bit. It seems like we should move it a little bit. Use your hands, Nikolai. All right. Have you freed up this flag or tab? One is closed. And what's the configuration that it's supposed to be? Well, you need
While
to
the
have it in the
two cosmonauts continue to work outside, and their activities being monitored by fellow cosmonaut Konstantin Borisov inside the Russian segment of the station, the 4 USOS crew members, Station Commander Andy Mogensen of the European Space Agency, NASA astronauts Jasmine Mugbeli and Laurel O'Hara, and Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Satoshi Furukawa are proceeding into their pre-sleep period, their work for the day having been completed, as their crewmates continue to work outside as they will for the better part of the next 6 hours or so.
We need to make sure the retainers are in the correct configuration. Okay? Now, we need to rotate it. Okay, 90 degrees. What does it look like? Hold it a little bit and we'll install it. And now we need to do... Okay, there it is. Are you okay to work it yourself, or is it up to me? Well, we need to remove it and install it to MLM. All right, I'm going to hold the mobile ring. Nope, not that one. The one that's secured to the mobile ring. It needs to be installed to the MLM. Well, and the second one is the same. Why do you want me to put it there? Well, I'm holding it with my hand right now. What tether? It's the transportation tether for mobile ring. With the mobile ring. Right, there you go. Unintelligible. Now we're going to turn it around so that it's in a better position. You got it? I got it. And let me secure it to the ring. Okay, got it? And now it needs to be tight too. All right, now it's installed. Close it. Hold it. And you see, it's too tight in front of me. So, do you want to go to 4101? Do we need to have it completely open?
Крайний положи. Держишь?
You got it? I got it.
Вроде стал.
I think it's installed.
Нет, не стал. Нет, выровнять надо просто по оси вверх.
Go up a little bit and turn it.
Меня крутит.
I'm turning.
Взяться, чтобы не разворачивал. Еще опоры нет.
Let's try so that it doesn't turn me.
Ну-ка, попробуйте вот так.
And try like this.
А тот замок.
Install the lock.
Закрыто?
Is it closed?
Положение.
It's too early
Фиксатор рано.
to work with the fixture.
Должен закрыться, чтобы не было щели в стыке.
Do you want us to have it closed so that there is no gap? Right. Only once you close the lock on the attachment fixture. And Sergey, honestly, we can't see what's open and what's closed, and the stopper is what? And the stopper is well, is it on both sides?
Ориентация по ней никакой роли не играет, правильно?
So it doesn't really matter how we turn it, right?
О, еще.
Just a little bit more.
Закрыть?
Closed.
Сейчас закрыт. Так.
Closed.
А и блокиратор тоже закрывается.
Stopper's there.
Все. Блокиратор.
The stopper.
Ручка не повернулась.
Если ручку...
Just make sure.
Сейчас я пошевелю.
See if you can turn the handle. Well, it's kind of iffy.
Я поставил ее. Все.
And I've installed the stopper. Sergey?
Да. Блокиратор.
All right, we now have it secured with a lock on the ring. Good.
Практически можно осматривать. Ближайший.
Can you inspect it? Yes.
Плохого впечатления не производит такого прям.
I'm not seeing anything strange. Okay, let me move further.
Переходим.
Now, Oleg, you are translating to error,
Да, здесь только сверху.
but go above.
Да, я сейчас отхожу назад.
And Nikolai, I'm going a little bit back.
Я отошел.
All right, I got away. Out of the way.
Серега, все-таки вот этот
Sergey,
блокиратор
this stopper
стрелу фиксирует.
that's holding Strela to the handrail, maybe we can use it still.
Потому что стрела ползает.
Because the Strela is swinging.
Блокиратор.
Well, the stopper that you are holding,
Его тоже надо закрыть.
it needs to be in the closed
For
position
those
as well.
just joining us in our coverage of Russian Spacewalk 61, the 268th spacewalk, in support of space station assembly maintenance and upgrades, Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub opened the hatch to the Poisk airlock at 12:49 p.m. Central Time, 1:49 p.m. Eastern Time. An hour and 26 minutes ago,
I just can't really
made their way outside of the airlock, set up tools and tethers, brought outside with them a pair of scientific payloads, a radar synthetic aperture system, and
How does this look?
a nanosatellite called Parus, which will test solar sail technology.
Doesn't want to
They have
turn.
been configuring all of the tethers to secure that equipment
And this is what
while
I've
they make
been
their way down
doing.
to the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module
Turned it and
to
turned
take
it and
their
tried
respective
turning it.
positions and begin the work
No,
to
I see the issue.
configure a series of valves that will isolate a leaked external radiator
There will be
on Naoka that was installed during a previous spacewalk on Expedition 69 back in May
Oleg,
and filled with coolant a month
close
later
the stopper.
that leaked that coolant back on
This is
October
a very
9th.
interesting thing about it.
The plan today is to isolate that radiator from the rest of NAOKA's cooling system, which is flowing coolant through the body radiators mounted on the module itself, providing the proper cooling for NAOKA.
Look at it all.
They also plan a detailed inspection of the site that is presumed to be the place where the leak occurred back on October 9th, to document it so that engineers can study possible remedial action to repair that in the future.
Okay. And I'm going to, hold on, let me tell you what it's called. It's the support of the gas TM beam.
The external radiator and an experiment airlock were first launched to the International Space Station on the STS-132 mission of the Space Shuttle Atlantis in May of 2010.
Right.
Where those two components sat idle for 13 years. The airlock was detached from Rosviet, the module upon which it was launched, and transported to NAOKA, where it was attached during a May spacewalk as well by Sergei Prokopiev and Dmitry Petelin, followed in a subsequent spacewalk by the detachment of the radiator, that external radiator, from Rosviet and its transport and installation to NAOKA.
At the air operator post. So now use the lower support on MLM. Well, I see 4128. Copy. All right, you have two hooks. Yes, Sergey. And I'm holding with my left arm to the Strela. How copy? Did you copy? Yes, I did, and I see what you're talking about. All right, I'm in the work area. Copy, Nikolai. Can I open up the MLI and have a look? Yes, KL1 and KL2 are your targets. All right, I have it open, and I see that it's across the piping. Nikolai, could you point your camera onto the oh, that's just the edge. So, do you see my finger, my right hand? I see your left hand. Left one? Hold on. And let me try. I don't want to move too much MLI here. All right, and I turn around. Do you see anything? It's better. Okay. They are across. I just don't understand what camera you're seeing me on. Hold on, Nikolai. The specialists are looking now. Sounds good. Nikolai, let's start with KL1 and KL2.
Так,
Okay?
1 КЛ.
1 KL and 2 KL. KL1 and 2. Press down on the valve. Turn it counterclockwise 90 degrees. Do you want me to close or open it? Counterclockwise in the to the open position.
This is Mission Control Houston. Nikolai Chub about to open up and rotate a pair of manual valves at the external radiator interface between that radiator and Naoka, the crew now in position at that work site.
I repeat.
He will be opening up 2 valves on the external thermal loop bypass lines between the cooling system, the cooling reservoir, and the external radiator.
Well, it is marked. I'm just hitting upside down. How many turns? You just put it in the open position, put it in the 90 degrees.
Yes,
Well, 1 KL and 2 KL are open. Copy?
Kononenko, meanwhile, is at the coolant fluid servicer, the reservoir, providing coolant through a pair of cooling loops to the Naoka module. The whole point of this valve manipulation is to isolate that external radiator that leaked on October 9th from the rest of the cooling system for the multi-purpose laboratory module.
All right, MLI and KR1 and KR2 are open. Copy. Nikolai, could you take the picture of the valves that you turned? Copy, will do. Let me try. Right,
so Chub has opened up a pair of manual valves to the bypass lines for the external thermal loop to the radiator itself.
And Sergey, I am taking imagery. Copy. And we are at a distance of about 70 centimeters. 70 centimeters is like as much as we can be at. Otherwise, it's not convenient. That's good. All right. Imagery is done. I'm turning off the camera. Now close the MLI. Copy. And I'm going to turn off the camera so that we don't waste the battery. Right, the camera is off. I'm returning it to its storage position. Camera is in place.
The next step will be for Kononenko to open up a thermal cover on a manual valve at the interface between the external radiator and the pipeline, if you will, to the coolant fluid servicer reservoir. That's the interface between the radiator itself and the fluid servicer reservoir. He will be closing a valve on that interface.
Remove your adjustable tether from the handrail. And
then we'll open a series of valves to basically reroute the coolant for the body radiator that is providing coolant for Naoka.
Oh, this one is fighting back. Is it Kyle 1? 2? Alright, I have the 1 Kyle and 2 Kyle closed. Copy, Nikolai. Now, go to USA and open the valves there on the USA interface. All right, I see 4, 6, 8, 9, and 5. Happy?
Мне сложно сказать.
And is it, how deeply seated or recessed are they? I can't really tell. I can try and get to them from the side. No, Nikolai, don't do anything. I'm not touching anything. I'm just like trying to show you a better image. Just raise your head a little bit and that's it. Now, you need to get the MLI flap from the other side, from the hydraulic connector. And you will start working with USA screws, okay? And I am moving to the other side. All right, do you need to check it to see it from my side? I see it. That's neat. You can't really recreate that in Hydro Lab. Well, you're almost where I am.
Now I just have to turn around. Awesome. Wouldn't it be easier for me to move over? No, you don't have to. It's just that my hook is over on that side. Let me move closer to you. The moon is just beautiful. Yeah, we see the moon. What was that? No, actually we don't see the moon. Oh well, trust us then. Behind the horizon?
This is Mission Control Houston, 1 hour 40 minutes into today's spacewalk. The work is a bit intricate at this point. The two cosmonauts working in tandem at the external radiator on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module that leaked coolant back on October 9th. Nikolai Chub has opened a pair of manual valves on the radiator's thermal control system external thermal loop bypass line. Chub now is in the process of closing 4 valves, and Kononenko will open a manual valve at the interface between the radiator and the coolant reservoir. Basically, it's called a fluid servicer line, to complete the isolation of the radiator from 2 external thermal loops. Loop number 1 is the loop that leaked back on October 9th. Loop 2 is an active loop functioning just perfectly, providing the proper cooling for the module itself.
We'll give it a try. Okay, here is the wrench. The wrench should be in the closed position. So? Well, it goes without saying that you shouldn't apply too much force. All right. So, just to clarify, am I rotating it along the arrow to open, or is it clockwise? Can you confirm? Yes, Nikolai, that's correct. Copy. Nikolai, you're going to start rotating clockwise to closed. Copy. Number 3 is tightened pretty strong. I'm not going to tighten it anymore. I could, but it is pretty tight already. Okay, no need to do anything, Nikolai. That's excellent. Number 2. It is tightened well, and I turned it by approximately 10 degrees, and no need to do anything else. All right, Nikolai, go ahead and remove the wrench. Close out at this work site, and you're going to move over to the opposite side of the active attachment interface. Sergey, those 2 valves were actually along my translation path, so we didn't have to do that. Say again? I was saying, Sergey, that the valves, they are only 4 handrails away from me. MLI flaps are closed. And Sergey, for your information, it's not stitched up. It's just hanging out here. When I was doing operations there, I tethered it all, and it's not now. So you're saying that it's not sewn into anything, correct? It is not. That is affirmative.
The 2 cosmonauts working to configure valves that will isolate the leaked external radiator on Naoka from the rest of the module's thermal control system cooling loops.
I noticed that the second side is in the same config. All right, Nikolai.
We're at the 1 hour 45-minute mark into the spacewalk, the International Space Station, flying 260 miles over the Indian Ocean, moving from southwest to northeast.
Okay, so I'm on top. I am tethered on 4156, 4157. That's the handrails, and I do see the valves. Copy. Now you have to tighten the screws again. Screws number 4 and 5. Copy. So moving to closed position, starting tightening screw number 5, and I've turned to by 5 degrees approximately. Copy, Nikolai. Moving on to number 5. Approximately the same. It is tightened rather well. Copy. Okay, you're done working with the attachment screws. Nikolai, do you need to take a break for a few minutes? Well, I can say I'm tired. I'm somewhat hot, but not tired. Because we have fluid connectors operations coming up, which will take about 15 minutes. So you can take a break now, because we're going to start rotating soon. So you were saying that fluid connectors, that's manual operations, correct? Yes, Nikolai, I did say that. All right, so let's take a look at it.
Подожди.
Stand by. Wait.
Рукой. Не, я пока не...
No, I'm not touching them yet. I'm not doing any rotations. I'm just checking them out. So they're so recessed, sunk in at this point, that they're not fully accessible by hand.
Ладно.
All right. Nikolai, whenever you are ready, let us know and we will press on. Sounds good? Give me a minute.
Так, ладно.
All right.
Начнем?
Stand by.
Я тебе сразу говорю, что...
And I'm just going to tell you right off the bat that I will have to use a wrench. I don't think it's doable otherwise. Do you need a wing knob for the wrench? Would it make sense to use that one? Well, it's an option, yes. I could give it a try. It's not easy as well using the wing knob, but I can try.
Так, хорошо. Я готов. Установил барашек.
So the wing knob is installed. All right, Nikolai, I'm ready. Let's start with row 1. Please install inaudible and turn it by a quarter turn. Quarter turn in work. Clockwise, quarter turn, clockwise. Copy. Going counter clockwise. Too close. Is that correct? Correct. Number 7 done. Number 8 done. Copy. Copy. Number 9 wouldn't budge if I go by hand. Number 9.
1 hour 50 minutes into the spacewalk, Kononenko and Chub continuing to configure valves at the external radiator that leaked back on October 9th to isolate it from the rest of the Naoka module's thermal control system cooling loops. Chub is in the process of closing 4 valves to the coolant fluid servicer reservoir that provides the coolant itself to the cooling loops for the external radiator.
Number 7. Please go slower. Number 8, number 9. Go slower with what? What do you mean? Do you mean the time interval between them? Yes, that's what I mean. Between the rows. All right, so am I go for the next row? Yes, you're go for row 4. Okay, number 6. Number 7. 8. 9. Standing by. Copy, Nikolai. Ready for the next one. Your go for 5. Row 5 in work. Number 6, 7, 8, 9. Row 5 is completed. Copy completed. Am I go for row 6? Yes, you're go. The quarter turn, number 7. Number 8, all quarter turns. Number 9, quarter turn complete. And this row is done. Okay, copy. Am I go for the next one? Yes, go for 7.
Again, Tube is in the process of methodically closing 4 valves that link the external radiator to the coolant reservoir, called a fluid servicing reservoir for the external radiator. One more step in this process will be Kononenko opening a manual valve between the interface that the radiator is mounted on Naoka to the cooling system, to the pipeline, if you will, to the coolant reservoir, and that will complete the isolation of that external radiator from the rest of the module's cooling system.
Go for row 9. Row 9. Number 6, 7, 8, 9. Completed. Copy. Go for row 10. Row 10 in work. Number 6, 7, 8, 9. Row completed. Copy. Nikolai, take a break for now. Stop for now because we're coming up on the short LOS. We will be standing by until we're back to stable comm. All right, standing by.
And the instructions that you heard through that, through the interpretation from the Russian flight controllers in Korolyov at the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow, to the 2 cosmonauts working outside of the International Space Station, to take a quick breather as we will go into a very, very short handover between satellites on our tracking and data relay satellite system. We're approaching the 2-hour mark into the spacewalk, running some 25 to 30 minutes ahead of the timeline at this point, as the 2 cosmonauts are almost complete with the isolation of that leaked external radiator from the rest of the cooling system for the Naoka module that is being cooled by the primary cooling system through its body radiators, the radiators mounted on the body of the module itself.
In work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Row completed. Copy, Nikolai. Go for row 13. 13 in work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Completed. Copy. Go for row 14. 14 in work. Number 6. 9, 7, 8, 9. Row completed. Copy. And your go for row 15.
The space station flying 260 miles over eastern India, about to cross the border,
Completed.
moving toward China. On this particular orbit of the Earth, everything continues to go very smoothly with this spacewalk, which is the 11th out of the International Space Station this year, the first for Expedition 70 that began in late September under the command of European Space Agency astronaut Andy Mogensen. Mogensen, NASA astronauts Jasmine Mogbelli and Laurel O'Hara, and Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Satoshi Furukawa are in their pre-sleep period, having completed their work for the day, while Russian cosmonaut Konstantin Borisov continues to monitor the handiwork of his cosmonaut crewmates outside from his viewing post inside the Zvezda service module.
19 in work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Row completed. Copy. Go for row 20. 20 in work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Row completed. Copy. Go for 21.
Выполняю 21 ряд.
21 in work. 6, 7,
8,
8,
9.
9. Row completed. Copy. Go for row 22.
Выполняю 22 ряд.
22 in work. 6,
7,
7,
8,
8,
9.
9. Row completed. Copy. Go for row 23.
Выполняю 23 ряд.
23 in work. 6,
7,
7,
8,
8,
9.
9.
Я закончил.
Completed. Copy. Go for 24.
Выполняю 24 ряд.
24 in work.
6,
6,
7,
7,
8,
8,
9.
9.
Я закончил.
Row completed. Copy. Nikolai, the subsequent turns on fluid connectors can cause the coolant to come out. Please be careful with that, and please make sure you're broadcasting your actions. All right, copy all, and your go for row 25. 25 in work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Row completed. Copy. Go for 26.
Выполняю 24 ряд.
26 in work.
And with that direction, Oleg Kononenko about to open up a manual valve at the interface between the radiator and the fluid servicer pipeline, basically the coolant reservoir.
The next one is in work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Completed. Copy. Go for 28.
Выполняю 28 ряд.
28 in work.
6,
6,
7,
7,
8,
8,
9.
9.
Я закончил.
Row completed. Copy. Go for 29.
Выполняю 29 ряд.
29 in work. 6, 7,
8,
8,
9. Ряд закончил.
9. Row completed. Copy. Go for row 30.
Выполняю 30 ряд.
30 in work. 6,
7,
7,
8,
8,
9.
9.
Закончил.
Completed. Copy. Oleg, your task is to close car R2 valve when I tell you so on my go. Copy. Nikolai, your go for road 31. 31 is in work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Copy. Go for 32.
Выполняю 32 ряд.
32 is in work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Completed. Copy. Nikolai, row 33.
Выполняю 33 ряд.
33 is in work. 6, 7, 8,
9.
9. Completed. Copy. Go for row 34.
Выполняю 34 ряд.
34 is in work.
Так, 6 уперся.
6,
Уперся.
7,
9 уперся. Все в упор
8,
закрыты. Ряд закончил.
9. 9 row completed. Copy and stand by for now.
Упор без усилия. Ключом надо подтягивать.
Should I tighten it or keep it like this?
Теплоноситель нигде не...
I do not see any coolant coming out. Go ahead and open car 2 valve by rotating it to 90 degrees clockwise. 90 degrees clockwise, car R2. To open. Oh, you said open. Okay.
Открыть.
It is open.
Клапан открыт.
The valve is open, and I turned counterclockwise. This is car R2 valve. Copy.
EV elapsed time is 2 hours. Inaudible. Nikolai, take photographs of the connectors. Inaudible. Copy. I will take photographs. Yes, taking photographs now. Sun pass coming up in 3 minutes.
Камера включена.
The camera is on.
Так, видео пошло.
Video is on. Photography is in progress.
Выполняю фото-видеосъемку.
Taking photographs and videos of the connectors.
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 hours 4 minutes into the spacewalk. The two cosmonauts have completed the closure of external radiator valves and valves to the coolant fluid servicer reservoir. They've also opened a manual valve at the interface between that leaked external radiator and the fluid servicer pipeline. As such, the two cosmonauts have isolated that external radiator from the two external thermal loops that are providing cooling for the NAOCA multipurpose laboratory module. It is being cooled through its body radiator that's affixed to the structure of the module itself, providing the proper cooling for that module and its equipment inside. The two cosmonauts are now about to begin the inspection and documentation of the possible location of the radiator leak that occurred on October 9th.
Please inspect the MLIs near the active attachment interface and visually. I see the 3 sides of the area. I'm looking carefully, nothing to report, but there are darker spots on the MLI near MLM where it says USP. There is a dark spot on one side. And then, speaking of the other side, I'm taking video now, and I guess we can review it on the camera. Okay. Video and photography completed. Copy. Turning off the camera now. Nikolai, please take more photographs before the orbital sunrise, okay? Oh, all right. Inaudible. So the radiator is clean. I don't see anything. Let me show you. I'm going to show you. Is it right here? It looks very neat. Well, you were saying that there would be a lot of openings here, and it's approximately, what, 15? Looks fine. We are at orbital sunrise. I do see something near the valve, and it looks even, but there are a lot of them. Yes, it's a lot. All right, so Nikolai, keep taking photographs and videos, and also go ahead and close the valve for now. Oleg, Oh, like it should be in your area, behind the radiator. Well, I'm actually holding on to it now. All right.
Сейчас при солнечном свете снимаю.
And I will continue filming and taking photographs at sunrise. This looks the same. I do not see any traces of coolant. Same for the connectors. No traces of coolant on the connectors. And inaudible? Specifically on the connectors. While I'm taking videos, I'm going to be broadcasting what I'm seeing here. Black spots on the surface here. Right here. Copy. This is the radiator, specifically on the radiator. And could you please take videos of other areas farther away? Yes, I will do that now. I turned around somewhat, and I see the pipes bending, and there are some drops on the joint here, 25 to 30 milliliters approximately. I guess you will see better on the camera. Where is it? Is it on the opening? No, no. I'm pointing to it with my hand. That's what I see.
Сергей, я могу переместиться к рту поближе и поснимать?
Sergey, can you show it closer where the foot restrainer is? I closed the MLI flap. Yes.
Nikolai Chub reporting back to Russian flight controllers in Korolyov what he's seeing at the suspected site of the radiator leak on the external radiator, reporting some black spots on the radiator itself and the possible source of the leak along essentially a joint on one of the radiator panels.
Ты тогда можешь перемещаться на
you can translate to the boom. Yes, I understand.
Хорошо.
Yes, I understand the corrections. Okay. Visually, it looks like most of the openings are located at the base and less on the panels on planes 2 and 3. Okay, copy.
Chub is continuing his inspection of and documentation of the external radiator.
Okay. The recommendation is try to activate SITA one more time. Push the button. In work. Okay, that's the button that's directed forward, right? Yes. Okay, I'm trying to take photos of the backside. Well, you know, the feeling is that those holes have very even edges, like they've been drilled through. There's lots of them. Copy. Speaking simultaneously. And they are spread in a chaotic manner, but literally lots and lots of them on the first panel. On the panel second from the hull is less damaged, but closer to the lower part, yes, there are some holes as well. Okay, copy. I am pressing with a fairly good force, but nothing happened. Before dawning, the suits we checked everything, and both green LEDs were on. Okay, Nikolai. When you and Oleg will be together next to the attachment point, maybe Oleg will help you to press even harder. This is the latest recommendation on camera ops. Okay, copy. Now, close the flaps over fluid connectors in work. I put away the camera and the wrench. Yes. I'm covering the fluid connectors. By the way, do you remember in Hydrolab we had a question about these MLI flaps? They are not stitched, and we were told that no, they were stitched, and in fact they're not. On both sides? I can say for the other side. But it can be ripped off, the lower part too. So I tried not to fully open it, but again it looks like it's not secured with the stitching. Okay, now we'll know that it's not stitched. Yes, absolutely.
2 hours, 16 minutes into the spacewalk, the two cosmonauts have completed their inspection and documentation of the leaked external radiator on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module. All of their comments and the photographic documentation of the suspected leak point that leaked coolant back on October 9th will be analyzed by engineers back at the Russian Mission Control Center to determine a remedial course of action for that radiator.
In the meantime, while he's still on his way, pay attention to the GSM. We need to make sure that at the end of the activities there won't be scratching anything. Are you saying we'll need to rotate the ball joint? Or rather that mobile link? Yes. Yes, because in the area of transportation ring they can scratch. And, you know, I have a feeling that the drop became larger. Do you see it? I do believe that we'll take care of it right now. Okay. Prepare the towels to remove this drop as it appears. Okay, that's why we have towels with us in the first place. Oleg, let me prepare Strela for rotation. Oleg, are you there already? Say it again. Are you there? Yes. Yes, I reached the area next to the attachment point. Just give me a minute. Do not touch anything. I am rehooking. Let me secure it. I rotated it. Just to make sure I will not grab the tether. Are you holding it now? Something is on the way. There is some retainers there, and we need it for the foot restrainers. So probably look at the upper handrails and bundle it up somehow. Work from the top. And use the clamp. Okay. We will work with it later on. Maybe I need to screw it together with the MMZ ball joint. We need to take care of everything at once. Otherwise, we will not be able to set the device in the normal position. You see the end of the boom is right here. Okay, secure it on the boom. Copy. And here. Okay, we'll use this hook right here. Oleg, when you have a chance, please help with pushing the camera button. Well, right now, we are still working on the inspection. Right now it's loose. We need to somehow hold it, because it will always be loose if attached to the attachment point. It needs to be tightened somehow. And the restrainer is in a closed position, right? Yes, all in closed position. Take a look here. Unintelligible. All right, I'm holding onto it. Do you see the video? It's green. No, the green is not illuminated. Check the titanium cable. Let me turn around. It's on the left. Well, we cannot connect it there. The caps are visible here separately. Yes, I brought them together to make sure they're not just loose. Well, visually the cables are connected. Okay, copy. I pressed it using 2 fingers. But when it was connected, or after they were connected, no changes. You need to translate to my side and then approach here. Okay, let me rotate myself. Yeah, just like this. Well, yes. It looks like it's been drilled. Oleg, it looks like you need to pull out the mobile link. Let me take some photos. Do you see the actual drop? No, not yet. Point it to the ball joint. And from this angle, there are even more drops. Actually, there is one more. Look at the second part. Yes. It's no longer just a drop, it's a flow. Yes, it's a pretty strong flow. I believe the towels will not be enough to remove it. Yes, you're right. Sergey, do you hear?
Олег Дмитриевич, а можете
Oleg,
на то, что вы видите?
can you bring the camera for us to see? I'm extending Strela. Gonna hold it. Yes, I'm doing my best holding it. I'm just, pushing it away from it, but it keeps retracting.
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 hours, 23 minutes into the spacewalk. You can see some coolant at the source of the leak on the external radiator that is emanating from the suspected leak area on that radiator, perhaps disturbed by the manipulation of the valves to isolate the radiator from the thermal control system loops that was accomplished a short time ago by Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub.
Reconnected but close, so let's hook it to this gap spanner. Are you holding it? No, not really. I want you to move a bit lower. Otherwise, the tether is on the way. Okay, now I reconnected the tethers, and now I need to rotate and go up.
You can see the coolant at the point where the leak was presumed to have emanated, while the two cosmonauts work to secure other equipment for the installation of scientific payloads on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module.
No. A little bit higher. Everything? Okay, now have you seen it? No. No. Tell me, to the left, to the right? Up. Left and to the right. Left and up. But again, the tether will not let me go up.
This is Kononenko taking close-up documentation of the site of the leak of coolant from the external radiator on the multipurpose laboratory module.
The flow selector MLI flap opened. Okay, now it's back closed again. Sergey, let me change my tether attachment points. Okay. Well, I believe the towels will not be enough here. It looks like it. Do you see it now? Do you see it? Well, we do not see from our camera, but we see it from the ISS cameras. You see that huge bubble? And it increased in size. It was much smaller when we used the towels the first time. You see, there is a tether here, and the tether is all wet. The tether on the mobile link, the one that is connected to the handle of the attachment point. Oleg, any drops reached the Orlan? No. But yes, that tether actually hit my visor. Okay. So now Nikolai will help me to wipe it off. Oleg, translate away from that area. Yes, that's what we're doing. What shall I do with the tether? Hold the wire tight. Move away. Move away, and we'll be taking care of other tasks. Yes, that's what we're doing. Moving away. I am taking towels with me. That's correct.
Стекло вытер.
Okay, I wiped the visor.
Мобильное звено мы оставим.
The end of the tether is all wet.
Не трогайте.
Do not. And we see the huge bubble growing. Did you see it? Yes. Do not touch the tether.
Увидели с других камер.
Yes, we saw it from different cameras. Leave the mobile link in the same location. We are not taking it with us. Copy. Do we need to secure it?
Давайте мы просто файл снимем.
Let's remove it from the tether and stow the tether in the bag.
Сейчас полотенце туда не хочет.
Well, the bag is full. We cannot even stuff the towels in. No, do not touch the tether at all. Leave it as is.
This is Mission Control Houston. Just to recap, at the 2-hour, 29-minute mark in the spacewalk.
Well, right now we are terminated any steps of these activities. Go back to MRM2. But we need to secure the mobile link somehow.
Мы с мобильным звеном подумаем, что делать.
We'll think what to do with that while you'll be working on the next task.
Following the completion of the configuration of the valves to isolate the external radiator from the rest of the thermal control system loops for the NAOCA multipurpose laboratory module, the operation to isolate the external radiator through the configuration of the valves to shut off the cooling system for NAOCA, one of the two thermal loops for that external radiator, clearly disturbed some of the residual coolant at the leak site and caused it to emanate from this point that you're looking at right now. That seems to have subsided at this moment, but some of that coolant moved toward Oleg Kononenko and got on one of his tethers that will be removed and placed in a bag, not to be returned inside the International Space Station. Crew is being instructed to move on to the next task in the spacewalk, which will be the start of the work to install a scientific payload on the NAOCA module, a synthetic radar aperture system. But you saw clear evidence of the coolant, any of the residual coolant that was left in that external radiator loop that was apparently disturbed in the isolation of the external radiator from the rest of the NAOCA cooling system, causing whatever residual coolant there was in that line to form a liquid on the outside and to move away from the leak point out into open space.
Be careful.
And you can still see that liquid that is formed at what is apparently the leak site on the external radiator for NAOCA.
Turn around and use the handrail. Well, secure the mobile link the best way possible, but we will take it with us only at the very end of AVA. Let's secure it facing down towards the foot restraint, because that will allow me to move to it quickly later on, and in the meantime it will not be on the way back to MRM. Okay, let's do it. I copy and I'm beginning translation. And then you'll move it towards me, right, Oleg? Okay. You want to secure?
So again, you're looking at residual coolant from the leak site on the external radiator on the NAOCA module that initially developed a leak back on October 9th. The cosmonauts took photo documentation of the liquid, which formed into a sort of bubble, and the bubble moved into a series of flakes that transported themselves away from the leak site.
Do you see the hole itself?
Oleg Kononenko reporting that some of that coolant got on one of his tethers. That tether has been removed and put into a bag. It will be jettisoned and not brought back into the International Space Station.
I tried to bring GoPro as close as possible, so maybe we'll see it there. Okay, I see. Nikolai, what's up? No, just looking. Yes, the drop was small and right now it's grown huge. Exactly, it looks like a huge lens. It takes the entire volume of that half curve. Can you use the tether that will later be used for security? Can you reattach it to the farther end? Yes, because then its length should be sufficient. Otherwise, if we'll keep it where it is now, the length may not be enough. So, you suggest this tether, standby one? Yes. Can you reach it? I'm not sure. I'm about to give it a try. No, probably you won't be able to reach it. I translated to the lower surface. Oh, it's warm here. How about the foot restraint? Does it sit properly? Can you secure something to it? Yes. Yes, you can secure to it. Okay. So this is... We are only talking about the length of the device that secures the radiator. This is a cable, and maybe we should run the tether under it. Go ahead and rotate the mobile link, and then I'll see what we can secure. So here, this is the lower part. Why are you talking about the lower part? It should be the upper part. Well, I was talking about the upper part, but no, then it will be on the way. But you may not be able to run it down. No. We need to remove that retainer from the...
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 hours 36 minutes into the spacewalk. You're looking at the site of the coolant leak on the external radiator to the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module, and a blob of that coolant that emanated from the leak site following the closure and configuration of valves to isolate the radiator from the rest of the thermal cooling system, providing a cooling capability for Naoka. Some of that liquid wound up sublimating itself and was liberated into the form of flakes that moved away from the radiator itself. Oleg Kononenko took a close-up documentation of the leak site that will be evaluated by engineers at a later date.
I was able to remove it. Now it will be possible to
detailed analysis of any contamination risk following that leak on the backup radiator, this external radiator, resulted in NASA and Roscosmos teams agreeing to implement procedures to reduce any traces of coolant from entering the International Space Station at the completion of today's spacewalk. The two cosmonauts will be wiping down their Orlon suits and the tools that they've used to conduct the spacewalk very thoroughly. They will put those tools and towels into bags that will be left in the Poisk module airlock, and an air filtration system will be activated for 24 hours to cleanse the atmosphere as an additional precautionary measure once the airlock is repressurized and the cosmonauts are back inside the International Space Station.
Yes, well, like this one, but on the side. It's exactly on the opposite side. Yes, it's next to the retainer. Yes, that's the one. Can you tighten it? No, not yet. Oh, okay. Now I see it. No, I see it folds up. Before that, it was just secured there. So here's my right hand. Push it forward and then a bit to the right. Now you grabbed it. So can you tighten it? No, no way. Almost. Okay. Are you? Did you grab it? Yes, I did. Now you are perpendicular. Now it's perpendicular to the hull. Can you rotate it? Can you rotate in a parallel way? If I rotate it like this, does it go away from you? Well, right now it's on the support, normal to the hull. When you'll be done with this operation, while you're in installation, please take photos of the radiator.
That's it. I got it secured. Let me pull it up. Alright, there was a short dropout. When you're done with that ring, Nikolai, could you take imagery of the radiator? Okay, we have one towel. Do you want us to take it with us or leave it? Because it's not very convenient to have it unintelligible. That's good. So this mobile ring is stretched between the anchor that's installed underneath the radiator and the strela boom itself. So the radiator is between the body of the MLM module and the radiator. Sounds good. Alright, while you are still in sunrise, let's take some imagery and work already. We copied your call. And Oleg, could you also join in and take a few images? Because it would be good to have some of the thermal control system imagery from MLM. Alright, camera is on. Alright, the situation is pretty much the same. There is a hole. Well, Nikolai actually took imagery from there, from the anchor. I kind of crawled up and took imagery. And take imagery of the radiator as well. And it kind of seems the same here. Unintelligible can be taken imagery of from below as well. Move it a little bit. The end. On this hose. Alright. I took the imagery and I'm going to deactivate the camera. Alright, we are watching this droplet. The droplet has stabilized, but by the way, it's kind of like a little pile. Looks like a bud. How is it? Well, we're going to move forward. Sergey.
This is Mission Control Houston, again looking at the leak site on the external radiator where the coolant provided for that external radiator first leaked on October 9th. Any residual coolant that was left in that coolant line for the external radiator was apparently disturbed by the closure and configuration of valves to isolate the external radiator from the rest of the thermal cooling system for the external radiator for Naoka. You can see it swirling about a bit. Some of that coolant was liberated and made its way toward Kononenko's tether and his spacesuit, which was quickly wiped down by both himself and Nikolai Chub. There will be further mitigation steps taken at the end of the spacewalk before the two cosmonauts re-enter the Poisk airlock and after the repressurization of the airlock to ensure that none of this contaminant makes its way inside the International Space Station.
Alright, and Nikolai, I am passing by the restraint fixture. Not too fast, though. Take your time. Well, because of the hook, the whole tether kind of rotates. And it's hard to get it secured. Alright, I got it secured. Good. Alright. You ready? You have it removed it from the ring? Because I don't see anything. Maybe it's like swinging somewhere around you. There it is. Just make sure that it doesn't get snagged on anything. Alright, I got it. and you need to translate to the other side. Go, go, go. I'm going.
A good view from Oleg Kononenko's helmet camera as he and Nikolai Chub wrap up work at the external radiator
So be careful.
at the 2-hour 48-minute mark in the spacewalk. Once again, you could see visual evidence of any residual coolant on that external radiator leak site emanating from the leak site itself, following the completion of the isolation of that radiator from the rest of the thermal cooling system for the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module. And again, this view of the leak site, some flakes still moving away from the leak point where the leak first occurred back on October 9th.
All right, we are at MRM.
Так, где у нас опорный состав? Вот, прям, давай. Вот это фал возле вашего.
All right, you've got this tether right next to you. Do you see it in front of you? I'm just looking around to see where I should be translating to. I'm looking into that direction. Sergey, how do you copy? Yes.
Хорошо.
Loud and clear.
Мне сходить его тогда с той стороны надо будет отцепить.
Do you want me to get into it and then untie it? Do you want me to take the crew lock bag? Yes, we are. You are taking the crew lock bag.
Надо круговых тогда взять. Я пошел.
And I can take the crew lock bag.
Once again, some of the droplets from the coolant, the residual coolant at the leak site and the external radiator were liberated and made their way towards one of the tethers that Kononenko had on his suit and to the suit itself, but those were quickly wiped down. The tether was bagged. It will not be brought back inside the International Space Station, and those suits will undergo a further wiping down before the two cosmonauts make their way back inside the Poisk airlock and close the hatch to begin the repressurization of the airlock at the completion of today's spacewalk.
All right. Crew lock bag has been secured to me. And Paros is on the adapter. Okay, that is true. It's not making, the crew lock bag is not making our lives any easier. Oh, let's secure it to the adapter. Let me even get to it, and I'll try to secure the crew lock bag to the adapter. Yeah, you can try doing that. I'm going to get around. Yes, get closer to us so that I'm within, so that it's within reach. All right, there you go. Move your hand. I moved my hand. Is it too far? Well,
as we approach the 3-hour mark in today's spacewalk, the two crew members, still running ahead of the timeline, will now begin to take two scientific payloads, a miniature radar synthetic apparatus that will be used as a radar system. We'll attach it to the NAOCA multipurpose laboratory module, and then we'll attach a deployment device to NAOCA, in which is a nanosatellite called the Parus satellite that will be deployed. We'll unfold some sails to test solar sail technology. All that coming up in the second half of today's spacewalk that is expected to last about 7 hours in duration.
Items that the specialist asked you to check. It's right here.
The work with the external radiator is complete. The photo documentation of that radiator and its leak site also complete. That documentation now will be studied by the engineers on the ground to see what remedial action may be possible to fix the leak and to replenish coolant back into the loop that services that external radiator, which is used as a backup radiator for the primary cooling system for NAOCA, which is basically a body radiator that is mounted on the body itself of the module, and which it was launched back in May of 2010. The external radiator originally designed to provide additional cooling, backup cooling, for scientific payloads that will be
what do you want us to check?
Used inside the multipurpose laboratory module in the future.
Please point your cameras onto the size of the mini RSA, the long side of the RSA. Yeah, this is perfect. The SME wanted to...
so again, the work with the external radiator is complete. Additional leakage of coolant from the leak source was documented, and some of the droplets of coolant made its way toward Oleg Kononenko, but his suit was wiped down along with his tools and one tether, and that tether was bagged. It will not be brought back inside the station.
That's okay. We're going to check it out when we transport the whole kit, and it's going to be easier. What do you want us to specifically see there? Nope, cannot tell you. We just wanted to inspect the sides. Well, inspect it for what? We have removed the film. They have an idea that one of the locks got triggered there, so they just wanted to inspect and make sure. A lock? There are no locks. Well, panel sections have locks. Let me set it up vertically. Hold on, I'm making my way to it. Okay. I'm turning it around. I've got it now. The awesome, wonderful imagery. Thank you. Okay. Do you want us to go up a little bit? No, Oleg, lower. Oleg, on the left side, do you see the pin for one of the locks of this section got out a little bit? Do you see it? Yes, I do. Do you want me to push it in? Yes, if you could. Oleg, and give it a try with the wrench. Do you want me to push against it with the wrench?
You're looking at the mini radar synthetic aperture device that will be installed and unfolded on the NAOCA module to study radar technology.
It's not getting secured there. Could you try and take a wrench and push it even further in? But it will still not reach any further than my finger, even if...
Just to recap, as we approach the 3-hour mark in the spacewalk, Kononenko and Chubb manipulated a series of valves to isolate that external radiator from the rest of the cooling system for the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module. They then conducted a detailed inspection and photo documentation of that radiator leak location. During the inspection, some of the liquid coolant was liberated from the leak site, made its way toward Oleg Kononenko. His suit was wiped down, as well as his tools. One tether that received several flakes of the coolant was put in a bag. It will not be returned inside the International Space Station, and the crew will have other mitigation steps to further wipe down their suits and tools before entering the Poisk airlock at the completion of today's spacewalk.
Enough that it's going to stay in. Nikolai, do you have something that I could use to push it in? Let me check. How big is it? Well, here it is, sticking out. Have a look. I'm going to turn it towards you. Maybe you have a wrench or something that you could use there? Let me get a little bit closer to it. I got it. Do you see that pin sticking out? So, the situation is this. You know, it's more than just like push it in. You need to push it in far enough to make it to activate the actuator that will hold it in place. Well, we don't really have anything that thin. Hold on, let me think. We need something thin there to push that thing in there. It's not really easy to do. Let me turn around. Which thing? You see the wrench? Do you want me to pull it out? Do you see it? We can turn it around a little bit. That's what I was talking about. Oleg. Oleg, this is Oleg Nikolai. There is another option. Try to bend it, a wire tie together and push it in. Yeah, a wire tie would be too soft because we have to use a lot of force to push that thing in. The wire tie is going to bend. And let me try though. Hold on, let me hold it. There is this little... What, Sergey, what is this, like, what is inside there that holds it? The pin. It's an open-ended wrench that we managed to... Okay. That's what we used. That wonder wrench. So, we didn't take it in vain. Came in handy. Indeed. The most important thing is before you install that mini unit, you will have to inspect every single pin there to make sure that they didn't slide out. Okay, so what's a better route for me to walk to get around? Let me lift it up and let's decide which side works best to carry it. Okay, I think from above is the best.
Да. Я просто сейчас на посту оператора.
Right, I am on the Strela operator post. And let me make sure it's secured on both sides to the circular handrail.
На ВКД 3 часа ровно.
So PT is 3 hours sharp. Is it good or bad, by the way?
Ну, в целом все у нас хорошо.
In general, all good. Okay, in general, you say.
Нашел?
Did you find it?
Нет, пока я все еще.
No, not yet.
Делом занято вхожу.
Still translating.
Существенно более трудоемко, чем я думал.
So it turns out it's more difficult than it looks.
Я просто здесь вот сверху.
So here, from above,
проходить туда вперед, и только там я смогу подняться.
move forward and I can lift up here. Okay? Secure yourself for that.
Так, вот он растянут.
And it's stretched out here.
В смысле второй фал сюда же? А, с флагом?
Okay, so with the carry it together with the flag. Yes. And where is the second one? After we're with me. Okay. I'm holding the sides, the corners, and you will reconnect it. Got the kit. I'm going to reconnect it closer.
Держишь, да? Да, держу.
All right, you got it? I got it.
Так.
Okay. Oops. Okay, I see it. All right, to the Strela boom and to this thing. Now, let's the tether that is secured to the ring with this handrail. I'm going to switch second transportation tether to it. I would secure it to the unintelligible itself, a little bit higher. Let me pull myself up a little bit. Okay, got it. All right. I'm going to move along MRM forward, and I will try to reconnect it to the ring. Could you please grab, Oleg, could you please grab onto that handrail, please? Let me pull it up a little bit.
держу.
I got it. Right.
This is Mission Control Houston, 3 hours, 8 minutes into the spacewalk. Kononenko and Chub are working now in the early stages of demating a series of cables and preparing to mate other cables for the installation of this miniature radar synthetic aperture system.
Have you reconnected? Well, are you using your short tether? Because the length is not sufficient for me to get there. Well, you can disconnect and reconnect one more time. Nikolai, check what's going on beneath you. Nikolai. Nope, it's the tail end. Go ahead. Well, guys. So your temperature settings are at 6. Temperature control handle. What's the? It's set to 6. Are you telling that it's a little bit too warm? Well, I need to check. Well, don't get too cold there. If you need, you can adjust the temperature settings.
So I'm gonna go below. Okay. It's not reaching there. Nikolai, I'm there. Oleg, Nikolai, I have a proposal for you to take a break. Well, we're not really working for now. We're just translating. However, before you start translating, please take a break. Well, let us configure everything here, because on the side that I was just on, it's not really convenient to translate from there, so I had to move down a bit. Is it nearby? Yes, it is below you. Oh, that's right. Okay. Position yourselves at the translation ring and take a break. Yes, we will do that. Is that a towel that's loose? What is it? Is it convenient now or not? Where should I put it? Let me get over there first. Okay, you go ahead. This is a piece of fabric. I am at the translation ring now. Are you holding it? Holding. Okay, Nikolai. Yes, go ahead. Take a break. Inaudible. I turned the temperature up a bit. All right, tether 2. Was it on the other side? Yes, it is right here. Are you holding the bundle? Yes, I am. Okay.
Так, раз, два.
1, 2.
Они оба здесь.
So both are here.
Вы пока осмотритесь по фалам, но при этом все равно...
Make sure you inspect the feathers now, but also you need to be taking a break now. You need to rest. Oh, we're not doing anything. We are resting. We're looking around. What about the second tether? It needs to go around the ring.
Сейчас. Такие вот эти старого образца карабины неудобны.
The old style hooks are not the best ones. They're not convenient. Okay. So we need to be in this position, correct?
Бороду видите, где он там?
And do you see the front part?
Я буду за бороду.
Yes, it is right here. So I'm going to be holding on to it. And what is it? Am I stopped against something? Okay, I'm holding it. Nikolai, Oleg, please do not start translating just yet. Sergey, we're still resting. I understand, but however, you do need to take a break now. Yes, we are taking a break. What is it? Is it the tether that we removed that was on shot 21? So I am attached to it. That was right next to the hatch. Well, it's going to be moving back and forth all the time. That's how we're going to have to carry it. Sergey, it is not vertically stable. It is moving back and forth. All right, copy. So you're going to have to carry this one as a heavy bundle. One of them will be holding it and then handing it over to the other one who will be reconnecting it. I'm trying to turn around to a position that would be most convenient for translation. And I'm pushing the ring, but there are two antennas here that I can't.
This is Mission Control Houston, 3 hours 16 minutes into the spacewalk by Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub. The two crew members now working to install a payload adapter upon which a mini radar system with a synthetic aperture will be installed. This one of the scientific payloads to be mounted on the outside of the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module. This all coming after work was completed to isolate the leaking areas around the external radiator on Naoka that sprung a leak of coolant back on October 9th. The two cosmonauts went to inspect that leak site on the radiator after they closed a number of valves to isolate the radiator from the rest of the module's cooling system. Kononenko reported first detecting some black spots on the surfaces of the radiator itself, and then when he approached the leak site, noted a large bubble had formed in the area where the leak had emanated back on October 9th. The large bubble spewed some flakes of coolant toward him. He got some of that coolant on a tether, and it was suspected that some of that coolant also made its way to his suit, but it was quickly wiped down. The tether was bagged and will not be brought back inside the airlock once the crew completes its spacewalk later this evening.
Do you see this tether? What is it, tether? Tether? Where should it go? On that side, okay, got it.
Stop.
What was that?
The two cosmonauts took extensive photo documentation of the radiator leak site. All of that data will be analyzed by engineers at the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow to determine what their remedial actions might be to repair that leak and restore a cooling capability for that radiator. The external radiator serves as a backup to provide additional cooling for payloads in the Naoka module. The prime radiator system, which is wrapped around the body of the module itself, is performing just fine with no issues, providing the proper cooling for Naoka.
Okay, got it.
The radiator was first launched along with an external payloads airlock on the Rosviet module on the STS-132 mission in May of 2010, sat idle on Rosviet for 13 years before both the airlock and the radiator were removed from Rosviet during earlier Russian spacewalks in May of this year. The radiator was installed on the Naoka module during a spacewalk on May 12th, and about 4 weeks later was filled with the coolant that eventually leaked out of that leak site on October 9th.
I've moved over. Okay. Can you see it? Yes, I see it. Hold it. I can't hold it for now. Nikolai, please hold it. Okay, that's gone now. Is it the cable? No? Can I hold it? Yes, please hold it. Are you holding it? Yes, holding it. There is something next to my right shoulder that's not letting me move. On top. There is another one that goes over your shoulder as well. No, go back and down. Am I going up? Please turn towards me. Towards me, the other way. Okay, and now move back and down. More. Back and down. Further down on the Strela. All right, you're out. Are you holding it? I'm trying to release it. There is nothing there, okay. I'm gonna untangle it. Okay, so please hold the bundle. Stand by, I need to secure on the Strela. Is it convenient? No. I'm holding it. Okay, you're holding it. holding the bundle, and the ring is inaudible.
Так, все, мы пришли.
All right, so we're there, and I'm gonna unhook the tethers now, and we need to turn around the Paros hardware. I'm holding it. You're holding it. Make sure that the translation ring is secured. I will tether it in a second. We remember about that. We just don't have as many hands and not that much room here as well. Have you translated over there? Yes. This is handrail 4100. There is one attached to that handrail already. So, I got this one. Now, I'm gonna take, where is it? Here it is. Handrail 4100. Tether is attached to that handrail. Is the ring secured? Yes. The translation ring is tethered. Make sure it doesn't float away. Are you holding it? I need the second tether. Do you have it? What second tether? The adapter. Alright, so let me move forward. And I'm gonna then get the bundle from you.
This is Mission Control Houston, 3 hours 25 minutes into the spacewalk, as Nikolai Chub and Oleg Kononenko work on preparing to install a mini radar system with a synthetic aperture, a scientific payload, on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module. That will be followed by the installation of a deployment mechanism on Naoka, in which is a solar sail nanosatellite called Parus, the Russian word for sail, that will be spring ejected from that deployment mechanism. Once again, a scientific investigation. Work to isolate the external radiator on the Naoka module is completed, but not before some residual coolant was liberated from the leak site on that radiator that initially leaked on October 9th. The additional leakage during the spacewalk came right after Kononenko and Chub configured a series of valves to isolate that external radiator from the rest of Naoka's cooling system.
And I'm turned around.
The main cooling for Naoka is
Are you getting
regulated by a body radiator on the surface of the Naoka itself that is functioning perfectly at this point.
Please repeat your last. I didn't copy. This is Moscow. I have a question about the camera. Are you getting the video from my camera? Yes, we are. All right. Is it yours? Yes. All right then. Nikolai, are you holding it? Holding it. You can go ahead and turn around. I'm holding it. Holding it.
Вот можно переменной длины на 1 дальше.
And we can use an adjustable length tether. Are you holding it? Holding it.
Главное, чтобы парус выдержал. Сколько записан там за 5 часов?
And the parus hardware is powered up.
Там уж подальше.
Inaudible.
Я-то подальше пойду сейчас.
Yes, I'm gonna move farther,
Ориентируй себя.
but let me position myself first.
Начинаем вниз. Да?
Should we move down?
Kononenko and Chubb are in the process of installing a payload adapter on Naoka, upon which this miniature radar system will be mounted and then unfurled to provide scientific data back to the engineers of the Russian Mission Control Center.
No, I think it's gonna move through a recess here just fine. Just need to make sure that we're holding it. There is also ERA control panel here. It's not really helping that much. I think it would be rather difficult here. What about the other side? Do you mean on top? Using the gap spanners? Inaudible? Okay. Are you holding it? Yes, I'm holding it. Okay. Okay.
Так,
Okay.
Вы можете еще немножко.
Is it the gap spanner? Are you behind the gap spanner? And you can go ahead and move now. Well, actually, yes, I am behind the gap spanner. And I am tethered right behind it.
так. Что тут такая свалка?
All right. There's a mess here.
Давайте так, вы его сейчас возьмете.
So let's do it this way. Go ahead and grab it.
Ну, за что врать?
Grab it where? And I'm gonna turn my back towards you now. Are you holding it? Holding it. Green audible. I don't see you now. Okay. I see you now. I see the handrail. Okay, I see it.
Мы здесь.
41-14.
4114. This is the handrail number. Yes, that's correct. Okay, tethered.
Нет, мне просто понять.
I'm just trying to understand
Куда дальше?
where we should translate from now on.
Вверх или вверх?
Should we go up?
Серега, после пульта эры мы...
Sergey, are we supposed to move up once we pass the era control panel?
Нам вверх, нам не в обратно.
Or should we move back? No, we're supposed to move up.
Все правильно.
Yes, that's correct. And you need to be in the back.
Как это делать?
How exactly are we supposed to do that?
Сейчас, может быть, мы...
Shall I start moving then?
Не поменяемся. Вверх вообще
Well, let's get there first and then we can swap.
Да, ты перефиксируйся. Не, просто мы в такой конфигурации...
Well, this is the configuration that we left it in.
Там мы можем ее донести.
So I guess we can carry it, install it,
Когда...
and then we can change places once it is installed.
На той стороне поменяться.
So we can change places on the other side.
Так.
Okay.
Тут нужно поправить...
And we can adjust it here. Sergey, are you on?
Все поправить.
Adjust what?
Тут просто коряво, порчи стоит.
Well, the handrail is not installed correctly. It's crooked. The handrail that we're supposed to use for moving up.
Он стоит не туда.
So this handrail is not oriented correctly.
Его, наверное, не смогли дотянуть.
I guess they couldn't reach 4180. That is why it is right behind ERA, which only complicates everything. Yes, I see it. I see it that I can move down and move from over there. Okay, got it.
Сейчас я максимально подальше.
I'm going to move as far as I can. Oleg, Nikolai, how do you read me? 4129. 29, yes, 29. And then 4114, 4129, 4132, 4130. We are moving in the correct direction. Are you holding it? Holding it. And I'm next to handrail 4114. Okay, can we go down in this position? Inaudible. Oleg, Nikolai, how do you read me? We read you well. We had Reticom. Copy. Copy what? The comm is not stable. Oleg, Nikolai, how do you read me? Sergey, we read you loud and clear. Excellent. Because like I said, we've had unstable comm. We are next to handrail 4129 near the valves, and we keep translating. Copy.
У вас страховочный файл?
Use the safety tether. Yes, I can see it. All right, the sun is coming up. Well, I'm looking at the next attachment point where to connect. Let me pull it away, and then it will be more convenient for you.
This is Mission Control Houston, 3 hours 40 minutes into the spacewalk by Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub. You can see the two cosmonauts at the Naoka Multipurpose Laboratory Module. The golden or orange-colored device that they are working with is the miniature radar synthetic aperture device that will be mounted shortly on the body of Naoka. Just below the two cosmonauts is the extended external radiator that leaked coolant back on October 9th, and which earlier today during the spacewalk was isolated from the rest of Naoka's thermal control system through the two cosmonauts opening and closing a series of valves. After they completed that work, a blob or bubble of coolant was noticed at the leak site on that radiator and was documented by Kononenko close up. The blob liberated some flakes of coolant in his direction. He wiped down one of his safety tethers and his tools. The tether was bagged. It will not be brought back inside the International Space Station, and additional precautionary measures will be taken to further wipe down the two cosmonauts' suits before they re-enter the Poisk airlock at the completion of today's spacewalk.
Are you holding it? Yes, I'm holding it. I can push it forward a little bit if it will be more convenient for you. There is a room here. We can do it between the two of us. For your information, I'm holding on to the 4142. We managed to pull the bundle through, and actually we see the markings on two handrails. Okay. Unintelligible. No, Sergey, we are not tired. We don't feel any fatigue. So if we were to feel it, we would certainly we would have taken a break, by all means. That's good to hear. But yes, right now we are at rest. Look at the panel. Unintelligible.
You saw a view of the synthetic radar aperture system.
I don't understand. What are we talking about?
That will be installed, there it is, at the top of your screen. It will be installed on a payload attachment device on Naoka a short time from now.
Okay, that's exactly what I'm trying to do. Okay, I secured it.
Да, Сереж?
Yes, Sergey.
Отдыхаем.
Okay, we can rest. Whatever you say.
Держать не будешь? Буду отдыхать, держи. Я буду держать.
Now you can rest while still holding it. Well, let me route it first. I'm holding it.
Отдыхаю.
Now I'm completely at rest.
Прокинулась через бутыль? Да.
Unintelligible.
Единственное,
Yes.
я бы ее оставил на 41.
I would keep it on 4137.
Что у меня дальше на этом же поручне.
It can be attached to this same handrail. And I can stay on it.
Или подержите.
Or then hold it for a moment and I will reconnect. Okay.
Да, я приду.
Let me pull it back a bit. No, it's not on the way.
Так, вот. Я бы повыше.
A bit higher. Like this.
Это да.
Now it's a different story.
Николай,
The pipe remained on the airlock. Sergey, go ahead. The recommendation is for you to rest. Well, we are doing nothing.
Так, у нас ФП.
Now, panel FP13, right? That's what we're working with. Correct. 3, 4, and 6 are inside. Let me just look at it first. Which connectors do we need? Yes, it's 3, 4, and 6. I can see 2, 3, 4, and 6. Everything except for number 5.
А, вот, видите, да.
Okay, I see 2 and 3.
А их можно сейчас...
Can we demate it right now, Sergey?
Сейчас мы отдыхаем, просто наблюдайте.
We are at rest. Just keep looking at it.
Пока отдыхайте.
Okay. Okay, guys, rest.
Не работаем, мы отдыхаем.
We are not working, we are resting.
Так, вид тут такой, что просто закачать.
But the view here is just, it can knock you off your feet.
Просто нереально.
Well, there is only one handrail. Alright guys, relax, rest, and enjoy the view. That's exactly what we're doing.
3 hours, 48 minutes into the spacewalk. The two cosmonauts are going to take a breather here. You can see the mini radar system that will be unfurled once it's installed on a payload adapter on Naoka. And on the right of your screen, the big experiment airlock that launched along with the external radiator on the Rassvet module on the STS-132 mission in May of 2010. That airlock and the radiator were installed on 2 consecutive Russian spacewalks back in May of this year.
You guys, you seem to be quite active right now. We cannot copy you. What are you saying? You're having a very active race. Well, right now we are looking at the eye of the hurricane. Actually, we see the eye forming. It's already formed.
Где мы летим?
От Курилами.
Where are you flying? Above the Kuril Islands.
Курилов не видно.
Oh, okay. Do you see?
Держу, Крановский вулкан.
Yeah, can you see the Kranovsky volcano? It's right there.
Он реально
Yes, really, that's what it is, Kranovsky volcano.
Я просто не разберу.
I cannot turn around
А как? А, что это?
because you pulled that thing together with you. Yes, I actually lifted it, so now you can.
basically shut off any residual flow of coolant into the external radiator that sprung the leak back on October 9th. In the course of inspecting that leak site on the external radiator following the valve work, Kononenko detected a blob of liquid at the leak site on the external radiator that wound up dispersing a number of flakes of coolant, some in his direction, some which got on a tether, others directed in the vicinity of his suit, which was quickly wiped off. The tether was placed in a bag not to be returned inside the International Space Station.
But the shaft is rotating. I can see that. But there were no idle clicking, no slips. And again, the shaft is rotating. Do you believe that there is enough depth? Look here, there are some gaps. That's how I can see it. Let me make more turns. Hold it. I'm holding. Are you sure we're not making idle turns? But again, I can see the shaft turning. Let me turn around a little. Around a little bit. Okay. It's cooler this way. Are you holding it? Yes. I can see the shaft rotation. Well, now I heard two ratchet sounds. Okay, we undid it. So did you hear those clicks? Yes. Twice when I did it, and twice when Nikolai did it.
Такое ощущение, что оборотов 200 сделали.
Чего?
Say it again.
200 сделали.
It feels like you've done about 200 turns. Well, we quit counting after about 60. Okay, what's next? Here we will secure it with wire ties. Yes. Right here, right on the lock, right? Do you see the wire ties I'm holding? Yes. Yes, I can see it. All right. Run it through. In work. Oleg, Nikolai? Yes. We received the telemetry confirming that the adapter has been installed nominally. Great news.
And with that, the cosmonauts reporting that the payload adapter has been installed on Naoka, upon which the synthetic radar aperture system will be installed a short time from now and electrically connected to Naoka to provide data back to the engineers at the Russian Mission Control Center.
Maybe we should stuff it into the trash bag. No, it's way too large. And it's on the way. That's enough? No. No, it's not secure yet.
Ну, как мы с вами договаривались, сначала будем работать.
Alert. Unintelligible. Say it again, Sergey.
Сначала будем работать с разъемами, а потом уже снимем привод ручной.
As we agreed, you'll start working with the connectors, and then we'll move to the manual drive. Okay. So do we need to disconnect the connectors? Say it again.
Они здесь не по порядку идут, да?
They are not in order here. Which one is this?
Это 5.
This is number 5, the one that you're holding. D made the 2 on the left side.
Расстыковываю 3-й, 4-й.
So I'm demating 3 and 4.
4-й и 6-й.
2, 3, 4, and 6. It's just 3 and 4 are on my side.
2-й, 3-й.
D mate.
4-й, 6-й.
2, 3, 4, 6. Affirmative.
Так, отстыковываю, работаю с 6-м.
All right, I am working with number 6. Not that simple.
Мне левой рукой неудобно. Так, 11.
It's not convenient to work with the left hand. Number 3.
4 или 3?
Расстыковал.
Copy.
Расстыковал номер 3 и номер 4.
I debated numbers 3 and 4.
Давай, держи, мне удобно, я сжался. Чё? Держи вот эти секунды. Держу.
Now hold these ones. I'm holding it.
3 и 4. Теперь расстыковываю 2.
3 and 4 are demated. I am working on demated number 2.
Дайте я попробую правой.
Let me try it with my right hand.
Два я уже открыл практически.
No, I almost opened it up. Almost got it. Correction.
Провернул в открытом.
Alright, and you turned it.
Так, 2, 3, 4.
2, 3, 4, and 6. 6 is on your side.
Нет, ты сначала замок открой.
Open the lock first. Or latch.
Ну да, я же поняла. Он в нижнем положении.
Alright, and I see the position. I can't really push my finger through there. At the top. There we go. Now we've got it open.
Поворачиваем.
Let's turn.
Чуть-чуть не довернулся.
And it has turned. There we go. 2, 3, and 4, and 6. Copy. And we can secure the caps right away. Near Paros. Yeah, let's do that. Sergey? And the payloads adapter, can we connect to it? No. No, Nikolai, you cannot secure yourself to it. Copy, I understand. Okay, how do we go about it? Do I have it? No. The caps for these ones, hold on. The caps are on paddles. Did you manage to reach it? No, not yet, but it's in progress. Okay. That's neat. Did you manage to reach it? I would not risk saying that for now. All right. Have a look. That pin that you used for the latch. Make sure that those pins don't escape and that they would not escape. Okay, 1, 2, 3. On the side of the handrail and the handle, I see 4 locks with 4 pins, and all these pins are in their nominal locations. Also, do you see all 4? No, in total there are 4.
This is Mission Control Houston. On the left side of your screen is Nikolai Chub in the first spacewalk of his career. On the right, with the red stripes, Oleg Kononenko, veteran cosmonaut, now conducting the 6th spacewalk in his career as they monitor the installation of the radar system that you see, the orange-colored device, on a payload adapter on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module.
Amazing. There is the moon, the ocean, and we managed to get everything secured, and we can continue working the timeline. And what about the wire tie? Could you try and hide it as well? I've got a little bit too many items here, so I'm not sure if I can do anything with the wire tie. I see that. Okay, so unintelligible wire tie. Well, for now I removed only 1 wire tie, but I'm going to check. Okay, that's number 5 and it's connected to the cable. Okay, Sergey, for now, the wire tie, I'm going to attach it to the payload's adapter. Do you have anything against? No, nothing against it. and we will probably need to remove the cable slack.
We are in a handover between satellites on our tracking and data relay satellite system, a momentary loss of comm with the International Space Station at the 4-hour 19-minute mark in today's spacewalk as the two cosmonauts, Kononenko and Chub, prepare to install a radar aperture system for scientific studies on a payload adapter on the Naoka module of the International Space Station.
4 connectors. Can I attach them to 4142? Is that okay? We currently don't have any video, but you can, if possible, attach it to pretty much any available handrail. Okay, so I guess first of all we need to connect the cables. That's what I'm doing actually. And putting it in the, laying them correctly as we need to have them. Oleg, the handrails that should tie everything to is, will you be able to use UFA payloads adapter handrail? It's stripy, black and white. We'll try. It's such a huge, it looks like a huge barrel. Do you mean the docking node? Yeah, they are basically the airlock. Alright, I have the cables in the right configuration, and I'm ready to hand the cover caps to you. Let me untie them. Or untangle them. Unintelligible. Well, I'm off to remove the wire tie, right? In this location? Yes. I kind of got used to working here. And let me start from the very top. This one got tangled up. Alright, I have removed the wire tie from the top. Copy. For whatever reason, I can't really turn the cover. Well, you don't need to turn it. All you need to do is just put it on. Well, it's not holding tight. If I mean, if it gets if anything touches it, then they will just fall off. All you need to do is just install it. They don't need to be rotated, turned, or anything. Well, they're not holding, they're in place.
Может быть, нам закрыть крышками разъемы, а это колечко, за которое...
Maybe you can close the connectors with the caps.
Это колечко проводит проволочную фиксацию.
And that little ring, you thread the wire tie through it and tie it a little bit. We could. Nikolai, would you give me one wire tie? Of course. I think it's better to install the connectors and then do everything else. Okay, let's start on the connectors and then we can do whatever needs to be done with the caps. Alright, we'll put it in work. Copy. Or are the cables? Let's see how they are marked. How do you want us to disconnect them? Does it matter? In what order? Any order that's convenient for you. Alright, just 4, 3, 2, 2, 6, 3, 6. Alright, hold on. I'm looking at the nomenclature basically. What number is the the high frequency one that's closest to me? Which one is that? It's number 6. Okay, 4, 2, 3. Do you have number 6? Yeah. Could you please hold it?
Да, это
All right, we have number 6. Got it?
Я попробую.
Let me try.
Смотри, там шарик.
Make sure the French hook is right, and where is the ball? The ball is right there on my end, and make sure the line is pointed in my direction.
This is Mission Control in Houston. We've hit the 4.5-hour mark in today's spacewalk by Nikolai Chub, who's wearing the Orlan spacesuit with the blue stripes, near the mini radar synthetic aperture system. Oleg Kononenko just below him, wearing the Orlan suit with the red stripes, as they continue to mate electrical cables for the radar system. That's the orange-colored device that was installed on a payload adapter on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module.
It's right here on this end.
Once they complete those electrical connections, the various sections of that radar system will be unfurled to collect scientific data for engineers back at the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolyov outside of Moscow. Earlier today, the main objective of the mission today, the spacewalk by Kononenko and Chub, was completed with the isolation of a leaking external radiator that sprung a coolant leak back on October 9th. It was isolated from the rest of Naoka's cooling loops through the configuration of several valves by the two cosmonauts. Once that was completed, Kononenko went to take detailed photography of the leak site on that external radiator that was installed back on a Russian spacewalk this past May, and discovered a blob of coolant that was basically floating around the area of the leak site, and which eventually spewed some flakes of coolant in his direction. He was instructed to back away from the area. Some of that coolant made it to one of his safety tethers that he disconnected and placed in a bag. It will not be returned inside the International Space Station, and he wiped off his Orlan suit with towels that have been provided for the two cosmonauts just in case of something like this happening. There will be other precautionary measures before the two cosmonauts re-enter the Poisk airlock at the end of the spacewalk this evening to ensure that no contaminant particles make its way back into the station once the airlock is repressurized. So that external radiator is now isolated from the rest of the cooling system on Naoka as was intended. Engineers will be studying the photo documentation captured by Kononenko to determine what their next course of action will be regarding any possible repairs to that leak site area. The external radiator provides a backup cooling capability for the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module for payloads that would demand a higher amount of heat rejection capability. Meanwhile, the radiators on the body of Naoka itself that it launched with back in 2010 when it launched on the Rosviet module on the STS-132 mission, along with an experiment airlock that you see at the top of your screen. The body radiators provide the primary cooling for Nauka's systems and are functioning just perfectly.
To see that they're between the connectors. That's number 2. And it doesn't reach. How come? It's a pretty long tail end.
Провернулся еще.
А там бабушка не попала?
Нет, нет.
Ты дошел?
Нет.
Did it fit? Nope.
Давай его вытащи еще.
Let's pull it out.
Левой рукой не очень совсем.
Oh, it's probably not the best to do it with my left hand. Yep.
Входит, но не проворачивается до конца.
It does.
Мешало туда.
It can be inserted, but not to the very end. Let me try and push it with my hand, but I need to make sure everything goes well, okay? Okay, Oleg, could you please verify that the fixing unit is open? It is closed. Hold on, it was closed. And verify that the pins are okay, please.
Ничего, нормально.
It looks good. I don't see it. There is a fat pin across from the ball. Is that what you see? That's what we see. All right, and I'm turning it. All right, done. Closed. Number 2 has been connected. And number 4 too. There we go. The connector is open. In 20 seconds, you're going to go into orbital night. We see it already. And the sun is down. Alright, number 4 has been connected. Copy. Nikolai, how is the lock here? Is it in the way? Do you want me to tie something up meanwhile? Probably not. Do you want me to hold it? Well, it's kind of like everything is like so tight in here and squeezed in there. All right, it's working. Done? Done. All right, number 3 has been connected. Copy. So basically you have all the connectors mated, right? Yes. That's good. And 4114 or the adapter itself? Well, the adapter itself is okay too. Well, is it long enough? And Nikolai, just go through the rings of the caps. That's what I'm doing.
This is adjustable. Would it be better? Let me try 1, 2, 3, 4. Can you go under it? No, it's actually better if I go above. No, no need to do so. Well, actually, the one that's down there. We're gonna carry it, right? Yes, stand by. Just a minute. Let me pull them. The one that's down there, which one is it? Is it the one with the stripes? No, do not push it aside, let it go above. Yes, that's what I'm saying, and this one is going to go underneath. I'm holding it. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Where's the other one? Do you have enough wire ties? Yes, we have enough wire ties. And you could put it over your finger? No, on top. If you can pull through the top. Can your hand fit there? Can you please hold the bundle? Are you holding it? Yes, holding it. Okay. And my arm can't reach there. Is it fine now? Yes. Okay. Sergey, we have wire tied the respective parts to the adapter handrails, and it is also secured through the rings of the caps. Can you please take photographs of connector patch panel 13 and also secure the cable harness? Yes, can you do it? Yes, there is this rag that's hanging out. Nikolai, you can take mine. You can take mine, and I'm going to be holding this fabric. Turning it on. It is recording now, turning around. It is connected now. It needs to be secured. It is secured with wire ties. It's connected. Would it work it if you can go through there? Can you hold it on this piece? Yes. It's upside down, but I think they'll figure it out. There are two more connectors that are farther away.
Так, такой глубины хватит здесь?
Inaudible.
Уже все проложено.
Everything is already routed there. Okay, let's go ahead and remove it.
Я беру камеру.
Let me stow the camera away.
Так, Сергей, можем, наверное, снимать.
All right, Sergey, I guess we're going to remove the unit.
Так, вот смотри, у нас...
Олег Дмитриевич,
So, Oleg,
Да.
Да.
go ahead.
привод ручной.
Мне еще отоплю.
Just remove the manual actuator.
Снимаем привод ручной, да.
Manual actuator, yes.
Адаптер должен одним фалом быть или нет?
What about the adapter? Should it have one tether or not? No, Oleg,
Перестраховать должны фалы.
you should swap tethers. The tethers that you used for carrying the adapter to the manual actuator.
Так, один на кого?
Okay, so which one? Where? Nikolai?
Сейчас пока не вижу.
I don't see it now. So I have untethered, one tether.
А вот 41.
Where does it go? 4114,
А тебе что, снимать ему удобно?
where it is wire tied.
Я его вообще снимать не надо.
Do you think it will be convenient to take it off?
Я сейчас проволоку.
Well, we don't have to take it off. Well, we're going to carry it back, so I'm not going to need it for now. So let me just secure it on me, on myself, and then you're going to remove it from me. Sergey, we're supposed to carry two tethers, so one of the tethers would go on myself, and then the other one on the unit.
Или нужно...
Or do you need two tethers? Are we carrying two? You have to carry two because we need to take all of the tethers off the adapter. So you need to swap tethers and secure them on the manual actuator. One of them is secured, and what about the other one? Is it the one that's hooked on the Paros payload? Yes, the adapter.
Могу дотянуться. Да проволоку убрать.
I can reach to put away the wire tie. Do I need to push you? Do you need help?
Я там снизу, я не знаю, куда ее удобно.
Well, I'm not sure where to put it best. Do I need this wire tie, or can I just secure it here and remove the cables? You can just attach it there. Nikolai, you aren't going to need the wire tie. So, also you can use it to remove the slack of the cable harness, cables that have been routed. Copy that. And Nikolai, underneath your right hand.
Там
But
Я один снял.
I have removed one of them from the mini RSA unit, and then the other one, where is it? It is secured on the base panel. Where is it? It's on my side, so go ahead and remove it and put it in the adapter. So,
напор мини, то есть не фал, не
mini RSA should be untethered from the adapter. Is that correct? Well, it should be deployed, right? But not the base panel. But, Sergey, do you copy? The two tethers should be attached to... Go ahead and remove the manual actuator. First, it should have two tethers on it.
Подожди.
Stand by.
Не про привод.
We are not asking about the manual actuator. We are asking about the tether that's going from the mini RSA unit to the adapter. Do we keep it here or is it removed? No, it should be removed. Okay, removed. And where does it go? Go ahead and hook it on me. So I have two tethers now. And they are attached to the manual actuator on the other side. Okay, copy.
С аппаратуры мы должны забрать все файлы.
You need to remove all of the tethers from the hardware. So you should have 3 tethers. So we have one more left.
Так, это который на спутник идет.
Is that the one that should be attached to the satellite? Yes, and it says Parus here. Okay, I see it.
Наверх подняться немножко.
Okay, we've gone up a bit.
Крыло Б, точно.
Krylov back is here. That's right. Sergey, check once again. Are you here? Yes, I'm here. Take a look at this. We have removed the wire tie from the mini RSA unit.
This is Mission Control Houston, 4 hours, 51 minutes into today's spacewalk by Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub. They are wrapping up work and with the installation of the mini radar synthetic aperture device on a payload adapter on the NAOCA multipurpose laboratory module. Once this is complete, the next step and the last major task planned for the spacewalk today is the installation of a deployment mechanism in which there is a solar sail nanosatellite called Parus, which is the Russian word for sail. That deployment device basically will have a manual actuator that will pop open the top of this device and allow the nanosatellite to be spring ejected.
On the units. Okay, copy.
This satellite is designed to collect data on solar sail technology. Once again, earlier in the day, the external radiator on NAOCA that was installed during a Russian spacewalk back in May, first launched as part of the payload complement on the Rosviet module on the STS-132 mission in May of 2010, was isolated from the rest of the cooling system on NAOCA when Kononenko and Chub configured a number of valves to shut off any possibility of the flow of additional coolant into that external radiator that is a backup radiator system designed to handle heat rejection for payloads in the multipurpose laboratory module. The bulk of the cooling capability for NAOCA comes in body-mounted radiators that the module was launched with. After the steps were taken to isolate the external radiator from the cooling reservoir for NAOCA, Kononenko made his way towards the leak site where the coolant leak on that radiator first began on October 9th, and noticed essentially a pooling of coolant at what is presumed to be the leak site. He was taking detailed photo documentation of that leak site area and the resulting residual coolant that was pooled in that area, possibly disturbed by the opening and closing of valves to isolate the radiator itself. Some of that coolant escaped from the leak site in the form of flakes of coolant that made its way towards Kononenko, some of which got on one of his safety tethers, some which drifted in the vicinity of his suit. His suit was wiped down with towels, and the safety tether was removed, one of several safety tethers used to secure a crew member during a spacewalk. It was placed in a bag and will be left outside the International Space Station.
Also, can you tie up some of the cable slack? Let's see. So I'm holding the manual actuator in one hand. Can you please attach it? What about the second one? Does it go in the same place? Well, will it be too much? There are two, and then the third one can just go here. Here. Okay, you can attach it right there. Okay, I'm handing it over. Did you get it? Yes, got it. And Sergey, were you asking something? Please check if you can remove some of the cable slack. Well, I guess we could do it here, but where would it go? Well, yes, we could do that. We could tie it up right here. There is some space if you go up. Let go. All right, so we had 5.
Олег Дмитриевич, Николай.
Oleg, Nikolai? Go ahead. We had a quick dropout, so I was saying that, yes, we got that. So we had 5 wire ties on the RSA unit, and 4 of them are now secured on the cable of the unit, and another one is used to secure the cables that were disconnected from the connectors. Did you copy? Copy. Nikolai, let's put this piece of fabric into a Krylov bag. Okay. Well, I think we are done here. Paros is now attached to me, so you can go ahead and release it now. Are there any that are not used? No, not on this side. Okay, so I can just carry it on myself. No, I'm gonna get this one now. All right, you can move over here. That's it. You can untether it. But the way it looks, it is strange as it's going through the inside. Is it mine? Yes. Is it wrapped around it or not? Let's check.
Вообще вполне она.
It's not this one.
Другая нитка.
It's a different thread.
Разобрал.
Сейчас, да.
Okay, it's done. Yes, somebody.
Все забрал.
Ага, хорошо.
I'm holding it. Okay, good.
Так.
Okay.
Что мы еще можем крылок убрать, пока мы...
What else can we put into Krylok bag? I guess we could put away the tethers here.
Кстати, почему бы и нет?
Why not?
Дмитрий Николай.
Oleg, Nikolai, this is Moscow. Go ahead.
Время ВКД 5 часов ровно.
EVA elapsed time is 5 hours 00 minutes. Copy.
Нормально.
That's fine.
Так, я думаю, пару снимать, нет?
Should we remove the Paros hardware or not? Yes, go ahead and do that.
Так, ну что мы?
Ну, один фал нам.
Okay, one of the tethers is attached to me. Is it going to be hitting against anything here? Is it adjustable? Say again?
На парус зафиксируйте.
Please attach adjustable tether on the Paros.
Сейчас зафиксирую. Ну, будет у меня тогда...
Yes, we'll get it done, but it's going to be right in front of my face then.
This is Mission Control Houston. As you heard from the Russian flight controllers through the interpreter, we've passed the 5-hour mark in today's spacewalk, now at 5 hours 1 minute. And Kononenko and Chub continue working efficiently outside of the International Space Station at the Naoka Multipurpose Laboratory Module, having been working recently over the past hour or so with the installation of a mini radar system on a payload deployment mechanism and a payload attachment system on the body of Naoka, not far from the external radiator that leaked on October 9th and which was isolated through a series of valve configurations as the main objective of today's spacewalk. The two cosmonauts now will turn their attention to the installation of a deployment device on a handrail on Naoka, in which is the Parus solar sail nanosatellite, which will be spring ejected and its sails unfurled to be able to provide data back to Russian flight controllers on solar sail technology.
Were you saying that once we're done with Paros, we're standing by for the panel deployment, but I'm going to wait here. Well, actually, you need to deploy the adapter panel to a 90-degree angle beneath the base panel. All right, copy that. So that's the task that remains. And Nikolai, is it going to be on your side? Yes. Can you do it on your own? Yes, I can. Also, sunrise coming up in 8 minutes. Copy.
Я просто со стороны привода нахожусь.
I am on the actuator side, and Nikolai is on the base panel side. Yes, I am at the base panel, starting deployment. Copy.
Так, корневая панель.
The base panel is at 90 degrees. It is deployed. The upper stop is installed. The lower stop is installed, and I have checked that it is attached securely.
Установить нужно 2 фиксирующие штанги.
And you also need to install 2 inaudible. That's what I'm saying. That's already installed, and I checked that they're secure. Copy, Nikolai. Everything is nominal with their attachment. Okay, you're going to move up slowly. Stand by. First, I'm going to go down.
A view from Oleg Kononenko's helmet camera as the International Space Station flies in darkness over Saudi Arabia, moving from southwest and northeast in an orbit inclined 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator.
Переходим на третью плоскость.
Please move on to plane 3. Okay. Well, I even let it go, but still it's here.
Олег Дмитриевич, Николай.
Oleg, Nikolai. This is Moscow. Go ahead.
Телеметрия показала, что кабели состыкованы.
The telemetry shows that all the cables are mated correctly. Say again? They are connected correctly. Okay, well, that's great news.
Это хорошая новость. Теперь
Yes, great news indeed. And now you are going to proceed towards Paros hardware. Thank you, Sergey. Moving forward.
Так.
All right.
Солнечная панель.
The solar panel, and we should go down some more.
Как бы место такое, что сложно соблюсти.
This area is tricky. It is hard to translate in certain order.
аппаратура мини-РСА даже не замерзла.
Mini RSA hardware didn't even freeze or anything. Well, that's great. I guess we were warming it up with our breath and warmth. Is it deploying already?
Осторожно, там у нас двигатели.
Careful. Be careful.
Двигатели не касаться скафандра.
Make sure that your spacesuits do not touch the motors. Well, actually, we are past them already. Copy. As soon as you get to plane 3, please let me know. And also the mini RSA unit will be deploying at that time. I am at plane 3 already, and I'm making way for my commander here.
Так вот ты ниже полез, да? Да, я сейчас спущусь ниже.
Nikolai, are you going to go down some? Yes, I'll move down.
Мешает все это капитально. Сейчас, секундочку.
Stand by 1. So.
Ну давай я ближе.
I am closer, so let me do it.
Ну, снять ее.
You need to release it. This one? Yes. Okay.
Обратил внимание, развороты телом здесь гораздо проще, чем...
Have you noticed that turning here is much easier than in Hydrolab. You can just push yourself away with your hands, and it's just easier. Yes, many things are easy here. Yes, there isn't that much resistance, and it's easier, but harder in other ways. And I am already below it. Is it fine? Yes, it's fine. I'm moving also. And FP3 is right here. Well, we're exercising now? Sure.
Так, у нас Сергей.
Sergey, is Konstantin getting ready?
Вижу окна закрыты, открыты.
I see the windows. Open, closed, open, but I don't see Konstantin.
Сколько? Вперед, позови.
Sergey, please call Konstantin to make sure that he's ready for photography.
Так, мне еще тут мини обходить, а?
And should I go around the mini RSA also?
Вижу сверху.
Да, Коль, передали Константину.
Yes, Nikolai, we passed it on.
Спасибо большое. Спасибо.
With the work with the mini radar synthetic aperture system now complete, its installation on a payload adapter having been accomplished, next up is the installation of a deployment device on a handrail on Naoka, from which this solar sail technology nanosatellite called Parus will be spring ejected.
Okay, I closed it. I'm here at 43. I believe I need 4340, right?
340.
I believe so. I'm at 4360. So I need to continue translating. Yes, you still have a distance to cover. Then you'll see the antenna there. Be careful. Yes? Station Moscow, space to ground 1 for Konstantin. Here is the panel somewhere right here. 4340 must be here. Here, close to my knee. Isn't that the one? 4340, yes, here it is. Okay. I need to move down somehow. Where did you see Kostya? No, actually, I didn't see him. Oh, he's maybe asleep. Or having his meal. So far, he keeps silent. Okay, the shutters are still down. Copy? Would you like me to open it? Yes, go ahead and open it. Okay, that's in work.
Нет, зачем вам, да. Девятку открывать?
Should I open number 9? Yes.
Так.
Okay. I am in place.
О, Кость, видишь?
Okay, Costa, now we can see you.
Так. Мне написано, что в сторону...
What's written here?
Николай,
Nikolai?
Да.
Yes?
а ты расположился возле кольцевых поручней, да?
So, did you position yourself next to the circular handrail?
Положился возле...
I am
на поручне 31...
next to handrails 3112. Oh, never mind. 4312, 4313.
Да.
Как
I'll copy.
Хорошо.
Copy you loud and clear. All okay.
Так,
Okay.
установлен.
Installed.
Что-то мне как-то сомнение вызывает. Он не попадет никуда, да?
Hopefully it won't get anywhere. Where can it get? Station Moscow, space to ground 1.
Как ты видишь траекторию его? Костя.
Kostya?
Костя опять нету. Где Костя?
Kostya, he got lost again. Where is Kostya?
Николай, пока отдохни.
Nikolai, please have some rest in the meantime. Kostya is MLM. Let me just translate. Where do you plan to translate? Sergey?
Установлен на замке.
We installed it on the and locked.
Да, файл можно отцепить.
Can we unhook the tether? Yes, you can do that, but don't do anything else.
А что я могу с ним сделать?
What else? What can I do with it?
Ничего.
Nothing. Station Moscow and space to ground 1 for Konstantin. Regarding activation of Sony camcorder. Kostya, can you see us? We are trying to call him right now. Yeah, well, he's waving, so he can see us. Space to ground 1. Do you see window 9? Yes. Well, we want to ask you about the camcorder activation. Is it work in progress? Yes, I finished the activation of MLM. My question is, we have one SSC on and its power source. There is no... Should I follow radiogram? What should I do? SSC is on, and what else is on? And its power source is also on. Copy, give me a minute. And I'll clarify this, but our request is please prepare the camcorder because literally in 11 minutes we do have the TV session regarding Paris. Camcorder is ready, you are going to check it out. I just need to understand how to position it. I copy you. Okay, I'll answer your question on SSC and power source in a minute. Yes, about this antenna.
5 hours, 21 minutes into today's spacewalk by Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub. We are standing by for two events to happen. One, the unfurling of the panels on the mini radar synthetic aperture device that was installed on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module by the two cosmonauts a short time ago. That should be followed in fairly rapid succession with the deployment of a nanosatellite for solar sail technology called Parus. That device, the nanosatellite, is in a deployment mechanism that has been attached to a handrail on Naoka. The deployment device will be detached once the satellite is on its way.
Okay. Let's do it right here. It's not ideal yet. Oleg? Go ahead. So you are in the position, right? Yes, my back is facing service model and I'm looking at Nicola. Please repeat. Do you see the green power LED? Yes? Is it illuminated and steady? Yes. Okay, copy. Okay, now I'm hooking to the ring, right? Right. Oleg? Do not pull out the pin yet. Yes, I connect. I'm tethered to the ring. Okay. Not by the cable. Okay. Do not pull out the pin yet. I already have. So I only have to push the trigger. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Oh, okay. station, Moscow, space to ground 1 for Konstantin.
Нормально разместиться.
Да вот и я такой же, наверное, уже лежу, у меня руки не подходят, не подходят.
Okay, Kostya.
Телом не подхожу.
About the camera position, there is a radiogram on installation, and it has the description of the view. Try to
Так, Серег, ты скажи, когда...
get as close to that figure that you can see on the last page. Yes, but we talked with the EVA crew that the satellite will be flying back and to the left. Are you receiving the video? Yes. And based on what we see, we are not happy with this angle. We need to set it to give us the view as described in the radiogram. Yes.
Как у тебя тепловое состояние?
Oleg, what's the temperature? Comfortable?
Мне все нравится.
I like it. Okay. Copy.
Сергей, а набор мини еще не раскрывали?
Sergey, did you open inaudible? No, not yet. All our attention is now on the satellite. Oleg, did you remove the pin? Is it time to do it?
The conversation you're hearing are the steps being taken prior to the deployment of the Parus nanosatellite out of its deployment device that is attached to a handrail on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module.
We are standing by for Konstantin.
Он уже... Я увидел.
I saw him. I believe he is ready with the camera. Now he is setting the camera. He is setting the right view and getting the camera ready. Kostya, if you can copy me, leave it exactly the way it is now. Don't do anything else. Okay, that's the position, and that's how you'll see what you want to see. I copy you. Kostya, we have a request. Lower it a little bit so that we could see some space and we can see the Earth, not just the model. Okay, just like this. This is much better. Now keep it this way. Please, for now. Keep it like this, okay?
И сколько нам ждать?
And for how long shall we wait for the camera to be set? Okay, Kostya, copy. Keep the camera in this position. Do not touch it anymore. Okay, agreed. Oleg, Nikolai?
Да.
Yes? Nikolai, is your camera on?
Да, камера горит.
Affirmative. I see red LED, the camera is on. Copy all. So video is ready. Oleg, you are go to remove the pin.
Принято, удаляйте пул.
In work, removing the pin. Station Moscow, and space to ground 1 for Konstantin. Yes, go ahead. Kostya, we have a request. As soon as the launch will occur, if you'll be able to follow it, in other words, do some tilting. Right now, keep it as is, but as soon it will start flying, follow it with the camera. Now, guys, EV crew, monitor the yellow LED. Copy? Yellow LED. Okay. Open the retainer. Sergey, let me put the cover in place. Okay, it's now in place. So the retainer is not on my side, right? No, it's on the handle. You see the big one. Okay, I see it. I put it in the right position. Copy. Okay, the trigger of the launch mechanism towards yourself. Launch. Okay. Kostya, the launch is about to happen. Be careful. Okay, it's open. Copy. It came out a little bit, but there is no jettison. Do you need help? Oleg, pull the cover towards yourself. Pulling. It looks like the spring was impacted by the temperature. I'm shaking it. All right. Here it comes. Do I need to push it? No? Beautiful. I can see it coming out. I can see the launch. Yes, we are monitoring it. Right now, we are doing the video shoot as we requested. Okay. Where are the panels? Will they deploy? Or would it happen later? In 5 minutes after launch, it will start deploying.
The Parus solar sail technology satellite deployed at 5 hours 31 minutes into the spacewalk at 6:20 p.m. Central Time. As the International Space Station flew over the Central Pacific Ocean.
I want to monitor the satellite from the ground. Yes, just like this. Okay. Just like this. We can see it. Oleg, if it's convenient for you, please turn the camera on to record everything. That's your chest camera. I don't see the red LED anymore. It's shining beautifully under the sun rays. Yes. Yes, it is a beautiful view under the sun. I keep monitoring. In the meantime, we begin to deploy mini ERSA monoblock. Okay. Then I'll turn the camera off, right? Well, at least I'll try, because it's hard for me to reach it with my hand. Is it chasing us? Okay, main RCS started movement. Copy. Oleg, can you lift your head up so you will not be blocking the view? Is it okay now? Yes, that's good. Thank you.
Again, this is the Parus nanosatellite for solar sail technology that was spring ejected from a deployment mechanism on a handrail on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module. The solar sail arrays, if you will, are scheduled to deploy automatically in about a minute and a half or so.
Do you see the video now? Are you recording? Yes. What about the monoblock? Mini RSA is in the process of deployment. Yes, the panel is deployed. One panel. Just one? Yes, so far.
While this is going on, that conversation refers to the panels on the mini radar synthetic aperture system that was installed on a payload adapter on Naoka about an hour or so ago. The panel segments are slowly deploying as planned.
Коля, are you watching? Station Moscow, space to ground 1. Moscow station. Yes, Kostya, go ahead and space to ground 1. I am trying to ensure that you have a view of both the module and the satellite, but I can only see the satellite. Shall I keep it as is? No, well, I'm looking, back to EVA, I'm looking at the monoblock panel and I don't see it fully deployed. Yes, I cannot confirm the full deployment of the panel. I see it, both panels are next to each other. We saw the movement, how it was unfolding. Nikolai, can you take video of the satellite panel deployment? I do not see the satellite right now. Well, it's right behind you. Okay. Nikolai, can you turn the way I'm positioned? Yes, just like this. We can see the monoblock right now, and please give this same angle. Okay. Standing by. Okay. Can you see it? No. No, I didn't manage yet. Okay, that's where it is. I'm not sure I will be able to do a good video session. How much time is left before deployment? Stand by. The curators are saying that it should be deployed by now. Sergey, one more time. No. I'm sorry. I was talking about mini RSA, but you're talking about the satellite. Mini RSA is not deploying yet. No, nothing is being deployed. Neither. Nothing is being deployed. Station Moscow, space to ground 1. For Konstantin.
All right, let's try and make it closer as much as possible. All right. Oleg.
Yeah.
We see it really clearly. Oleg, let's start with the uninstallation of the jettisoning device. All right, here is the
5 hours 42 minutes into the spacewalk, a very good view of the Parus nanosatellite for solar cell technology data collection. The two sail-type wings should have deployed by now and have not, as you can see in this view from station cameras. Russian flight controllers also waiting for the unfurling of the panels on the mini radar synthetic aperture device that was installed on the Naoka module a short time ago.
Nikolai, stand by. Not ready yet, and we cannot understand what you're saying. I am on space to ground 1, and I am following your EVA with the cameras. All right, sounds good.
Костя, сейчас из поля зрения у нас объект ушел. Можешь еще его поймать? О, отлично.
All right. This is a great view. Oleg, this is Nikolai. Go ahead. Mini RSA opened up one more panel. Copy, that's good news.
So another panel on the radar system that was installed has unfurled. No joy yet for the nanosatellite.
3 motors activated.
Прошло раскрытие третьей панели.
All right, panel 3-3, one more time. Okay. And the satellite has left the observation area. Copy. Okay, it's back up again. Back again. And the antenna has not been deployed and opened. Has not been opened yet. Oleg, Nikolai. Go ahead.
Сейчас ожидаем раскрытие четвертой панели.
We're standing by for the deployment of panel 4 of the mono unit RSA. Then it will be secured to unintelligible, and we're going to leave it there. How do you want us to secure it even more securely? It is currently very secured with 2 tethers. Stand by, let me find out. Nikolai, let's get close and check. Well, it is a struggle to translate here. And I mean dragging the crew lock bag and everything. Oleg? So we're going to get this mobile ring this way or the other? Okay, hold on. Let us get to that mobile ring the right way.
To recap, 3 out of the 4 panels on the mini radar synthetic aperture device have unfurled, standing by for further word from the Russian flight controllers on the 4th and final panel. Meanwhile, this view of the Parus nanosatellite that has yet to deploy its solar sail.
Mini RSA has been deployed, so you will need to get to the attachment fixture now and you can start movement. Copy. Translating. So, what about Usi? Was it convenient to move there? I didn't go there, I was above it.
Экипаж МКС, ступи Москвы в канале СГ-1 для Константина. Принято, Удаков. Спасибо большое, что сопровождал объект. Прям шикарно мы его видели. Все, тогда мы тебя на этой работе отпускаем.
Понял, хорошо, камеру включаю, спасибо.
Да, тебе спасибо.
Так, здесь мы идем вверх.
Alright, we're going up from here, right? Correct. First of all, you need to go down the cone and unintelligible.
This view now of the orange-colored panels on the mini radar synthetic aperture device that was installed on a payload adapter on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module about an hour and a half ago. It appears as if all of the panels have deployed. We're still standing by for final confirmation of that from the Russian flight controllers.
Yeah. But just be careful walking and translating. Alright, look, I'm on handrail 42 and intelligible. This is where I am translating currently. Below the handrail, from below. On space to ground 2. How do you copy? This is Konstantin. We'll read you loud and clear. Stand by, let me turn around. That's the most convenient location. How are you there? And there I am. Oleg, are you ahead of us? Yes. And I'm at the Strela. Boom. And I am on the handrails. Oleg, go ahead. Go ahead. Please stand by.
This is Mission Control Houston. As we approach the 6-hour mark in today's spacewalk by Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub, the major tasks have been completed. The isolation of an external radiator that leaked coolant back on October 9th. That external radiator has been isolated from the rest of Naoka's cooling system.
Would you be able to identify Unintelligible.
Что там нужно разглядеть?
Identify what, Sergey?
The two cosmonauts then pressed ahead with the installation of a payload adapter upon which a mini radar synthetic aperture science device was mounted and its panels unfurled.
Let me check.
And the deployment of a nanosatellite designed to gather data on solar sail technology. The only problem is that the sails themselves, as you can see in this view, as it sails away from the International Space Station, those sails did not deploy as planned. They were expected to unfurl about 5 minutes after it spring ejected from a deployment mechanism. Those sails have yet to unfurl.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4. All 4 panels are opened. 4, 3, 2, and 1. They're all lined up in one line. So if there is anything, if there is an issue, then probably it's going to be only the center one. Well, we see it on our end as well. So you need to get back to the monoblock and fix that.
Russian flight controllers confirming that the 4 panels on that radar system have unfurled. They're checking the alignment of those panels.
The launching unit and just go there with without all the items that we're carrying, and then yes, just have the manual actuator. So tell me what we're going to need from the crew log bag. From the crew log bag, you're going to need a reel. Well, we can, and don't waste time. Well, and the bundle, and you will need to leave the and take the bundle with you. And, well, it's really slowing us down. We're not going to waste more time securing it. Well, the reel may not be useful because you probably would be able to reach. But the mini RSI is not too far. So you can actually move along the mobile ring and see how it is secured. And be careful about with the tethers that may be that may have some of the residue on them, and Sergey, of the coolant on them. Sergey, where do you want us to secure the crew log bag and the drive? To the cargo Strela boom. Okay, I understand. But you're taking the crew log bag with you. Well, if we do not need the reel, why do you want me to take the crew log bag? Guys, we're going to be able to decide whether it is needed or not needed only when we're at place. And if you don't need it, then it's good. But if you do... Alright. Nikolai, fine. Just take the reel, attach it to yourself and go. And where did you leave the satellite? I secured it to unintelligible. And it's going to be really uncomfortable for you to reconnect here. Okay, how is the satellite? Pretty good now. And the launch unit or deployment unit? Okay. So? Okay, it's scanning here.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are at the 6-hour mark in today's spacewalk by Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub. A clarification now from the Russian flight controllers on the unfurling of the 4 panels for the mini radar system with the synthetic aperture that was installed on a payload adapter on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module earlier in today's EVA. 2 of the panels, panels 1 and 2, partially deployed, panels 3 and 4 fully deployed. So the 2 cosmonauts will make their way back to that synthetic aperture radar system and manually attempt to straighten out and fully deploy the 2 panels that are reported to be partially deployed. So far, we have not heard anything further on the deployment of the sails on that nanosatellite that was spring ejected from a deployment mechanism on a Naoka handrail a short time ago. They were supposed to have unfurled about 5 minutes after its deployment. They did not unfurl as planned. And we do not expect any other tasks to be attempted during today's spacewalk. Once the cosmonauts take a shot at fully deploying 2 of the 4 panels on the radar system, they will call it a day and begin to gather their tools and equipment and make their way back to the Poisk airlock, where they will wipe down their Orlan suits and tools with towels that will be bagged so that no particular particulate contamination can be introduced back into the airlock from the work that they did earlier in inspecting and isolating valves for the external radiator that developed a leak back on October 9th.
Go ahead, Sergey. PD is 6 hours, precisely. All right. Nikolai, do you see? I can't really tell where the Strela is and where what is located. It's to the left. And then there is the fringe from the Strela. And I have this little fringe here. Let me secure it to you.
This view once again of the mini radar system with the synthetic aperture that was installed. 2 of the 4 panels fully deployed, panels 1 and 2 partially deployed. The cosmonauts will make their way back to that area to see whether they can assist in straightening out or fully deploying the other 2 panels on that radar aperture system.
And we need to secure it to something. Well, it's secured there already. On the fringe. A large hook goes onto the ring. Where are you? I'm right in front of you. All right, pull a little bit. That's a small ring. Which one should we? This one. Nope. It's not the right side. It is a ring. Well, but when we are securing and unsecuring a... Okay, here we go. Good. And, okay, we brought so much stuff with us, and we don't have one thing that we need. All right. Got this lock.
This is Mission Control Houston. Just to recap, Kononenko and Chub now 6 hours, 6 minutes into their spacewalk, wrapping things up. The first task was for the two cosmonauts to configure a series of valves to isolate the external radiator on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module that developed a leak of its coolant back on October 9th. They did so, isolating that external radiator, which is used for backup for science payloads in the future in Naoka. The primary cooling for the module itself comes from the body radiators that are wrapped around the module that it launched with back in 2010, before the external radiator was deployed, moved from the Rosviet module, which it was launched on in 2010, to the Naoka module during an earlier spacewalk in May of this year. Kononenko did an up-close and personal photo documentation of the area where the leak occurred back on October 9th and detected a bubble of coolant that had formed at the leak site, possibly perturbated by the valve operations that could have changed pressure in the area or some other circumstance that caused a bubble of coolant to form. The resulting bubble spewed some flakes of coolant in his direction. Some got on one of his safety tethers, which was removed and placed in a bag not to be brought back inside the station. He wiped down his suit, as he will again, along with Chub, before they re-enter the Poisk module to wrap up the spacewalk. Other mitigating work will be conducted after the repressurization of the airlock, including the activation of an air filtration system that would also be used to remove any trace contaminant particulate that may still reside in the airlock as a result of any flakes of coolant that were liberated from the leak site on the external radiator.
How it is secured, and if it is secured, well, that...
The two cosmonauts installed a device called a mini radar system with a synthetic aperture to a payload adapter on Naoka. Then there's a good view. 2 of the 4 panels fully deployed. There's apparently 1 panel that is partially deployed. The 2 cosmonauts are going to try to assist in unfurling that first of the 4 panels on the radar system.
Are you going to be...
And they installed a deployment mechanism on a handrail on Naoka, from which a nanosatellite called the Parus satellite, Parus, the Russian word for sail, was spring ejected. Its solar sails were supposed to have deployed about 5 minutes after its deployment, and the last time we saw the satellite, those sails had not deployed, and we have received no confirmation from Russian flight controllers that they did in fact deploy.
All right, we've been using the upper row of handrails. Should I hold it or hand it over to you? Hold it? So should we move below the radiator on the mobile link? Well, actually, you can go over it, you can go above if that works best for you. Well, I think that would be better because that's what we use for translation. All right, you're a go to do that. Well, it got stuck. What is it, Nikolai? Am I holding on to something or not? Let me check. I don't see it yet. I think it's flipped over. No, nothing is holding you. What do you need? Where do you need it? Well, your helmet is pushing against one of the handrails on the radiator. Is my helmet against it? And that's fine. Let me move. Should I move on top here? And should I swap tethers? Because one of your tethers is left far behind. No, that's fine. Okay.
The helmet. What I mean is that, what if we move along the radiator? Would it not work? Should I turn around so that my legs are facing it? No, it's fine. You can just keep moving like that, with your head facing that way.
Так. Сейчас вверх идем.
So should we move up now?
По идее, вообще-то вниз, а потом вверх.
Well, I think we're supposed to move down first and then up, because we can't really move up because the area control panel is in the way. Well, you are supposed to move up now. Relative to your body position, you should move up. Can you please pull on the tether? Yes, I'll get it done now. Okay, it's done. It's pulled through. Horrible. Let me check. Okay, you're past it now. And it is really narrow here.
Вот на вчерашнее. 8417.
Дмитрий Николай.
Oleg Nikolai, this is Moscow. Go ahead. You're almost there. I understand that you're tired at this point. But please be careful. We are being careful. Who told you that we're not? And do not go around it. All right, so am I gonna go above then? On top here? Yes. Should I go down? No. No need to do so. Did you say something? No. Shall I move on? Yes. Move forward. You just have to move.
A bit difficult to discern, but the cosmonauts are in the vicinity of the payload adapter, where the mini radar system with a synthetic aperture is deployed. 2 of the 4 panels fully deployed. It is believed that a 3rd panel also fully deployed. Panel 1 appeared to be partially deployed, and so the cosmonauts, as the final task for today's spacewalk, will try to coax that 4th and final panel into its full deployment configuration.
Do you know that the flexible handrail, which was supposed to be installed between 4128 and 4129, is not installed correctly? How is it installed? Okay. Okay. Understand. Copy that. Inaudible. I didn't copy. If we install it in the correct configuration, that would be best. Yeah, we would be really grateful. Nikolai, no need to do so. Okay, I guess we can get it on the way back.
Так, ну вот я практически на месте.
Okay, so I have almost reached the worksite, but I can't see anything. Yes, we're still at Eclipse Pass, so I don't see anything. Okay.
Так, вот смотри, Сергей, картину какую наблюдаешь.
Sergey, look, here is what I see.
Между корневой панелью и первой после корневой.
Between the base panel and the first panel after the base panel, the angle is 90 degrees. The same angle, actually a 180 angle is between 1 and 2, between 2 and 3. It is inaudible.
Между второй и третьей угол.
So the angle between 2 and 3 is not 180, it is approximately 160, so it is slightly at an angle. This is exactly what we need to correct.
Так, хорошо.
Okay.
Отрабатывали с помощью ключа, правильно?
So we're going to do what we practiced, and I'm going to use the range, correct?
Сейчас Олег
Right.
дотянемся, да.
Yes. We're gonna reach it. I just need some room here.
Не, вам нужно, наверное, перестыковаться совсем отсюда. Вот, туда.
I think you need to swap tethers and move away from there. Use 4559. Okay.
Я размещусь.
Let me position myself.
Видно плохо. Ну, сейчас, да. Значит, Сергей, я застраховал тебя за
Sergey, I'm tethered on handrail 4113 using fixed length tether, and also on the handrail 4142. Copy. I'm gonna try to reach there in this configuration, and if I can't, then I'm gonna reconfigure. Okay.
В принципе,
Well, overall,
дотянуться можно, но мне нужен другой путь.
I could reach there. However, I need to use different handrails. All right.
Что ты хочешь? Я хочу перейти на следующий порт.
I'd like to switch to the next handrail.
Я пустил фал постоянно.
Oleg Kononenko trying to position himself as close to the area of interest, being panel 1 of this mini radar system with the synthetic aperture, so he can assist manually in attempting to straighten out panel 1 of 4 panels on this radar device.
Sergey, can I hold on to the striped handrails on the panels? Say again? Yes, Nikolai, here you go. You can hold on to the striped handrails. Copy.
And Nikolai Chub now taking a turn at straightening out that panel.
Так, да, раскрыл. Но она как бы не становится.
It is open, however, it doesn't get locked. It goes back.
Фиксируется, да, Коль?
Are you saying it cannot be locked in place? Did you copy? No, I don't see it.
Вот я раскрыл.
So it is fully open now?
Может быть, немножко инерции придать?
Do you need some inertia?
Смотрю, что там.
Let's see what's going on there.
Так, это та часть, где вот эти замки.
Is it the part with the locks or not?
Коль, повтори еще раз.
Nikolai, please repeat.
Для фиксации этой панели какой механизм использовать?
What mechanism should I use to lock this panel in place? Should I use the pins?
Они же фиксируют в раскрытом положении.
Yes, the pins should be used to lock the panel in the open position. Can you see it? Are they there? I can see that you're pulling it to open, but it moves back, and it just slide it again.
Принято, ожидай, выдадим тебе УЗ на эту тему. Теперь, возвращаясь к твоему вопросу,
Nikolai, can you fold it in slightly and check out the pins if they came out or not? Yes, Sergey. What I suggest is the following. The fixed line tether will be attached on myself, and I'm going to keep my adjustable here as well. And I'm going to switch to the reel. Did you say switch to the reel? To the reel and to my adjustable, which is not far from here. Sounds good. So the reel is secured on 4569. Copy. The lock is closed. Fixed length tether is removed from the handrail and attached on me, black on black. Yes, I confirm black on black. Copy. And let me get that tether. So I'll press on. Let me turn it. The locks are different here on the pins.
Nikolai Chub continuing to attempt to fully unfurl panel 1 of the 4 panels on the mini radar system.
But the panel didn't get there. And the locks have the following structure. I think this is panel 3. There are still pins, but they're not rounded. They're square. And panel 2, it looks as if they have a cradle and they go in there from the top, I guess. Can you point the cameras closer to the locks? On the right or on the left? Which one do you want? Whichever lock you're looking at, the one that's closest to you. On the right from your arm. Can you see it? Yes, just like that. Yes. I have a feeling that the mountain seats have a trigger mechanism that should engage a latch. The latch is disengaged. This is what I see on all of the 3 locks. visually, can you assess if the latch is out or not? Yes, that's what I'm saying. It is disengaged. It's out. And on the left, the latches on all of the 3 locks are out.
Защелку можно попробовать вернуть в обратную?
I can push it back in. Can I do that? Yes, can you try that?
Попробовать-то точно.
I'll give it a try for sure.
Насчет того, что...
But I'm not sure if it's going to work out or not.
Сложно себя зафиксировать. Сергей, я вынужденно берусь одним пальцем, но берусь за...
Sergey,
кабельный спуск, который идет по панели.
I'm going to hold the cable bundle with just one finger. Otherwise, I'm not just going to reach there. Oleg?
Да.
Go ahead.
Попробуйте Колю подержать за ноги.
Try to hold Nikolai's feet. No need to do so. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Хорошо.
Дополнительный момент.
Because I'm going to get additional momentum like that.
Так, хорошие пружины там стоят.
The springs are quite nice here.
Six and a half hours into the spacewalk, Nikolai Chub continuing his efforts to try to fully deploy one of the 4 panels on the synthetic aperture radar system that was installed on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module several hours ago.
Inaudible.
О!
Here. Yay.
Первую защелку открыл.
First one is open. First latch open.
Так, Коля, отлично. Второй давай посмотрим.
Excellent, Nikolai. Move on to the second one.
Они все, я еще раз говорю, они все в положении.
Just to reiterate, all of them are closed. Now in closed position.
Третьей защелкой точно будет проблем, потому что она прям...
I'm going to have issues with latch number 3 for sure. Because inaudible.
Ладно, пока берусь.
Okay, I got it.
Так, второй защелк. Ай, ё-моё.
Latch number 2.
Щелкнула обратно. Причем щелкнула на всю длину.
Darn it. It's
Третья стоит, я еще не трогал.
inaudible. And then the third one is not moving. I haven't touched it yet, but it's not moving.
Коль, значит, второй и третий на полную, да, они вышли?
Nikolai, can we confirm that 2 and 3 are fully out?
Первая открыта.
Yes, for 2 and 3, number 1 is open.
Chub is continuing work to try to secure a series of latches that would securely and fully deploy the 4th of 4 panels for this synthetic radar aperture system.
You confirm standby for now.
Что из того, что мы здесь есть, можешь нам помочь?
Let's see if you can help us.
Конечно, помогла бы маленькая отверточка.
Of course, it would be great to have a small screwdriver.
Можно было бы попробовать.
We could give it a try.
Коль,
Nikolai,
5 минут попробовать. Если не получается, то заканчиваем.
We have 5 minutes to give it another try, and if it doesn't work out, you're going to close out. Copy.
Коль,
Nikolai,
Да.
go ahead.
прекращаем попытки взводить.
Stand down.
Попытки. Сейчас да, прекращаем по поводу взведения замка. Попробуем.
Stand down with lock engagement.
Слышь, пожалуйста,
Sergey, can you please wait?
просто подожди.
Just wait and let me do what I'm supposed to be doing.
С помощью страховочного кольца от ключа.
Using the safety ring from the range, I was able to get into the opening there and to open it up a bit.
Панель как положено.
If you want the panel to be fully deployed, then wait.
Есть вариант, что она будет держаться на одном замке.
Well, it is possible that it would be locked with just one lock.
Закрыт.
Well, the other locks will not allow it to close.
То есть она будет стоять перекосом. Это нормально?
So it's going to be installed askew.
Она даже если закроется,
Is it nominal?
будет перекошена. но
Even if it's closed, it's going to be offset, but I don't think it's going to get closed.
Сейчас я возьму тут который мне предыдущий открыл.
Inaudible.
Коль,
Nikolai?
Коль,
Nikolai? Nikolai?
давай.
Nikolai,
Да,
go ahead.
Все, заканчиваем с этой операцией.
All right, finish it up.
ну и что мы делаем? Оставляем
And what should I do? Should I just keep it in the not fully open position? That's your decision? We're coming up on an LOS now. We'll try to open the panel using just one lock. But the time is really up now. Okay, copy that.
Пробуй поворачивать панель и закрывать ее на одном замке.
Try to turn the panels and lock them on one lock. Yes, I copy that.
Так, мне неудобно. Так, мне неудобно.
не получается?
Сейчас я ключ достаю.
So can you manage? Hold on, I am retrieving the wrench.
Нет.
No. No joy.
Коль, а рукой если помочь.
Nikolai, can you help with your hand? Will it do any good? Please repeat. Can you do it manually? Nikolai, can you copy me? Yes, I can copy you. No, this will not work either. Okay. Alright, then take the wrench and let's leave this area. Copy. We lost video for the time being, so please report.
Я возвращаюсь обратно.
I'm going back to the handrails. Copy.
Перехожу на наш протокол страховки.
Go into our safety protocol.
Все на нашем протоколе.
Okay. We are proceeding with our protocol. Copy. Now let's go to MRM2.
This is Mission Control Houston, 6 hours 43 minutes into the spacewalk. Nikolai Chub gave it the old college try, repeatedly attempting to latch in place the fourth of four panels on the mini radar synthetic aperture system that unfurled a short time ago following the radar system's installation on a payload adapter on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module. One of the four panels did not fully deploy, and so efforts were made by Chub to try to coax it into place and latch it down. Those efforts were not successful, so the crew has been instructed to close everything out, take inventory of their tools and tethers and other equipment, and start to make their way back to the Poisk airlock.
Shall we start translating from here? I mean, well, almost from the from below. Yes, right. Oleg? Go ahead. When you reach the gap spanner, try to reach a foot restraint and try to remove most slack on the safety tether. I can't copy you well. What do you want me to try? While on the gap spanner, try to remove more slack. Alright, but I'll try to translate here below. On the lower part, as far as I remember, is already taken care of. There is no slack remaining. If you try to hook to a different handrail, so it would be more rigid. Oleg and Nikolai, we had a brief LOS. Yes. Unintelligible. Oleg, please check if you can rehook to a different handrail so that you could make the mobile link more rigid. I can try to secure it to 4166 on the hull. Station Moscow, space the ground 1 for Konstantin. And for EVA crew, go to 4121. Kostya, you go to close aero PHO, MLM SU SM, and PGO SU hatches. You are go to close all those hatches. Okay, copy, and that's in work. Copy. EVA report, I believe there is no slack left. Only what we can do is form a loop around the beam. Maybe we'll rehook the mobile link itself. But maybe you can fold it, because we've been extending it. Yes, that's what we will try to do. We will actually try to fold it. Or you can do the loop around the beam. I don't see where. It's to your right. Yes, that's how we can actually tighten it and make it more rigid.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're in a temporary loss of signal through our tracking and data relay satellite system. This view of the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow in the town of Korolyov, as Nikolai Chub and Oleg Kononenko begin to wrap up today's spacewalk, which is approaching 7 hours in duration. Efforts by Chub in the last 30 minutes to manually coax one of the 4 panels on the
no slack here either.
mini radar system with the synthetic aperture antenna were not successful. So the 2 cosmonauts were directed to wrap things up. The radar system is in a safe configuration, will not impact dynamic operations that are upcoming on the International Space Station, and the full deployment of that antenna on the radar system will be addressed on a future Russian spacewalk.
Removed. Now, the ring that's on the adapter, you're right now actually holding on it with your hand. Well, now that's where you can try to reconnect. You're talking about the foot restrainer ring next to the handrail?
The 2 cosmonauts spent the first half of today's spacewalk isolating an external radiator on the NAOCA multipurpose laboratory module that developed a coolant leak back on October 9th, configuring valves to isolate that radiator from the rest of NAOCA's cooling system. The major cooling for the module is governed by body radiators that are wrapped around the circumference of the module itself. So its cooling is just fine. On the primary cooling system, the external radiator serving as a backup radiator for scientific payloads. There are very few payloads inside NAOCA at the moment. There will be in the future as the detailed inspection and the photographic documentation collected by Kononenko earlier in the spacewalk today will be analyzed by the specialists to try to determine a future course of action to fix the leak and refill the radiator and its cooling loops with additional coolant that will be supplied on a future cargo mission.
Because the mechanism was on
this mini radar with synthetic aperture device that was installed on a payload adapter on NAOCA once again partially deployed its 4 antenna panels. One of the panels remains only partially deployed. It will be addressed on a future Russian spacewalk, but no impact at the moment to any future near-term dynamic operations. There was also the deployment of a nanosatellite called Parus, the Russian word for sail, as part of a solar sail experiment. Unfortunately, as of last word, the solar sail did not deploy from the nanosatellite as it was expected to some 5 minutes after its deployment. Station cameras tracked the satellite for a good 20 minutes or so until it went out of the field of view, and at that point the sail had not been deployed. So with all of that work having been completed, Kononenko and Chub are making their way back to the Poisk airlock, where they will take some extra time to
I already translated.
They will inspect, as usual, their Orlan spacesuits and the tools they use during the spacewalk to look for any signs of residual coolant and to wipe off any coolant as may be necessary. The cosmonauts also will wipe down their suits and tools after the repressurization of the Poisk airlock to further reduce the introduction of any trace contaminants into the space station environment that could have a deleterious effect on station hardware. They will activate a filtration system for about 24 hours inside the Russian segment of the station to quickly scrub out the atmosphere of any remaining traces of contaminant that might be present. As you may have seen earlier in the spacewalk, as Kononenko was near the leak site on the external radiator, there was a bubble of liquid coolant that had formed where the leak occurred. Back on October 9th, it began to spew some particles of coolant in his direction. Those particles reached one of his safety tethers that he discarded and put in a bag so that it would be left outside and not be brought back into the space station itself. So that tether remains outside anchored to one of the handrails on the outside of the station in a bag so it can do no harm.
All right, I came closer.
So once again, Kononenko and Chub will wipe down their suits. They'll inspect each other before returning to the airlock itself. And then we'll stand by for the closing of the hatch to the Poisk airlock that will mark the official end of today's spacewalk.
Okay. I took the photos.
Так, а Павла с молодецем мы оставляем?
What about Paris?
Олег Дмитриевич, повторите, пожалуйста.
Oleg, please repeat your question.
А Павла с молодецами что делаем?
What are we doing with Paris?
Полотенце у вас на транспортировочных фалах мобильных звено.
You have the towels on the equipment tethers, right?
Что с ними делаем? Оставляем?
Да, давайте там...
Yes, shall we leave it right there? Yes, go ahead and leave it right there.
This is Mission Control Houston. We should be reacquiring communications with the International Space Station momentarily as we converge on the 7-hour mark in today's spacewalk by Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub, the 268th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. This has been Kononenko's 6th spacewalk in his career, the first for Nikolai Chub, who arrived on the station with Kononenko and NASA astronaut Laurel O'Hara just a month ago.
Олег Дмитриевич, Николай.
Oleg and Nikolai. We are not receiving video. Oh, now we started receiving it again. It's back. Nikolai, yes. I'm right here. I'm waiting for you.
Having crossed the 7-hour mark in today's spacewalk, once again we are watching the two cosmonauts, Kononenko and Chub, making their way back to the Poisk airlock to wrap up today's excursion. A good view there of Nikolai Chub from Oleg Kononenko's helmet camera. The two cosmonauts are completing a spacewalk that was largely dominated by the work to isolate an external radiator on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module that incurred a coolant leak back on October 9th. It no longer is part of the cooling system on the cooling loops. It has now been isolated, awaiting further attention after engineers analyzed photo documentation that Kononenko acquired of the leak site that included a good view, an up-close and personal view of a bubble of coolant that formed where the leak first was detected back on October 9th.
I took a photo of the mobile link. Copy, Nikolai. Translator still. I'm on it already. Copy. Translate towards MRM2. Hold on. Let me undo the hook that that is on the ring. Okay.
Так, пусковое устройство, крылок бэк.
Now, launch mechanism, крылок back.
Ручной. Все на такелажном устройстве.
Manual drive. Yes, Nikolai is disconnecting it. Well, I'm done. Did something get entangled? Yes, and specifically it's the Krulok bag. It's very light. And somehow it manages to get into some gaps. Okay, it's me. Okay, let's keep going. Unintelligible. Again, it gets caught. Can you pull it up? I'm trying. Okay. Now all is okay. We keep translating. Got caught again. And this time it's satellite. How about the Krulok back? Well, of course, the Krulok back too. Okay, Nikolai, just go ahead. Give it to me. That's the ring. Okay. Standby 1. Well, because of my weight, it gets skewed. Okay. Yeah, do you see that the ring is skewed? Yes, let's try from the other side. Okay, now we're good. I think we can secure it here. Which one? The one that you removed. They are all the same. And now it's just a big mix. Well, this is the oldest. I do hope I secured it. Yes, I did. All right, we're on MRM. Copy. Did you secure the ring? Affirmative. Copy. Translate to the EV hatch. Translating. Okay, now all those things will need to be moved. I'll let you go first. Yeah, that's a good idea. Go first. And try to secure it on the circular ring. No, it will take more time. I will be undoing it and handing it to you. Okay. Am I not on your way? Or would you like me to move away? Let me reconnect your hooks to the handrail for now. Well, I am holding to it, but I'm above you. Okay, number one is done. Yes, I'm holding. A little bit lower. I cannot reach it. Well, it's your head here. Okay. I am moving away. Yes. Let's reattach your tether. No, I really believe that we shouldn't be doing any temporary hooks. You keep going towards the hedge and I'll be handing it to you one by one. You'll need to wipe the suits and do the inventory. That's your next task. Understood? Let me attach it to the circular ring, circular handrail. Okay, now it's done. Okay. Are you tired? Well, we're right here. Then take the towels from the crew lock bag or the one next to the EV head. Wipe your hands and check each other for any contamination. I do not see any contamination, neither I do. Actually, I didn't have a chance to be in contact with anything. The helmet is okay. In any case, you need to wipe the gloves. That's the recommendation. Okay. Okay, you want to take it from the crew lock bag? Well, the ones that are on the crew lock bag, they're secured very well.
This is Mission Control Houston. Now 7 hours 10 minutes into the spacewalk, the two cosmonauts are back at the Poisk airlock. But before they get back in, they'll do a detailed inspection of each other's Orlan suits and wipe down their suits and gloves and all the tools that they used during today's spacewalk to ensure that there's no trace contaminant from any of the coolant that they were exposed to during their work around the external radiator of the Naoka module that incurred a coolant leak back on October 9th.
I wiped down the gloves. Copy. So now it's your turn. Nikolai, let me remove everything from this ring. All right.
Once again, both NASA and Roscosmos specialists worked very diligently over the past several weeks on mitigation procedures, implementing those procedures now to reduce any traces of coolant from entering the International Space Station that could damage internal hardware.
Launch unit. Do we want to bring it in? Oleg, go against the velocity vector, and you can jettison the towels counted to the velocity vector. Okay. That's a tight knot we made here. All right. There I am.
Once again, now that we're nearing the end of the spacewalk, before they re-enter the airlock itself, the two cosmonauts, as usual, will inspect their Orlan suits as they're about to do, and the tools used during the spacewalk, wiping off any coolant as may be necessary. The cosmonauts will also wipe down their suits after they are back inside with the hatch closed and the airlock is repressurized to further reduce the introduction of any trace contaminants into the space station environment. Additional filtration will be activated for about 24 hours inside the station to quickly scrub out the atmosphere of any remaining traces of contaminant.
I'm holding it.
And just to repeat, on the mini radar system, the aperture with the synthetic aperture antenna, 3 out of the 4 panels fully deployed, a 4th panel only partially deployed, but the preliminary analysis from the Russian specialists indicate that that will have no impact on future dynamic operations, including the upcoming U.S. spacewalk on Monday, October 30th, by Jasmine Mogbelli and Laurel O'Hara.
We cannot untie the wire tie. It is tied extremely tightly to the towel. So 45 degrees counter velocity vector, is that right? Shall we jettison it with the wire tie? With the wire tie or not? Sergey. And it's going against the velocity vector. 30 degrees. Sergey, should I wipe down my gear as well and jettison the towel? Yep. All right. Wipe down the gloves and jettison it as well. I copy. Wipe down the feet. Between the toes? No, not between the toes. That's gonna be a little bit difficult. Oleg, did you jettison it yet? I did. Counter velocity vector at 45-degree angle.
Так.
All right. I'm in position. I hope I'm not in the way, Nikolai. No, you aren't. If you want, I can jettison it. It's alright. Let me find the movement, the right movement. Okay, there it goes. 30 degrees, counter velocity vector. Copy. Sergey, we got rid of the towels. They have been successfully jettisoned. Copy. All right, let's do the inventory. Bacadao is nearby. Should we?
And as reported by the cosmonauts, the towels that they used to wipe down their suits and their gloves and their tools have been jettisoned, retrograde from the station, with no chance to recontact the station in the future.
Okay. This is just a...
They're going to perform an inventory of all their hardware before they re-enter the Poisk airlock, which should be a few minutes from now.
Cartridge, so no worries about that. It's just the duration of the EVA that you have has been set to a shorter time frame. Trash bag, tool caddy, tool caddy, the wrench, retractable tether, ratchet wrench, I mean. Small, large, red, everything's fine on my end. The camera is accounted for. 3 small reds, adjustable, and unintelligible. Oleg, you can ingress, and Nikolai is going to be handing you the hardware and the equipment. Okay? Nikolai, have you done the checks? Yes. Adjustable, 3 small, the ratchet wrench, so everything's here. Nikolai, you have 1 adjustable, 2 small reds, 2 reds and 3 small reds, right? Correct. Copy. Then Oleg, you are first to go inside, and you Nikolai, I'm going to hand him everything. Sounds good. Well, I decided to go the new way. First, I used to ingress with my head first. Now I'm trying the legs first. Hold on. Innovation. First time going in with my feet first. This tangled up a little bit. No, but it stopped. Let me get to a wider area. There we go. I'm going to hand it over to you.
Yep.
Got it? Yep.
Так, готов передавать доклад.
I'm ready to give you the bundles. It's kind of dark here. And really, really spacious. And that's for now. Your adjustable tether is over your left shoulder. Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston, 7 hours 20 minutes into the spacewalk. We're in the home stretch as the two cosmonauts are re-entering the Poisk airlock after inspecting and wiping down their Orlan suits and jettisoning the towels that they used to wipe those suits down, ensuring that no trace contaminant from the coolant that has been leaking or leaked out from the external radiator on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module, and the coolant that was observed during their detailed inspection of the radiator leak site earlier today, that none of that contaminant will be brought back inside the space station.
Let it go. I've got it inside. You got it? Yes, it's inside. Let's secure it somewhere further from the EV hatch. What about the plates? The securing plates, we'll remember about them. This is just the tether that we left here. I got it inside. Alright, let it go. Almost there. Alright, we are going to have, that's going to be the manual drive. Handing it over to you. I got it inside. I got it. Inside. 4. And we have this launch unit. Okay, we've got it. And I have it secured to the handrail. Let me just remove my red from it. All right. You're going to reconnect it, right? I got it.
This view from Nikolai Chub's helmet camera showing Ali Kononenko inside the Poisk airlock. Again, there was some additional residual coolant from the leak site on the external radiator on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module that was liberated earlier in the spacewalk following the manipulation of valves by Kononenko and Chub to isolate that radiator from Naoka's cooling system. The cosmonauts, following procedures, wiped down their Orlan suits, and the tools that they've used during today's excursion, discarding the towels that they used to wipe down any trace contaminant that may have collected on their suits. They will do it again after they close the hatch and after repressurizing the airlock, putting any towels that they use at that time into a bag so that they're safely stowed and cannot introduce any particulate back in the station environment that would harm any station hardware.
All right, I'm handing you 119. All right, pull it in. All right, we've got it inside. Number 20. Okay, copy. Is it inside? Okay, I've got one hoop.
The cosmonauts are at the Poisk airlock, Kononenko already inside, waiting for Chub to complete handing him any residual hardware, any additional tools that need to be stowed.
All of the
Poisk airlock, which also serves as a docking port, is on the space-facing side of the Russian segment of the station. Most of the work conducted today was on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the station.
And we are setting it to sublimator for the dry out. Nikolai, you can both turn off your sublimators. The hot-cold handle can be, you do not need to touch it, but you turn off the sublimator. Copy, I have it. So it's going to be a 10-minute dry out. All right, let's adjust it here. Red. Unintelligible. All right. Sublimator off.
Ну, сейчас у вас там счетчики будут
Alright,
работать.
the counters are going to start up. So, it's going to be either 10 minutes or you can get the message a little bit earlier. You will get the message that will say dry out nominal. Copy. Oleg, look at the view. Nikolai, go ahead. Ingress. Copy. I have the 103 red umbilical. Okay, Oleg, you can turn off your helmet cameras. Your plate is a little bit in the way. Yeah, it's kind of swinging here a little bit. All right. Did you get your feet in? Yes, I did. All right, we are inside. Nikolai, turn off your helmet cameras. Nikolai. One camera is off, the second one wasn't operational. Copy. Now you can start removing the protective ring. Okay. All right. And we can fold it and stow it. And let's stand by. All right, that's good. I have so that's good. Oleg, Nikolai, go ahead. There was a short LOS. Well, we didn't say anything. So you have removed the protective ring, have you? Yes. Copy. Now, so get the adjustable and the hook and use panel 1. Adjustable has been removed. And do not close the EV hatch for now. Copy. We have removed the adjustable. Copy. Monitor for any...
The protective ring that was put around the circumference of the hatch to the Poisk airlock has been removed. That ring was installed at the beginning of today's spacewalk to protect the seals on the hatch from any particulate matter during the course of the excursion outside by Kononenko and Chubb. The next task will be the closing of the hatch to mark the official end of today's spacewalk, but we'll be standing by for an official hatch closure time from the flight control team in Moscow.
To get to every place, but for now it looks pretty good. Okay, let's stand by then.
Oleg,
Nikolai, you can close the hatch when you will get the message that the sublimator dry out is nominal. It's a little bit low. Leave it as is right now. Well, but it is in the way. And I got the sublimated dry out nominal. I got the message.
Seven hours, 38 minutes into the spacewalk, just minutes left in today's excursion. Kononenko and Chubb are inside the Poisk airlock, standing by for the green light from the Russian flight control team to close the hatch to the airlock that will mark the official end of today's spacewalk.
And I got the dry out nominal, sublimated dry out nominal message. Copy, you can proceed with the closure of the EV hatch. Did Oleg get the same message? He did.
Николай.
Oleg, Nikolai. Jet exchanger dry out nominal. Oleg, Nikolai, we had a com dropout. We're saying that drying is nominal for both. Okay, go ahead and close the EV hatch. Start closing the EV hatch. Copy. Inaudible.
Давайте я люк приму.
Are you holding it? No, not yet. Here, something is holding it. No, it is open. It is all open.
Это что? Закрой, закрой.
Okay, go ahead and close.
Так.
Inaudible. Is it closed? Yes. I'm near the EV hatch and my tether is red. Let me check. Nikolai, can you confirm that the hatch is closed? Yes. The hatch is closed and the hatch mechanism is engaged. The rollers are behind the stoppers. Copy. And EV elapsed time is 7 hours and 41 minutes. Copy, 7:41, and what we have is actually 7:49. Oleg, Nikolai, thank you very much for doing this work. You have completed all the tasks. Thank you, Sergey. Thanks for your support. Thank you very much. I'll hand you over to Dmitry. And we're going to take up tomorrow in the evening, so I will talk to you tomorrow. Yes, we moved it to tomorrow. But today is Friday, so tomorrow is Saturday. All the best to you and goodbye. Thank you.
This is Mission Control Houston. The hatch to the Poisk airlock is now closed, marking the end of today's spacewalk at 8:30 p.m. Central Time, 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time. The elapsed time of today's spacewalk, 7 hours, 41 minutes. Again, the spacewalk ending at 8:30 p.m. Central Time, 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time. A spacewalk that lasted 7 hours and 41 minutes. We'll be back momentarily with a full set of statistics from today's excursion by Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub.
What's up?
Коль, это Дмитрий по шлизованию.
Nikolai, Oleg, this is Dmitry. I will be guiding the repress. How do you read me? We read you now. So have you positioned yourself now so that we could start the repress? Once you're ready, let me know. Yes, we are in the process now.
Костик, для Дмитрия по шлизованию, как меня слышно?
Konstantin, this is Dmitry for repress. How do you read me? Read you loud and clear. I'm trying to retrieve the procedure.
Хорошо, пусть правильно я понимаю,
Okay,
что мы с тобой
Konstantin,
резервный шлюзовой отсек подготовили.
as far as I understand it, the backup airlock is set up and all the required hatches are closed. That's affirmative. The 3 hatches are closed and I'm ready.
Хорошо, и мы сейчас с ребятами с тобой начнем работать по фрагменту 10.
So we're going to start from
до 260 миллиметров.
passage from Q card 10, step 4.
Фрагмент 10.
Did you say Q card 10?
Фрагмент 10, готовим шаг 4. На
Yes.
2 до 260
10,
миллиметров.
step 4. I'm repress to 260 millimeters from per hour. Okay, I'm pulling up Q card 10 now.
Закрыли люк, надув,
Just close KSD, SO KSD. 2 is closed. КВД ПХУ СУ is open. КВД ПХУ СУ enabled. Yes, enabled.
И нажимаю паховое СО открыть.
I'm gonna press on the ПХУ СУ. Should be open. Yes, it should be open.
Так, есть надув.
Repress zone.
Нет, и у нас в отсеке давление растет по мановакуметру.
Copy, and the envelope pressure is increasing, and pressure is decreasing, and also you can report the suit pressure in increments. Pressure is 40.
Это
Copy.
миллиметров.
80 millimeters.
в скафандрах текущая.
Copy. This is the current suit pressure. 26, 26.
Хорошо.
Copy.
Продолжаем выравнивать.
100 миллиметров.
Let's continue with pressure equalization.
На руку.
One 150.
Принято.
Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston with statistics from today's spacewalk. Nikolai Chub and Oleg Kononenko went outside at 12:49 p.m. Central Time, 1:49 p.m. Eastern Time. This was the 268th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. The 11th spacewalk staged out of the International Space Station this year, and the first for Expedition 70. For Oleg Kononenko, this was his 6th spacewalk. He now has totaled 39 hours and 54 minutes of spacewalking time. The first spacewalk for Nikolai Chub, of course, 7 hours and 41 minutes. That was today's total. The 268 spacewalks in support of space station activities since they first began in 1998 have now totaled 1,707 hours and 7 minutes. 1,707 minutes and 1,707 hours and 7 minutes. That's the equivalent of 71 days, 0 hours and 7 minutes of spacewalking time. So those are your statistics for today's spacewalk by Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub. The repressurization of the Poisk airlock is now underway. After repressurization, Kononenko and Chub will wipe down their Orlan suits one more time with towels that will be placed in bags, and an air filtration system will be activated to further eliminate and cleanse the atmosphere of the International Space Station before they open the hatch to re-enter the station. That filtration system will remain active for about 24 hours to further cleanse the station atmosphere and prevent any particulates from the coolant that leaked out from the external radiator on the Naoka module, first on October 9th, and then some residual coolant that formed in the form of a bubble at the leak site and was liberated during the course of the spacewalk. That will ensure that none of that coolant or any trace contaminants could damage space station hardware.
Pressure on the pressure gauge at the beginning of pressure equalization. Can you report on that, Alex? 265. 265. Konstantin, what is the pressure reading in PHO according to the pressure gauge and the KKT tunnel pressure equalization valve, pressure monitoring valve?
300.
300 for PHO. Copy, 300. Proceed with pressure stabilization. Alex, Nikolai, you're going to switch to Q card 11, step 5. Switch into ISS power. Copy. Nikolai, please check the tanks. Swap meter is off. Becca 1 tank. Is it 90 with 80? Becca 2 tank. 200. Actually, it's over 150. Copy. That's sufficient. Please put it to open.
This is Mission Control Houston. As the repressurization of the Poisk airlock continues, Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub safely back inside following a 7-hour, 41-minute spacewalk that ended about 11 minutes ago with the closing of the hatch to the Poisk airlock. Again, the cosmonauts spent the day outside of the International Space Station in the neighborhood of the Naoka Multipurpose Laboratory Module. They manipulated a series of valves to isolate the external radiator on Naoka from the rest of Naoka's cooling system, isolating the radiator that developed a leak of coolant back on October 9th. They conducted a detailed inspection of the radiator's leak site, during which they saw a bubble of coolant as a result probably from the valve work that introduced some pressure into the system. The bubble of coolant did liberate some flakes of coolant in the direction of the cosmonauts, but they wiped down their suits and departed the vicinity of the leak site to continue the work that involved the installation of a radar system. The deployment of 4 antenna panels on that radar system resulted in 3 of the panels fully deploying, 1 of the panels only partially deploying, but it is in a safe configuration that will not impact upcoming station operations, particularly dynamic operations. That will be addressed on a future spacewalk. They concluded the spacewalk with the installation of, with the deployment, I should say, of a nanosatellite called Parus to try to test solar sail technology, but the sail did not deploy at about 5 minutes after it was spring ejected from a deployment mechanism, and at last word we had not received any confirmation from the Russian flight control team that that sail actually did deploy. So the bottom line is the external radiator from the Naoka Multipurpose Laboratory Module was isolated from the rest of the cooling system on Naoka. The cooling of that module is continuing through its primary cooling system in good fashion through body radiators around the circumference of the module itself. The next course of action for the leak on that external radiator will be addressed after the Russian specialists have an opportunity to inspect the photo documentation that Kononenko acquired while he was up close to the leak site itself about midway through today's spacewalk. So that'll wrap up our coverage for tonight. Again, a 7-hour, 41-minute spacewalk having been completed by Kononenko and Chub. They are back inside, setting the stage for the next major activity aboard the International Space Station, which will be a U.S. spacewalk, number 89, that is planned for Monday, October 30th, by Jasmine Mogbelli and Laurel O'Hara, the two NASA astronauts, part of the Expedition 70 crew, in which they'll retrieve a communications hardware called a radio frequency group from the starboard truss of the International Space Station and replace a device called a trundle bearing assembly that is part of the mechanism that allows the solar arrays to rotate properly to track the sun and acquire electrical power from the sun through the solar arrays on the International Space Station. That will be on the port truss of the International Space Station. That spacewalk, expected to last about 6.5 hours, is scheduled to begin on Monday, October 30th at about 8:05 a.m. Eastern Time. The coverage on NASA television will begin at 6:30 a.m. Eastern Time on this coming Monday, October 30th. So again, that'll wrap up our coverage today of the Russian spacewalk by Kononenko and Chub, a 7-hour, 41-minute marathon that was completed a short time ago with the two cosmonauts safely back inside the Poisk airlock. Thanks a lot for joining us throughout the course of the day today. That'll wrap it up for this evening. Have a good weekend from Mission Control in Houston.
We're going to switch to ISS power. Prior to that, please activate SIG 1 and 2 on the screen. Okay, 1 and 2. I'm going to turn everything off and switch to... Yes, go ahead and deactivate the pumps and fans, power to ISS position, and then activate the fans. If you want to switch to it, switch. The pumps and fans are activated for both, and audible. Okay. Николай.
На пульте абонента. На пульте абонента написано передачу нажать. Зажимаем, Дима?
Да, можно нажимать передачу, да, на пульте абонента. Все правильно.
Так. Двоечка и передача. Есть. Готово. Как слышно?
Все хорошо. Коль, ты если рядом с пультом по МИМ-2, нам нужно с тобой поработать по проверке давлений на пол МИМ-2. Готов? С горячим переключением по низкому давлению.
Да, готов. Я рядом, готов.
Что, давай поставим в ИРО и скажи показания по нижней шкале.
760.
Принято. Переводим в ПХО.
250.
Принято. 250. Ставим ИСО.
240. Да, стоп,
Принято.
пардон, 280.
Принято. 280. И ставим БО ТК.
БО ТК 500.
Принято. Хорошо, 500. И идем с вами дальше на фрагмент 12. И мы уже с вами находимся на шаге 6 и выполняем предварительный контроль герметичности МИМ-2. Для Кости остается у нас порядка еще 1,5 минут стабилизации ПХО, и будем потом выполнять контроль.
Понял, хорошо.
не все вы делать, а? Да, кстати, мы когда заходили, тут прилично. Ну да вот. Видимо, когда трогали там. А когда ты заходил, прям такой веер за тобой вылетал. Это уже песок, видимо, сыпется.
А, Костя, у нас 10 минут стабилизации закончилось ПХО. Скажи текущее давление.
Текущее давление 3,14.
Это 3.1.4, теперь ставим КВД ПГО СМ с тобой, положение закрыто вручную. И еще раз дай давление в ПХО после перевода КВД. Закрыто.
Хорошо. Перевел закрыто. Такое же давление 3,14.
Это здорово. И начинаем 5 минут контроля ПХО.
Хорошо.
Олег, можно давление в МИМИ-2 по мановакуметру? У нас 5 минут контроля закончилось. Принято 262, и, соответственно, люк у нас герметичен. Хорошо. И мы ожидаем теперь окончания 5 минут ПХО. Толя, Олег, у нас есть добро на продолжение работ, и мы готовим фрагмент 13, и можем начинать фрагмент 13, шаг 7, надув МИМ-2 до 600 миллиметров. То есть, и мы тогда, соответственно, так как ВЛ герметичен, не будем ожидать окончания контроля герметичности в ПХО, как принял.
Принял. Надув до 0,42 секунд, давай.
Подтверждаю, да.
Надув 0,42, потом 0,2 лучше ВКД. Дуй стоит, да?
Я принял, да, что не надо ожидать.
0,42? Да.
Герметичен, могу открывать люки, правильно? Дмитрий, это Костя, я правильно понял, что я могу открывать люки все?
Еще рано пока, мы сейчас пока работаем по фрагменту 13 шагу 7, и мы сейчас с тобой будем чуть позже работать.
Понял, позже ожидаю, хорошо.
Теперь на пуф МИМ-2. КВД такое...
Олег, подожди, мы вначале с Костей сейчас откроем КВД ПГО-СМ, ручной Кость. Давай сейчас открываем КВД ПГО-СМ, поражение открыто ставим.
Понял.
И начнем выравнивать между ПХО и ФГБ.
РС положение открыто перевел, слышу шум выходящего воздуха.
Олег, можем работать с КВД-2 и выдаем команду КВД такое все разрешить и открыть.
КВД конь сейчас. Так, КВД. Не вижу. Вот, наверное, справа. Разрешить. КВД. Давай, открывай. Ну, не допускать обжатия, скорее у нас тут инжектор.
Да, и с шагом 30 мм можно включить, давать давление в мили-2 и быть в скафандрах. У нас на всякий расчет 30 скафандров.
Да, при 590 будем закрывать. И КВД по ХВСУ ты можешь открыть. КВД по ХВСУ. Так, КСД. Ниже открыть. Ниже. КВД по ХВСУ. Вот это. Да. Открыть, да? Да. Выдал. И ждем.
Разрешение есть, правильно? Если он должен транспарант загореться, давление начнет расти в мили-2.
При давлении 590 все закроется.
Жду, как тебе докажут, что есть рост давления.
Хорошо. Да, текущий рост уже, текущее давление уже 325 миллиметров.
Это здорово. А скафандр производится сколько?
0,3. 0,32.
Принято. Хорошо. Идем до 590. На 590 коль будет закрывать. Запрещать этот клапан, еще раскрывал.
Принято.
Хорошо. Пока вот идет выравнивание, такой моментик, можете друг на дружку посмотреть, там визуально как-то все чисто, ничего там не летает вокруг, нет звуков никаких.
Нет, все хорошо, все сухо, чисто. 370 миллиметров.
Спасибо, хорошо, принято.
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 430.
430. Принято.
миллиметров.
500 миллиметров.
530.
530. Не так хорошо. Скафандр сколько?
006. Право так же.
Право так же. Не такой хорошо.
Ваши цифра закрываем? 590. Закрываем. 990.
Хорошо.
85.
85.
190.
190.
Все это закрываем.
Закрывайте, вода суховища.
Так, закрыть. И запрет вводить. Готово. Давление 592.
Хорошо, принято. Все, ребят, можем с вами переводить сброс СК, и дальше мы работать будем параллельно. Вы работаете по фрагменту 15, шаг 9. Это у нас будет выход из скафандров, это очередно. И потом, соответственно, будем выполнять окончательную карту герметичности и выключение операции в скафандрах. А мы с Костей будем выравнивать давление между отсеками.
Мы переходим на фрагмент 15.
Да, работаете по фрагменту 15, шаг 9. Это выход из скафандров поочередно.
Доложительно на землю, продолжительность нахождения 9,56.
9,56.
Скафандры. Ничего.
Мы первый выходите на всю, выходим.
Все, выходим из скафандров.
Все, выходим из скафандров. Да, можно выходить из скафандров, да.
Так.
И работайте по фрагменту 15, да. Костя, скажи пока текущее давление...
Давайте, может быть, друг другу выбрать.
Немножко подождем, когда стрелка на моноколе будет уже на месте, можем начинать работать по фрагменту 4, табличка справа, оператор 3 находится в ФДБ. После выравнивания давления можешь открывать пункты боя сюда.
Принял, хорошо.
Нормально. Давайте я вам открою.
И дальше что возле пола какого?
Нет, здесь все.
Понял, хорошо.
Разворачиваю с этой стороны. Чтобы рукоятку открыть. Готово. Сейчас момент мало. Чай, вылезу просто. Не, ну я хочу сам. ВКД. Лазить никак после примерки.
Идет потихонечку, нормально?
Да, идет. Это с нами.
скафандр, насос вентилятора выключить, кнопку передатчик отжать.
Выключили. Жали.
Хорошо. У нас с вами сейчас пару минут закончится стабилизация и начнем. Прошло, и скажите текущее давление по контролю. Для внутреннего пошлизования выказался давление минус 2 кадрового комната текущего. Для Дмитрия пошлизования, как меня слышишь?
Олег, повтори, пожалуйста, по давлению МИМИ-2 по моновакуметру текущему.
Хорошо, на 21 канал. Первого канала. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Первого канала, второй работа.
Для Дмитрия по шлюзованию, как меня слышно?
Для Дмитрия по шлюзованию, как меня слышно?
Костя, для Дмитрия по шлюзованию, по ПХО, как меня слышно?
Да, вот сейчас слышу.
Костя, правильно понимаю, что люк ПГО и СУСМ открыт или нет еще?
Да, люк ПГО и СУСМ открыт. Да.
Принято. КВД ПГО и СМ поставил в электроуправление.
Да, поставил.
Что, теперь ПХО нужно нам с тобой включить ПОП ПХО. Клавиша в углу, чтобы загорелся светодиод.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Включить ПОП. Включить ПОП, да, хорошо.
Принято. И на ПОВе после включения, Костя, выдавай команду КВД и РОП ПХО разрешить, и потом КВД и РОП ПХО открыть с контролем загорания транспаранта на пульте ПОС. И приступай к выравниванию между ПХО и РО.
КВД, РОП, да. Если больше, то я просто не такой же, конечно, смотрит.
Скажи, пожалуйста, давление в линии 2 по моновакуметру.
Так. Дима, давление. 5-9-2, Дим.
Пожалуйста,
5-9-2. Повтори, как давление было 5-9-2. Наши начали контроль герметичной стены на 2.
Хорошо.
Если можно, посмотрите вокруг на скафандре, есть что-то?
Нет, скафандр чисто осмотрели.
Можете с Колей переходить к операциям по фрагменту 16, поведение скафандра и БСС в состоянии после выхода.
Хорошо.
Выполняем. Гена, ничего не слышу. Закрыть, закрыть все. Да нет, сейчас не все. Давай, иди посмотри.
Олег, Николай.
Да? Да.
Пока один закрыт. Пока 2 закрыт.
Будь часовой, да?
Олег, Николай, слышите?
Будь часовой, да. Да, да.
БК-1, БК-2 закрыты.
Открываем бортовые кислородные баллоны. Так, БК.
Ну это... Геннадий, я просто хотел сказать, что сейчас я вас отрывать не буду. Завтра подъедем, когда там переговорим. А сегодня просто поздравления с успешным выполнением ВКД.
Геннадий, вас не слышно. Поднести, что-то обижается связь. Давайте мы перейдем в ВК, когда правый отключим. Так, все 4 БК.
Ну все, до завтра тогда, а то была помеха сильная. Пока связь есть, работайте с Димой.
До завтра. Спасибо.
Спасибо, до завтра, до свидания.
Так, видели основных на БСС закрыли, теперь закрываем основные резервные в скафандре, да или нет? Основных резервных бортовых БК-3, это что означает, Коль, твои?
Значит, и в скафандре, и в
Баллоны
БСС.
тоже в скафандре закрываем?
Значит, и в скафандре, и в БСС.
БСС закрыли. Закрываем скафандр.
Значит, в скафандре, да. Костя, по выравниванию давления между ИРО и ПХО, как у тебя дела?
Все хорошо, уже минут 5 вперед открыт. Выровнялось давление.
Скажи мне, пожалуйста, выровнять давление. Тогда попробуй открыть люк РОПХО. И когда люк будет открыт, заложи, а потом после открытия люка с КВД РОПХО нужно будет закрыть, запретить и пульт ПОФ выключить ПХО.
Понял, хорошо.
Олег, можно давление в МИМИ-2 по моновакуметру? У нас 5 минут контроля окончательно прошло.
Так, Дим, давление 5,9,1,5.
Это здорово, у нас вел герметичен. Все хорошо. Да, рибу можно выключать, да.
Выключили.
Хорошо.
Не нагрели
И-
холодно, ужас.
Хорошо. Олег, когда работы по фрагменту 16 закончите в полном объеме, скажите, тогда нам нужно будет еще со скафандром поработать по снятию там кое-чего.
Хорошо. Хорошо.
У второго основной баллон закрыт.
Хорошо.
Ты чем, не связал ленту, нет?
Я срезал. Смел. Ну, она болтается.
Костя, ждем доклада по открытию люка РПХО.
Еще и там припонтажировали.
То есть... Люк РПХО открыт.
Это, Костя, здорово. Теперь КВД РПХО на пункте ПОФ выдаем закрыто, и потом КВД РПХО запрет и пульт выключаем. Хорошо?
Ехала. Да все, уже поехала.
КВД РПХО закрыть, потом выдать запрет и выключить пульт.
Так.
Верно, да, Костя, можно делать, да.
Шапки снимем, Коль, чтобы даже не слышно.
КВД РПХО закрыт, на запрет введен, пульт выключен.
И так, Кость, хорошо, и мы с тобой идем на фрагмент 17. И начнем работать по моей команде.
Есть прям пару минут, чтобы включить подогреватель воды и осол для...
Да, наверное, есть, да.
Хорошо.
Олег, по 16 фрагменту закончили, нет еще? Ребят, там у нас идет отстыковки на скафандрах разъема водяного бака от разъема ранца, потом перевод трубок фильтра в положение хранения.
как слышно нас? Остался 12 шаг с МЗМ. Это включаем и поехали в сторону.
Выполняем шаг 12.
Все, перешли на 17-й фрагмент. И вообще не будет.
Ждем доклада.
Вот по их 2 включили.
Так, хорошо. Смотри, сейчас с Олегом выполняют следующее мероприятие.
Вообще, выполняем следующее мероприятие и пропал. Вот сейчас тишина.
Выполняем снятие литиевых патронов. Которые у вас есть там.
Хорошо, принято.
Снимаем литиевые патроны. Снимаем влагосборник, снимаем 40 и укладываем в мешки.
Деды крестик.
Олег, Коль, повторю, на всякий случай нужно выполнить снятие литиевых патронов, влагосборников и фильтров форс и скафандров и уложить это в мешки.
Принято. Литиевые патроны уже сняты. Фильтры форс сняты.
Для Дмитрия пошли за вами, как меня слышно.
Могу забрать через раз.
Так, Костя, для Дмитрия пошли за ванию, как меня слышно. А, Костя, можно открывать люк МЛМ и СУСМ. Ждем доклад по открытию люка МЛМ и СУСМ.
МЛМ и СУСМ открываем,
Не так хорошо. И дальше будем работать по фрагменту 17. Хорошо ли, Олег, как меня слышите? Олег, для Дмитрия по шлюзованию, как меня слышно?
Олег, для Дмитрия по шлюзованию, как меня слышно?
Дима, да, сняли лидиевый поглотитель, фор и влагосборник, расстыковали бачок водяной воды, практически нет, ни у меня, ни Коли, бачки пустые. Фильтр, фор, там вообще все снаружи мокро, весь этаж весь мокрый. У обоих. Это вообще трендец.
Олег, правильно понимаю, снятые вот литиум-патроны,
да.
фор брали в мешки, да, вот
да.
были подготовлены?
Да. Да.
Мешки оставляете прям в мини-2. Еще теперь необходимо со скафандров каждому снять по 2 дозиметра. Дозиметры забираете с собой.
Где дозиметры свои личные или в ноге?
Дозиметры свои личные или в ноге. Да.
Личные заберем, сейчас складывать некуда. Просто в КВО не положишь личные дозиметры. Потеряем пока летним ДСМ. Потом переоденемся, вернемся, заберем.
Там нужно еще вот прикрывать МИН-2, поэтому просят, если есть возможность, пока еще время
хорошо.
Там, потому что...
Хорошо. А что, мы его закрывать будем, да?
Костя, по шлюзованию... Да, Костя, по шлюзованию у нас МЛМ Сулик открыт.
Вот тут американо боец, да?
Вот американо боец, да?
Люк. МЛМ СМ открыт.
То есть хорошо, мы можем с тобой работать по фрагменту 17, это ставим КВД, ПХО и СУМЕТ, положение открыто вручную, начинаем выравнивать между ПХО и МИНом-2. Ребят, вас пошипит, так что будьте готовы.
Понял, хорошо. Что у нас пошипить?
Всем доклада по открытию КВД, ПХО и СУМЕТ.
Скафандр что-то закрывать не будем?
Я, наверное, открытие уж развернул.
Смотрите, скафандры со снятым оборудованием в открытом состоянии оставляете просто, ничего на него больше не ставите, да, и дозиметрами, когда выровняется давление, уже будете переходить в ПХО, и там единственное, что будет просьба, Олег, поработайте по шагу 14, фрагменту 17, нам нужно будет на ДСС ПХО закрыть баллоны бортовые, поставить пробивку, потом У2 закрыто.
Хорошо. Дим, шаг 14, фрагмент какой?
Шаг 14, фрагмент какой?
17-й?
17? Да, 17-й фрагмент, шаг 14. Там есть
хорошо, Дим.
Когда вы видите, ПХО надо сделать.
Хорошо.
Костя, ну что вы там, КВД ПХО и СУМЕТ открыли, вы что?
Я же замерз. Я спать одетый лягу.
Пошел на дом, да?
Да, мы открыли вручную КВД.
Хорошо, принято.
Надо вакуумметр забирать, Дим?
Нет, не надо, нам ничего об этом не говорили.
Чего? Ничего об этом не говорили.
Вот, теплеет.
Ну, так в целом, конечно, работали отлично. Такая красивая была картинка. Такой энергичный, интенсивный выход. Сплошная работа. Ну,
сплошные карабиды.
Конечно, вообще молодцы. Карабиды.
Дим, ты нас похвалил, что ли? Я что-то вполне не расслышал.
Или поругал.
Или поругал.
Ну что, ну такая филигранная Дим, для Коли, для начала первого выхода все. Молодец, сразу прочувствовал хорошо.
Выход тяжелый.
Прочувствовал, тут ничего не скажешь.
Да, ну зато теперь следующий уже будет более спокойно. Просто молодцы, все ровненько подготовились, скафандры отработали, все хорошо, без проблем.
Карабины мне теперь снится будут.
Ну а так красиво было, как оно.
Но на самом деле времени на то, чтобы полюбоваться, практически не было.
Да, чувствую,
по
тоска в
факту.
голосе Димы.
Да, ну, на самом деле, конечно, хотелось бы посмотреть, но надо было работать. Потому только беглым взглядом.
Кто-то, Дим, да, выход загружен был.
Будет еще возможность, да. Да я понимаю, особенно в начале, когда на Коле даже времени не было камеры включить, поэтому я понимаю, какая интенсивность была.
Ну да, там же много укладок, очень много. У нас получается 11 фалов было. Соответственно, 22 карабина, плюс еще свои карабины.
Ну то, Дим, как вы грамотно разложили ВСО. Ты посмотри, а вывели-то как, а без сучка, без задоринки. Это вообще там не развернуться было с этим напором мины. Вообще с адаптером, просто.
Нет, ну в этом плане, да, как раз вот то, что было немножко, вот то, что вы там вот прикинули, что надо немножко изменить, чтобы потом более комфортно работать, конечно, это хорошо. Главное, что это у вас сработало, и вам в этом плане было попроще, это здорово.
Да.
А там кому тебе поближе монолокометр? Сколько сейчас текущее давление мини-2?
Текущее давление 7,34.
3-4 принято. Костя, а как у тебя с монолокометром в ПХВ сколько?
Что-то ставишь, свадьба, температура поменяешь. Дима, кого мы здесь оставим или где?
А как мы здесь?
Вот я говорю.
Сейчас повтори, что оставить?
А кого же мы будем снимать в СМе, то есть кого оставим в СМе?
Да, не, вы сейчас уходите в спецвооружение, оставляете там только вот мешки с снятыми водосборниками, скафандры и все, а с собой берете только дозиметры, все остальное оставляете и уходите уже в РО, и там будете разбиваться, там. На связи тоже после снятия кого там что-то, да. Костя, текущее давление в ПХО какое у тебя есть там, монолокометр недалеко переносил?
Текущее давление 7,45.
Ну, это хорошо, и вот нам надо дождаться, чтобы у мини-2 тоже около этого было хотя бы 7,43, чтобы можно было попробовать люк открывать, Костя.
Текущее давление в МИМе 7,42.
7,42, правильно? Правильно понимаю?
Да, 7,42.
Костя, пробовать открывать люк.
Пробовать открывать.
Хорошо принял конусную крышку.
Хорошо. Уже 7,42,5.
Хорошо, поэтому молодцы, конечно, тяжело, но что делать, скафандр хорошо отработал, и дай бог следующий выход, все по плану будет, и двинемся дальше. Тогда уже Коля чуть осмотрится хоть вокруг, голову поднимет от работы.
Ну как я в первом выходе с Сероболтов, вообще зерна не видел. Также здесь. Так.
По результатам там по номинам, если что, может быть, надо будет молскина побольше, если там где-то есть проблемы.
Так, Костя люк нам открыл. Здравствуйте, деда Костя.
Хорошо. Костя, сейчас нам надо с тобой КВД ПХО сумеет поставить в электроуправление.
Здорово. Так, Дим, ну мы что, выходим отсюда?
Олег, вы переходите, забирайте дозиметр, который снят.
Да, дозиметр забрали. Оль, дозиметр забрал?
Если что,
да, что еще?
и нужно по фрагменту 17, шаг 14, закрыть вентили бортовых баллонов ПХО,
Сейчас закроем.
которые открывали.
Хорошо.
Поставить пробовку, а потом в 2 закрыто.
Хорошо.
Скажете, когда сделать?
Хорошо, да. Хорошо, Дим. Дим, а здесь отключать нам пульт абонента? Отключать все?
Это ничего не сказано.
Ну, хорошо. Ну, я, наверное, передачу зажгу. А клавишу 2 пусть горит.
Можно. Клавишу 2 пусть горит. От тебя жду доклада, что КВД плохой самолет поставил в электроуправление.
Просто хорошо, полностью крышка открыта, экипаж ПТО.
А КВД плохой самолет в положении электроуправления поставил?
Еще нет, сейчас поставлю сейчас.
Да, ждем доклад.
Дим, может быть, выключим сразу связь при ВКД, чтобы работать нормально по связи, чтобы не было помех.
Сейчас, Коль, буквально через пару минут мы тут... Что вам расскажете?
Хорошо.
Костя, по клапану КВД плохой самолет, в положении электроуправления стоит?
Да, стоит в электроуправлении.
Костя, уточни, пожалуйста, есть еще вопросик у нас. Ты когда с ПО ПХО работал, на закрытие клапана ПХО, ты его открыл через разрешение, разрешение прошло, транспарантное открытие появился, и перед закрытием тоже сгорел транспарант, ты вызвал команду закрыть, транспарант погас и закрутил. Правильно все? Или что-то в воздухе там было не так?
Чуть-чуть по-другому, из-за того, что не мог загореться транспарант, я его включил разрешение, вызвал закрыть, не услышал звук, вызвал открыть, услышал звук, вызвал закрыть, услышал звук, и потом запрет выставил. Потом выключил.
Это хорошо. Ну, в итоге он закрылся, шум был, и транспарант закрыл погас, да?
Да, именно так. Нет связи, как слышно.
Повтори, пожалуйста, пропадание было.
Да, было пропадание, вот я и сказал, что связь, вопрос есть связь. Сейчас тоже хорошо.
И ПОФ выключил потом в ПХО, правильно?
Да, ПОФ выключен.
Это здорово, хорошо. Кость, тебе тоже огромное спасибо, было крайне приятно с тобой поработать, все здорово, взаимодействие с экипажем отличное, ты молодец. Поэтому спасибо тебе за помощь. А ребят там мне еще, да, должны мне еще по БСС ПХО там доложить то, что они баллоны закрыли, поставили в продувку, его 2 закрыто. Там делается или пока нет еще?
Сейчас именно делают, да. Ждем.
Хорошо.
Так, Дим, баллоны закрыты, БСС продувки.
Принята продувка, и вот сейчас сразу тоже, Коль, можете сразу вставить, ну, в том числе и закрыто.
Дим, баллоны закрыты, но бленкер О2 Open пока не закрылся до конца.
Можно, Коль, можно переводить в О2 закрыто, так должно быть. Он закроется чуть позже постепенно.
О2 закрыто перевел.
Принято. Ребят, огромное спасибо. Здорово было поработать. Крайне рад вас слышать. Успешного полета. Все молодцы. Ну и дальше встретимся там в процессе подготовки к следующему ВКД и поработаем еще раз. Очень здорово. Рад за вас. Удачного полета. Миша, вас передаю. Спасибо за классную работу.
Подожди секундочку, 2 слова. Дим, тебе большое спасибо за поддержку. Вот очень рады были с тобой поработать. Сейчас Олег Дмитриевич дам гарнитуру.
Спасибо, ребята. Отдаю Мише. Удачного полета. Далее.
Как всегда на высоте. Да. А когда уйдешь на печь, кто тебя может заменить? Заменил их, тебе нет, ты не заменил.
Спасибо огромное, приятно слышать. Ладно, Олег, Миша рвется в бой с вами. Отдаю вас. Удачного полета. До свидания. Счастливо.
До свидания, Дим. Доброй ночи.